we have 3 fridges. So
what's the third one for?
the third one
So food
is
and
out
stuff.
with the barbecue in the barbecue area. It's like drinks and
Purely
like meat ready for a
beers.
barbecue. Yes.
Sausages and beer. All right, time for us to go. What are you looking forward to?
Well, I'm really excited because it's a long weekend. So that means on Monday we have more sport to watch than we usually would. It is an extended sports weekend.
Love it. My looking forward to is we have our annual golf day with like 20 of our mates. We have a Sydney leg and an away leg. It's this Sunday. It's always on this weekend. Gives us Monday off to lick our wounds. Can't wait. It's going to be fun.
Nice.
The Shooter McGavin Pro Tour.
Oh, that's what you call it.
That's what we call it.
Fantastic.
Yeah. All right, we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Come in.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. Outgoing Victorian Chief Health Officer Brett Sutton says the pressure of leading the state's pandemic response almost crushed him. Nicholas Hines reports.
Professor Sutton today announced he's stepping down after 4 years in the position which saw him play a crucial role in the state's pandemic response. His colleagues say he was a calm and methodical voice through the pandemic, responsible for implementing the state's tough COVID restrictions. He says the pressure of the role was immense.
It's the cumulative 16-hour days. It's sprinting for 6 months without a day off. Throw in the vitriol and the death threats.
Professor Sutton will be taking on a new role at the CSIRO as its Director of Health and Biosecurity in September. His replacement is yet to be announced.
There's been a drop in the number of COVID cases in Victoria this week. The Health Department says there were just over 6,000 COVID cases reported, a 28% decrease from the previous week. There have been 64 COVID-related deaths in the past week, and there are just over 350 patients with COVID in the state's hospitals. A coroner has found a Melbourne doctor who failed to call an ambulance for more than 3 hours after finding his wife in distress may have committed negligent manslaughter. Kate Ashton reports.
Victorian coroner John Cain ruled 29-year-old Mayumi Spencer died of a cocaine overdose in January 2015. His report details how Mrs. Spencer's husband, a medical doctor, Peter Spencer, attempted to clear his wife's airway using a kitchen knife and pen, but didn't call for an ambulance for more than 3 hours. When paramedics arrived, she was already dead. The coroner found Dr. Spencer may have committed negligent manslaughter and referred the findings to prosecutors.
Members of Melbourne's Ukrainian community have stood in vigil on the steps of State Parliament in the wake of the Kherson Dam disaster. Natalie Whiting reports.
More than 100 people gathered at State Parliament, many draped in Ukrainian flags, others holding electric candles. They held signs decrying ecocide and genocide in Ukraine. The group chanted in protest of Russia, shared stories of relatives in Ukraine and sang songs. The rally comes in the wake of the destruction of the Novokakhovka Dam, which has led to widespread flooding and left tens of thousands of people stranded or in danger. The community hopes to draw more attention to the situation and to raise money for victims.
Former US President Donald Trump has dismissed accusations against him as a hoax after posting he'd been indicted and summoned to appear in a Miami court next week. It's a major development in the US Justice Department's criminal investigation into hundreds of classified documents that were retrieved from Mr. Trump's Florida estate. Mr. Trump has defended himself in a video posted on the social media site Truth Social.
They go after a popular president, a president that got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country. They can't stop because it's election interference at the highest level. There's never been anything like what's happened. I'm an innocent man. I'm an innocent person.
Victoria's Education Union says it's disappointing a dispute with the government over teacher overtime pay ended up at the Fair Work Commission. The union has claimed a win following the Commission's decision today, which will see teachers paid overtime and time in lieu while on overnight school camps. AEU branch president Meredith Peace says it's a great outcome, but a shame the government disputed the pay.
It is disappointing that when staff in our schools are prepared to go away from their own families and their own day-to-day lives to give our kids those opportunities, which are really important, that the government wasn't prepared to recognise that, to make sure that they got the time in lieu that they should have been entitled to.
Qantas is relaxing gender-based rules governing cabin crew uniforms after pressure from unions. Women will no longer be forced to wear high heels, and men will be allowed to put on makeup and grow their hair out. Another rule that ordered female staff to wear watches with smaller faces than men's will also be scrapped. To the weather, 3 watch and act flood warnings are in place for the King and Ovens rivers and 7 creeks. There's a strong wind warning for the West Coast, Central Gippsland and the East Gippsland coast. For the state tomorrow, patchy morning fog in the north, isolated showers about the southwest, the south coast and the ranges. Mostly dry and partly cloudy elsewhere. Partly cloudy in Melbourne tomorrow, a top of 16. The same forecast for Sunday. It's currently 12 degrees. ABC News.
The brilliant minds from the Nation Building Authority are back.
Our fridge has got an address book. It's got the lot. Has it got cold milk? Not yet.
And there's a lot to unpack.
Who's been asking?
We have.
What?
Us.
Who?
Me.
Why?
I'm lost again.
With Rob Sitch, Kitty Flanagan, Celia Paquola and the whole office.
This is in the cone of silence.
Under your hat. It's already on the radio.
All new Utopia.
What have these clowns been doing? Building for the future.
8 p.m. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Something's in the air. The roar will tell you the story. Feel a different energy. Fans are on their feet. Feel it on the skin.
This game is electric.
Feel the electricity. Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game. Cause here it comes, here it comes. One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes. He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through. Something big is coming, something big is coming. On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment. Something big is coming, something big is coming. Turn steady, go.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal. Fill your lungs, are you ready for it? Gets onto it, and away it goes. Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant. Here they come. That's class. Oh, he's a star. What a game. Brilliant. He goes. This kid is going places. Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that? Hand pass to Elliott. Back to Hill. Superb finish. 55 out. He's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. High altitude flight from Showbolt. Snap from 35. And boy, does he love it. Good boy, Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear. To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know. Round 13 continues. Friday night footy under the roof at Docklands. The Western Bulldogs a game of percentage off third. But there's 4 teams, just 1 win behind them, trying to take their place in the top 8. So all of a sudden it's tied in that mid-table logjam. While for Port Adelaide, they're on a club record winning sequence. They've won 9 in a row in the competition, and they're trying to make it 9 in a row under the roof at Docklands tonight. It is Friday night footy. The Western Bulldogs and Port Adelaide. Not anticipating the biggest roll-up, but it's certainly a game of plenty of consequence in season 2023. My name's Corbin Middlemast. This is Grandstand AFL. There is sport everywhere you can look tonight. I can point you in the direction of the ABC Listen app. So if you are trying to find a particular sport that's not the Aussie rules tonight, head over to the ABC Listen app. The big green ABC Sport button has the NRL. There's a double header tonight, of course, there. And if you're looking for the cricket, the World Test Championship, look out for the big red cricket button. You can listen to every single ball as it progresses, day 3 at the Oval between Australia and India when play gets underway. But there's a heap of you, like us, that are concerned about what happens here tonight at Docklands. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the footy, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, with Tim Hodges on the boundary, our usual crew for a Friday night in Melbourne. Good evening, Kel.
Good evening, Corbin. It is a Friday night in Melbourne. It's winter. It's a long weekend, and we've got 5 days of consecutive footy. So bring it on, of course, tonight here under the closed roof at Docklands. MCG tomorrow, MCG on Sunday, and the MCG on the King's birthday on Monday. I must say, feel a little bit compromised this year, particularly when it comes to this game. As a South Australian, you were brought up to hate Port Adelaide, like they did over in Melbourne when it came to Collingwood. They were the Collingwood of the SANFL, and then you move to Melbourne and you get taught you have to hate Collingwood. You're either one or the other. You can't have a soft spot. And I'm finding that 2 soft spots are emerging this year, Corby. Collingwood and Port Adelaide are playing beautiful football. It's intoxicating. It's exciting. Port Adelaide last week, 16 goals in the opening half against Hawthorn. And if you go back and have a look at it, I mean, sure, the Hawks were a little stunned of the quick start that Port Adelaide made. But Ken Hinkley's men are playing this textbook Aussie rules football, and I absolutely love watching them play at the moment, as I love watching Collingwood. I think Lingy's squirming in the chair behind me up there. I'm not sure if he's feeling a little compromised as well, because I'm guessing as a kid that grew up in Geelong, he hated Collingwood and Port Adelaide when they came in.
No, I think Craig McRae's got a lot to answer for, Cal, because he's made me like Collingwood as well with the way they play. And you're right about Port. They just play great footy, really brilliant footy. It's hard, it's tough, it's team united footy, but it's also got some flair and some skill. And, I mean, Zach Butters, I thought he was a good player who was going to probably have a very good career. He's just next level about how special he is as a footballer. I didn't think that was his ceiling, what we've been seeing recently. He's just an unbelievable footballer. When you see Connor Rosie run round and just glide across the ground at times, it's just great to watch. But the team they're playing tonight, the Bulldogs, they were excellent last week against the Cats, went down, but they're a very good football team as well.
Mick, it feels like the Collingwood team's the most loved they've been since you were there. When everybody loved Collingwood when you were the coach.
No, I don't think they did. Somehow or another.
That was when they were easy to hate, Corbin.
Who needs enemies when you got friends like these? Welcome to Friday night, Mick.
Well, thank you, Corby. Yeah, well, we've got a soccer father next door to me. His son's now in the Victorian country
championships as a goalkeeper.
So there, and you've got Kel who coaches basketball, and so I'll stick to the football. I did come last week on behalf of just coming to the past players here at Footscray. Not that I'm a past player, and I watched one piece of play, Lingy, and I know you're watching for Geelong. It was a kick in by the Dogs. It went through for a goal. I reckon touched 4 hands on the way through. It was the most remarkable and best bit of football I reckon I've seen for a long, long time, but they can't sustain it. The Dogs look so good, but then they can look so poor. And Corby, just listening to what you were saying, and Kel in regard to Port, they, all of a sudden, the transformation there is the speed through the middle. And the thing is, another one, which I reckon is really good, is every one of their backline players is an outstanding kick. Really good kick. And it's, you look at it and think, well, where does the captain fit into this? Because they really do look great.
Just on the teams, there's no late change, so Riley Bonner is the sub for Port Adelaide and Oscar Baker is the sub for the Western Bulldogs. There is a hell of a talking point, which I'm sure we'll get into as we progress in our pre-game coverage, but St Kilda's Dan Butler has been given a 1-match ban for his tackle on Swan Nick Blakey last night. So careless conduct, medium impact, high contact, so a 1-week ban for Dan Butler after his chase down tackle last night at the Sydney Cricket Ground. This is Grandstand AFL. We're at Docklands for the Western Bulldogs and Port Adelaide, and we're just going to swing around and welcome our next guest as we meet live on air. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Lovely to have you with us, the Chief Executive of the Port Adelaide Football Club, Matthew Richardson. Matthew, I appreciate your time.
Good evening. Thanks for having me.
You must be very chuffed with the way that things are going. What a 9-game winning sequence, club record, team flying, 2 games clear in second spot. What's not to love?
Yeah, it doesn't feel that easy. That's the thing about the game, isn't it? It's always it's such a tough competition, and we've got obviously a really big challenge here tonight against the Dogs. But we've been playing good footy, but the challenges just keep coming.
I'm sure you're expecting this question, so I'm just going to hit you with it straight out of the gates. David Koch says last week on radio, we want Ken Hinkley to be a 20-year coach. Ken Hinkley wants to coach Port Adelaide. Team's 2 games clear inside the top 2. Why hasn't he been re-signed yet?
Yeah, look, we knew the year that we were stepping into right at the start of the year, and Ken and the club, we sat down and we said, well, how are we going to make sure that we have a really strong year, and what do we need to do in order to give the coaches and the players the best chance to be able to do that? And pushing that conversation right to the end of the year and getting out of the way was really the best way to be able to do that. And you'd have to say at the moment that's working really well. I think one of the really hard things in footy is to keep lowering the eyes and just looking at the week that's in front of you. And Ken and the coaches and Chris Davies and his footy group deserve a lot of credit. They've we've had a strong start to the year, but at the same time there's a long way to go.
What do you need to know about this year, how deep and how far, before you open the discussions with him?
Yeah, like I said, I mean, we haven't even had those conversations.
No, but when will you initiate those conversations?
Not till later in the year, because we're right now we don't need to. We're just we're really focused on what we're doing right now. I think, as I said, the coaching group and the playing group are doing a really good job of just looking at what's ahead of them on a week-to-week basis, and that's really, I get the interest on the outside, but inside the club we're all really on the same page. Ken's very happy, we're really happy with how it's going, and we see no reason to change that.
Can I just jump in there? There's always this, and being a coach, I understand where you guys are coming from, everyone else, but early in the season all the talk was, look, he's going to go to Gold Coast, and then I feel sorry for Steele Chu. Now we've had Clarkson who's stepped aside, and you've got Hardwick stepped aside. All of a sudden there's just 1 or 2 clubs starting to open up, and there's still a rumour around that he could move back. You're making a real big assumption in my book that he was put on the back burner. Make no mistake about it. From the eyes looking outside, trying to look in, he was put back there to say, look, if we have a bad year, he's gone, and we can move on. And we've had how many years and all sorts of stuff. All of a sudden now, as Kel just said, 2 games from the top of the ladder, or 1 game from the top of the ladder, 2 games clear of the 3rd place. Everything's looking fantastic. New young side. What if he says, Barley, look, I had an opportunity. I know what Ken's like, but also, no, you know what, I might move back to Victoria or something like that. So all of a sudden you might have lost someone who you blokes, he set it up, players love him, and because the work wasn't done late last year, you might have lost him.
Look, we appreciate all of those conversations happen outside the club. As long as the conversations that are happening inside the club, Ken's happy, we're happy, we just keep focused on exactly what we're doing at the moment.
So you're not worried at all that Brendan Gale's picked up the phone and spoken to him? Because if Brendan Gale's doing his job correctly, he would do that.
As I said, we sat down at the start of the year, we knew the year we were stepping into. Ken's happy, we're happy. There's no, team's playing great footy. Ken's coaching really well. We're just really focused on what we've got to do tonight.
With all these conversations that are happening, even this interview here, it just provides little bits more of external noise. Do you worry that while the players are playing great footy and they would have a definite clear goal in mind of winning the premiership, that there's a potential for that external conversation to start seeping into the playing group?
No, not really. Not at the moment. Again, as I said, our challenge, and I think sometimes in footy it is really hard not to look ahead. I think at the moment, the fact that our guys are really just focused on what they're doing on a week-to-week basis, they're really enjoying their footy. You can see that. They're playing some really good footy. The coaches are really performing well. There's a great culture and a great environment. And as long as you've got that inside your club, that's really all we need to worry about.
And I'm interested and intrigued in the conversations around the captain, Tom Jonas, and obviously just not quite being in the best 23 at the moment. Is it something that you have a conversation at your level, or is that just trusted to be left to the coaches and the players to to sort through and make sure the dialogue is really clear about where Tom stands and where he can potentially work his way back into the team, because he is the captain. It does hold that extra bit of weight, him not being not being in the team.
Yeah, those conversations aren't happening at my level. That's for Ken and Tom, and I know they have a terrific relationship. Ken's been Tom's coach his whole time, and make no mistake, Tom is an outstanding leader. What he did last weekend, going back and playing the SNFL, playing really well. We have an award inside the clubs where the players vote each week on the Players Player of the Week. Tom Jonas won that award last week because of the leadership that he's showing. So, Tom's an outstanding leader, and he's doing a terrific job, and I'm sure he'll force his way back in.
Matthew Richardson with us, the Chief Executive of the Port Adelaide Football Club, with us pre-game here at Docklands, the Western Bulldogs and Port Adelaide coming up on Grandstand AFL. Can I take you back to Gather Round? So obviously the whole competition comes to town in South Australia. You were actually involved in a game against the Bulldogs, by the way, which is crazy to think that they're playing again sort of 8 weeks later. What did it mean as one of the two local clubs to have the entire competition there? Is there some kind of net benefit for your team, for example, beyond just the game for the competition in the state of South Australia?
Well, I guess fundamentally, if the game is strong in South Australia, that's going to be really good for the two AFL teams in South Australia. And I think that was one of the motivations for the AFL deciding to bring Gather Round to Adelaide in the first place. Was it felt like we were in a bit of a lag coming out of COVID, and Gather Round was a massive success on every metric. What I would say is, there was 3 or 4 months of planning that went into Gather Round, and we all went into it not really knowing, okay, how is this going to work? What are the opportunities? I think we've all come out of it realising, wow, there's some real opportunities to do this even better the next time. So I don't think there's any extra advantages for the home clubs apart from if one of the principles of Gather Round is to strengthen the game generally in the state that it's in, then it absolutely did that. And what we've got to do is we've got to make sure we work with the local leagues and community footy in order to leverage that, to make sure that, like you've seen in Queensland and Western Australia over the last couple of years with grand finals, that there's a legacy that gets left behind that makes the game stronger.
Yeah, that's fair.
Can I ask you about, you've got the two big ends tonight in Dixon and Boak. So Charlie Dixon back from a quad injury and Boak from those injured ribs. How delicate is it going to be, this balance? And it's more a question for the coach, but you're overseeing the club, of getting the experience right with these young guns, because Ollie Lord has been fantastic, and he's obviously a little unfortunate to go out of the side, and Burton as well. How much of that is it going to be a delicate balance heading into this second half of the season?
Yeah, well, you're right. I'm really happy I get to sit out of those conversations, and I leave that to the coaches and the match committee. The reality is it's all about performance, and at the moment it's probably a good problem to have. But also then what's really important is then the relationships and the conversations that are happening between the coaches, so that the players have a really clear understanding where they're at, and I know that that's happening.
The last captain that I can remember that was dropped was Stephen Coniglio at the Giants, and it really affected him as a person. We never saw him return under that coach in the same sort of form or come back better than ever. It's really taken the change of coach in Adam Kingsley to come in and replacing Leon Cameron for Coniglio to finally find some form, but he's struggled with it over the last year or so. Are you concerned about that at all with your skipper?
Look, all I can talk to is what I see with Tom and with Ken, and I'm not concerned at all. I think, again, the way Tom, they've got a terrific relationship. They've known each other for a long time. And, like I said last week, Tom in particular was outstanding.
But just something totally different here. Just your opinion on what's happened at Hawthorn and the AFL. Do you see any credence? Where I'm bemused why the AFL would even be suggesting a penalty for Hawthorn. Have you had any feels or thoughts on that sort of thing?
To be honest, Mick, I haven't.
Well, how do you see it then from your point of view as a club? In the club hierarchy, just looking across the board and thinking, do you think Hawthorn's done the right thing? Do you think the AFL's done the right thing from where your position is?
Look, all I would say about that whole issue is, like, I think in all of this we've all got to continue to learn, listen, we can all be better. And there are great people in football, there always are, and people always coming at things with the right intention. As long as people are doing that, then the game will keep progressing and we'll get better at what we do.
Can I just ask you a quick one? Again, a broad issue as a sports administrator, so not necessarily to do with your club, but how you handle something like this. The events involving golf this week, so the merger of the PGA, the Live Tour and the DP World Tour, and obviously the consternation about sort of where the money comes from originally, and we've seen, call it sports washing, call it whatever you like, sort of the money that filters in from certain origins as to how that plays in sport. How do you approach that as a CEO of a company when a brand comes to you and essentially says, hey, we want to sponsor your football club? How do you say, look, there's a commercial reality here that we want the money, but we want to align ourselves to brands that we feel like best represents us as a football club? Do you have that wrestle on a ongoing basis in your role?
Tough question. And first and foremost, because the Live Golf events in Adelaide was one of the best events I've ever been to. It was unbelievable. Look, I think it always comes back to authenticity, and a lot of what you read and hear, there's always an agenda, and it's about getting in and understanding what's real. I think if you can do that with your partners or in any of those types of issues, you get a much better understanding of what's real rather than what the agendas on both sides might be pushing.
We've grilled you tonight. You've got a brand new member for the club, Erin Phillips, celebrating the birth of her fourth child.
Incredible,
this morning.
isn't it?
Her wife Tracy gave birth earlier today. So
yeah, superstars. Congratulations to Erin and Tracy. They're just, obviously Erin and the legacy at the club is just great. I know she's really up and about and can't wait I think she's going into the first season for a while where she's actually feeling fresh. And, to have another Phillips running around, it's very exciting.
The toughest question I'm sure you thought you were going to get asked, which we haven't asked yet, is did you get a piece of Koshy's farewell cake today? Did they happen to send you a piece of the sunrise cake?
No, but every time I turned it on, he had tears. So it was incredible. You think about it, 21 years of breakfast television, amazing. He deserves all the accolades he's getting, and
doesn't want to move back home and become CEO of his club, does he?
No, I think he's got it.
I
think Ken offered to put the tools on and help us with our redevelopment the other day, didn't he? So I'm sure he'll be happy to do that. But congratulations to him. It's been an amazing journey.
We're enjoying the journey of the Port Adelaide Football Club on field, and we'll see how they go tonight as their banner comes up at the southern end of the stadium. Matthew, really appreciate your time. Good luck tonight and for the remainder of the year.
Terrific. Thanks for having me.
Matthew Richardson, the Chief Executive of the Port Adelaide Football Club. Just repeating, there's no late change here at Docklands. The two subs, Riley Bonner for Port Adelaide and Oscar Baker is the sub for the Bulldogs.
Mick, if you were in the situation that Ken Hinkley finds himself in now, are you content? Are you happy? You've won a club record 9 games in a row. You're going for 10 tonight. I mean, clearly the board is waiting to see if he can not just get to finals. He's got to win a final. He's lost 3 preliminary finals. That they would have some sort of, they've come together and said, look, this is what we need to see. Whether it's winning a final, it's winning 2, it's getting to a prelim. Who knows? The way they're playing at the moment, they'll be across the town at the MCG on the last day of September. So if you're in Ken Hinkley's hot seat right now, what are you thinking?
Well, I've been in similar positions through my coaching where the contract was, you knew you were coming to the end of the contract. You just wanted to play your football. You want the team to play the football, because I still say this about coaching. People, we're going to get 20-odd thousand here tonight. They don't come to watch the coach. They come to watch the players play football. You are an incidental part of it that attracts a lot of attention, but you don't kick it, mark it, get tackled, or whatever the case is. So you've got to be very careful placing 1, too many demands. 2 is know your spot. You are part of a football club, not the football club. And I've been very critical of young blokes come in and they think that they are the football club. So Ken would be in a position where he would either like what's happening, and I can't pick his mood, because in fact Lingy would probably know it better than me, or he's quite prepared just to take what is next. Now, I know in my position, I just took what was next, because you don't determine, in many respects, how long you last as a coach. You just know you're going to get moved on at some stage. Yeah. It could be next week, it could be next year, you don't know. So you just play out the role in front of you each week. I know there's some that get really disappointed with that, and they hang on, and they get very dark on not having in a dark space, not to be able to have control of their life for the next 3 or 4 years.
They're playing for Ken Hinkley this year, don't you reckon, Lingy?
Without doubt.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm not surprised by that because Ken Hinkley is the type of coach you play for. Brilliant coach. I'm biased, of course, because I love him. I'd if he ever did finish up at Port, I'd be saying head on down and become an assistant coach again at the Cats because he's just a great person, great coach. When you talk about Mick, how he's thinking, I think they're fortunate that Ken is the type of person who, as much as he could, would be taking this in his stride and saying, okay, I'll just back myself, the results will take care of themselves, and there will be that opportunity for further coaching at Port Adelaide because of what we produce as a group and stay strong as a group. So I think Ken's mindset is allowing them to take that little bit longer and be patient with it.
It's got a real edge to it. They're winning in the face of it. They were, of course, just narrowly away from being 1-3. Instead, they've won 9 in a row and find themselves solid in the top 2. The full game preview coming up next. The Bulldogs and the Power from Docklands.
Oh, you're here for the fortune telling. Please sit down. You seek enlightenment and entertainment, engagement and excitement via your ears. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app, and I see you joyously grooving to a great range of music, informed and entertained by award-winning podcasts, and connecting to your community and current affairs with live radio. You've heard enough. I don't want your money. The ABC Listen app is as free as knowledge itself. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
He launches an absolute rocket under the bright lights of Friday night footy.
Here it comes. AFL. On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
The Port Adelaide Football Club find themselves on a 9-game winning sequence. They were just centimetres short from an Ollie Florent drop punt sailing through, which would have had Port Adelaide at 1-3, and it could be a completely different story. Instead, it triggered a 9-game winning sequence, and they find themselves coming to Friday night footy in Melbourne on the back of a club record win streak. They're 10-2, firmly inside the top 2 on the table, while for the Western Bulldogs, they're just in that mid-table treadmill at the moment, trying to stay on the right side of the logjam. They themselves are trying to snap a 2-game losing skid here tonight. They lost their first 2 games, won 7 of the next 8, and now they've dropped a couple back-to-back. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges, your call team for Friday night footy. There is no late change. A modest crowd, it must be said, under the roof at Docklands for Friday night footy in round 13. Staggeringly, this matchup happened during gather round. So we're in the 13th round of the season, and we had this matchup just 8 weeks ago. So we get it again tonight. The Bulldogs up against Port Adelaide. There are 17 other teams for you to play in the competition, and yet the Western Bulldogs haven't played 5 of them. Port Adelaide haven't played 5 of them, and yet they play each other for a second time tonight. So a double up early in the season in round 13.
Why is that? Why can't that be organised that you've got you play 17 games, which is your first 17 of the whole competition, and whoever your 5 are, because let's face it, they're all different.
You play them at the end.
They fit them at the end. No, that's right. That's the way to do it. You play them at the end, and then because you've got to buy going into the final series.
Yep.
Have you seen the movie A Beautiful Mind? That's what I understand creating the AFL fixture it looks exactly like.
I thought you were going to say it was a beautiful ball by Boland, but that doesn't matter. It's okay.
Did notice on the other screen there that Scotty Boland just went straight through.
Oh, that's the perfect little segue. Because on the ABC Listen app, if you look out for the red cricket button, so open the ABC Listen app, listen live, red cricket ball, hit that, you can follow along with the cricket. So India well behind in the World Test Championship final. The Aussies making 469 batting first, and India have just lost their 6th wicket, so 6 for 152. And a big wicket for Scott Boland just moments ago as he was able to dismiss the keeper, KS Bharat. So he's out.
Another good ball. I mean, he just produces straight through and clean nutted him.
Yep. Remember,
it was a magnificent ball.
Terry Alderman.
Yes.
You're probably a bit young for Terry
I remember Terry Alderman.
But I think he did 2 tours over there and took 40 wickets in both.
89 Ashes.
Yeah. And you just think, I'm not sure, these bowlers are up to that, but it's incredible when you think about the age that people come in. And we've seen here some young players tear away early, but some other players come late and they become their best footballers later in their career.
Yeah. I work with Terry in Perth. He'll be chuffed to hear that, Nick. I have no doubt he'll be driving around. He's a big ABC listener and, of course, worked for us for many years, Terry Alderman. The big footy story of the day is Dan Butler. So I was in Sydney last night, worked the game with Ty Kennelly and Jason Saddington, and they both made comment at the time. Basically, I don't know how else you're possibly meant to lay a tackle from his position. He was trying to run down Nick Blakey. He's been not only pinned on the spot, a free kick for a dangerous tackle, but now has been offered a one-game ban by the match review officer. Careless conduct, medium impact, high contact.
Must appeal.
I can't have this one, Corbs. I cut the umpire a little bit of slack last night in the game because it looked an aggressive run-down tackle that maybe he's headed. So the umpires possibly just reacted to that. Okay, fine. Mistake or not mistake, umpires, it's a tough game to umpire. So he pays a free kick. That's where it ends for me. It's not a one-week ban. It's a run-down tackle where his momentum has nailed Nick Blakey because Blakey's held onto the footy too long. And
Butler's quick.
And Butler's quick, and he's closed quick, and Blakey should have got rid of it a lot earlier. But there's no double motion. There's no slinging motion. Just because his head hits the ground doesn't make it a dangerous tackle.
No.
There can be incidental contact with the ground.
Yeah. Sorry, Mick, I was just going to give the AFL's point of view, and I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it, but the current climate is so different. They are so sensitive towards any form of head injury whatsoever. Could they say, look, Blakey's arms were pinned and he couldn't protect himself and his head does slam into the turf.
But his arm did hit the ground first.
But his arms were pinned.
Are we asking for Dan Butler to slow down before he tackles?
Yeah, the momentum is what did the damage in a sense, wasn't it? But what the AFL is saying, that he went off for an HIA, they've cleared him of any concussion. It's almost like the optics of it, because concussion is such a hot topic at the moment and they're so sensitive around it.
Well, I think they had to make a point on that game. It was the worst game in history, so they might as well have joined in and had the worst result. I just hope it's Michael Christian, because that's another one. So they had to change the game up. They had some bloke run across the ground. That was as exciting as anything else that happened on the game. And
just to make it memorable, to give it a bit of a postscript.
Well, it's got to be. But that first quarter,
it was pretty bad.
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
Pretty bad. I was still fair dinkum. That has got to be in history. Down as the worst game.
Can I just jump in on your optics thing, Cal?
Sure.
Because don't worry, I'm not a dinosaur who's saying
I know.
We should be able to smash
and everyone
him in a
agrees with
tackle
you, Lingy.
and all that. It's just optics have to stay out of it when it's a clean football action where, unfortunately, an incidental contact with the ground. It's still a high-contact sport, a high-velocity body's going at the contest and laying a tackle. Accidents are still going to happen. You cannot litigate for accidents. It's that one last night is not... If he'd nailed him with real momentum and then really twisted him and took him down...
Yeah, there was no sling to it, no.
Sure, but that's not that example.
So going back to what you just said then, Lingy, and what you've been saying, Kel, about the head knocks, I think wasn't there a young bloke... I was at the game, so I should know. A young Scragger's kid got cleaned up by his own teammate, hit in the head, and then they lobbed on him. They fell on top of him. Well, he came off staggered. I'm sure...
Yeah, we did that game. I'm trying to think what the example
just
was.
Down here, I remember it happened.
No, it was Melbourne last week.
Yeah. Was it Melbourne? Yes, it was
Melbourne and
Carlton.
Carlton.
The G, and it was. I remember the game, and was it young Bowie?
Bowie.
That's right,
That's
Bowie.
it. And his teammate fell on him.
So who gets the penalty there? That's that head shot. Look, there's just so...
Yeah, but that was an accident that happened in a big marking contest, and they fell on his... and he landed on his head.
What if someone had been going for a mark there? Let's say, so it's Melbourne. Let's say Carlton player goes through there and just murders it in the air with a big spoil and crashes in there with his knee and everything like that, with intent to spoil take out, whatever, do we stop and think about that as a penalty?
But Butler has a duty of care, and he pinned his arms, and then his head goes into the turf as a result of that.
How does he tackle without pinning his arms?
Yeah, well, I'm not a coach, so I can't answer that. All I'm saying is this is how the AFL justify it.
Can I just jump in here for some context real quickly? So there's been 20 of these taken to the tribunal this year, 2 successful, 18 unsuccessful. But the fact there's been 20 in 12 weeks means the clubs are confused. We had Chad Wingard on last Sunday. He's been working for us a bit this year, of course, a Hawthorn forward. He said pre-season they were shown 3 examples. So the players were given by the AFL 3 separate types of tackles. And judging by the fact there's been 20 and now essentially a 21st with a chase down tackle, there's a lot more examples than 3 as to what constitutes a dangerous tackle under this broad definition.
I agree the confusion is there. I'll pose another one. Okay, let's get a hypothetical. The brilliant... So somebody's running with the footy through the middle of the ground, the superb chase down tackle where they close down, they get fair and square in that player's back and head hits the ground, front on, face hits the ground. Push in the back, absolutely, I'm sure it'll be paid as opposed to holding the ball. Push in the back. But should he be suspended for a week because his forward momentum takes that person's head or face into the ground? The answer is no. It should not. There's no twisting. There's no double motion. There's no clear sling action. I think that you've got to also take into account contributing factors. I think Nick Blakey's almost unawareness that he was about to get nailed by a fast-closing Dan Butler meant his body was more relaxed than what it normally would be.
Right. Yep.
And he was hit almost by surprise, and that meant that he went to ground harder than he normally would have if he'd been braced for a little bit of contact. Well, that's not on Dan Butler for me. Just because somebody's a bit more relaxed than what they should be in that moment, I don't think Butler should get the week for this one.
Everybody at the SCG last night thought it was holding the ball. They were surprised it was a free kick, and now the guy's going to miss a week that laid the tackle if he doesn't challenge it successfully.
He's got a challenge. We've gone with absolutely wrecked if that's I mean, they were talking about it before. Everyone had an opinion beforehand, and 90%, 95% were saying, as you said, it's holding the ball.
Yeah.
He had a chance to get rid of it.
Amazing postscript. So a 1-game ban for Dan Butler, careless, medium and high contact. The Bulldogs and the Power in front of us. You would have heard them come out in the background. So there's no late change here at Docklands. Oscar Baker is the sub for the Western Bulldogs. He's played all 13 games this year. And Riley Bonner is the sub for Port Adelaide. So 4 changes at selection for the Dogs. West, Vandermeer, Bruce and Keith all in their lineup. No Richards through injury. McNeil, Gardner and O'Brien all dropped. While Dixon and Boak, the 2 experienced campaigners back for Port Adelaide. Burton omitted and Ollie Lord unlucky to lose his place. Other sport on tonight, so ABC Listen App, best place to find all of it. If you fire it up, click on the red cricket ball to follow along. Play-by-play coverage between Australia and India. The Aussies making 4-6-9 batting first. Early on day 3, India 6 for 157. There's also NRL tonight, again through the ABC Listen App. Look for the green button. ABC Sport, the first of the 2 games on between the Warriors and the Raiders. And the Warriors lead it by 22. 30 points to 8 is the scoreline with 10 minutes to go. And later tonight, Manly and the Dolphins, the nightcap in the NRL. The footy in front of us here, Port Adelaide and the Dogs conducting their preliminary warm-ups for the best preview in footy. Our Friday nighters, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, Lingy, can I just... You're the midfield specialist in this. And we all know that it's won or lost in midfield. This is a contrasting midfield. And I've got admiration for both. Bontempelli's outstanding. There's no question about that. Liberatore's in and under as good as anyone goes around. This side has been... Port have been revitalised by the youth. They've been able to... They were so one-paced, Port. Very one-paced. I don't mind if you're one-paced if you're quick and can win the football. But they're not only quick, they win the football and they're as tough as you can get. They're not as big, but if you throw Ollie Wines in there, of course he's the size of he's a big boy. However, they just look totally different. Well, who wins the midfield?
Well, they use Wines and Boak coming back in now, just in little bursts now. And Ken Hinkley uses them really smartly because Ollie Wines can't run out a game in the midfield anymore. But his power and strength in a couple of contests and a 5-minute
especially late in the
burst
quarter
can work. I think I said right at the top, I had no idea Zach Butters was this good. Like in the top handful of midfielders in the competition good. I just thought he was a very good player. He's elite. Rosie's always been and building to something pretty special. Horn Francis, I think he's settled after the early games and some of that booing and everything like that. He's settled and he uses his strength, which is really powerful. Watching the Bulldogs last week, though, Mick, I saw glimpses of a midfield that was prepared to take the ball forward quicker and actually start connecting a bit with their forward line.
Daniels does that.
Yeah, Caleb Daniels is superb by foot. Libba is outstanding at the way he used the ball. Bailey Smith, I think, hasn't quite recaptured his very, very best form.
Miles of it.
And he needs it. Jack McRae's an interesting one. He's been, a bit of half forward, a bit in the midfield. Just he's floating around the edges of where he's traditionally been played and been a very, very good footballer. So I still think they're trying to settle him into a bit of a different role. I've always got a theory, and it's from my old coach, Bomber Thompson. Port Adelaide did exactly what I wanted them to do last week as far as how you want a good team to play against a not good team.
Yep.
Ruthless and destroy them early. Don't give them a sniff. Take away all their confidence and win the game right from the start of the game. But then in the second half, they just went through the motions and played pretty easy football, and Hawthorn kicked a few goals. It didn't matter. They knew that the game was over. I always worry that a team that finishes a game like that starts the following week. Now, after having watched the Dogs closely and talking to a couple of Geelong assistant coaches after last week's game, they rate the Dogs incredibly highly. That was a high-quality game, high-intensity game last week between Geelong and the Bulldogs. If Port start the way they finished last week against a Dogs team that will be hungry again after having dropped last week's game, there could be a little chance for the Dogs to just jump them early.
And 9 in a row does tend to leave you just a little bit happy with yourself. I want you to go back 3 or 4 paragraphs there and just come to this player. I've watched this player pretty closely because I was appalled at his treatment by supporters from non-North Melbourne side.
Yep.
Horn Francis. I've watched him really closely. I know Rose is very good. I know Butters are very good. But let me tell you, this kid, Horn Francis, he's got some real special qualities. He is tough. Mentally, clearly, he's been able to overcome a lot of off the ground at him all the time. And that's every second week we've got to remember. 19-year-old. But his ability to win that hard ball, he is a bigger version of Libba with a bit more speed, probably a better kick. I think he's going to be the one that can add so much to it.
Will they go head-to-head?
Well, they won't go head-to-head. They'll go in the middle. I couldn't see why he would go to Libba and Libba go to him. Okay. I couldn't see that.
Okay.
They'll be in the position of having to, at some stage, marry up. There's no question about that.
I think Willem Drew, that type of player is better suited to a Libba. Because Mick's right. Horn Francis is hard and wins that tough contested ball like Libba does, but he also keeps going through the contest.
That's it. He doesn't stay on it.
No, he can be explosive to the outside. He reminds me more of a guy I used to play on a fair bit, which was Mark Rashudo, when Roo was playing as a midfielder, not as a forward. And then when he does go forward, he actually plays a bit like Roo out of the goal square. But it was that he would hit a contest so hard, Rashudo.
Yeah.
But then if he didn't necessarily get it the first time, he would just keep going out the front of it and then still be the next handball option and use his power out of the contest to hurt them front side of the stoppage.
There's not many like him, is there? Not at the moment. Horn Francis is still probably 5 or 6 kilos and 5 years short of what
correct.
Rashudo is.
I was unlucky enough to play on Rashudo at sort of prime power and size and... I think I even played in a practice match at Murray Bridge on Mark Rashudo. It was about 47 degrees. I reckon I was about 21, maybe even younger. Might have been 19 or 20. And I think Roo had decided, well, it's a practice match. We're in Murray Bridge. I'm not going to put up with being tagged today. And I was learning my craft because Bomber Thompson said, I want you to go to Rashudo and learn how to do it. There was a stoppage where I think the side of my face is still ringing from what Mark Rashudo did to me, and I worked out then and there There's a time and a place to do tagging. It's not at Murray Bridge when it's 47 degrees.
In probably late February, was it?
Yeah.
They're tough around there up Murray Bridgeway. He's a river boy, but anyway.
There is no late change here at Docklands. Oscar Baker, the sub for the Bulldogs, and Riley Bonner for Port Adelaide. The fifth member of our team, he's sitting in the front row of the grandstand. Tim Hodges with us under the roof at Docklands tonight. Hello, Hodgie.
G'day, Corbin. G'day, crew. Nice to be with you. No Tom Jonas for Port Adelaide, so Ollie Wines was on the tossing duties and he had a win. Port Adelaide will kick to the right of screen. That's the right of your telly, if you're listening to us and watching on the telly, if that made sense. A very, very cool Melbourne night, low of just 9 degrees this evening. Thankfully, the roof is closed. The crowd, it's got to be said, guys, is a talking point, not sugarcoating it, but it's poor, especially for a Friday night. The Dogs have already said it's a long weekend, it's interstate opposition, it's been an ordinary fortnight of form, but they're not expecting more than 20 to 21,000 people tonight. So it's not a full house, it's not even half full, to be perfectly honest with you, but hopefully it's a great game.
Thanks, Hodgie. Anyone tipping the upset?
No, but can I just say, well done, Zach, my grandson, playing his 100th game tomorrow.
100 tomorrow?
100 tomorrow.
Jeez, big weekend for it.
Yeah, Ocean Grove.
Port for me.
Port. Yep.
Bruce is lined up on Charlie Dixon.
So Port Adelaide on a 9-game winning sequence. And the Bulldogs looking to try and snap their losing skid. Friday night footy for round 13. The Dogs and the Power on Grandstand AFL. You with Kelly Underwood.
And Libba and Butters, a little bit of push and shove. Lysette rises high. Doesn't affect a good palm down. Libba hits it hard. It spills the way of Rosie. Kicks around the corner to centre half forward. Out in front, McEntee takes the mark. Gives it off to Burn Jones. Pierces the pass. Couldn't hick up a target. But Powell Pepper gets it through to Dixon. Charlie on the board after 19 seconds of play. Welcome back, King Charles. Wow, he snaps from that left forward pocket. 1 straight 6. The Dogs yet to score. The Dogs' heads are still spinning after that start.
Fantastic start by Port, and it involved 2 players there, Mick. The way Ken Hinckley has got the best out of these players when they were probably cross-roady in their career. Sam Powell-Pepper, just an absolute beast and playing his best footy. And Darcy Byrne-Jones was an All-Australian halfback, got a bit lost there, moved forward, and he has been a revelation forward. He's the one who got the ball off the little handball receive.
Just before the ball bounced, Butters and Liberatore at each other, and I reckon Liver said, I'm going to get the ball first. He did, but he got tackled and lost it. So these two, look at them now. There's the big ball, or the old ball, and the young one.
Both got a bit in a Liberatore and Butters, and Liver grabs the footy. Butters tackles him to ground inside the centre circles and a bit of push and shove.
Oh, it's going to happen all night, these two.
Liver's set himself, hasn't he, Mick?
Oh, he has, but have a look at it. Look, Butters is not going to drop off either.
They both have a bit to say out there, the pair of them, as Lysett wins it down. English grabs it. Lysett's got him. Ball comes out in the tackle. Spills to Bontempelli of the Bulldogs. Hand pass out wide to Williams. This is Bailey for the Bulldogs. Kicks into oncoming traffic. Ricochets back to Bailey Williams. Hand pass away to Dale for the Dogs. Low trajectory kick. Juggled mark for Drew. Picks it off, centre half back for Port Adelaide. No late change. Power with the first goal. 2 minutes in, 1 straight. Dogs yet to score.
Dan Houston should be playing soccer. That was the best header I've seen for a long time. Only 5 metres away.
Kick to Ollie Wines, who's got it at centre half back. Goes out to the City wing. Ricochets. McEntee couldn't pick it up. Instead, it's Scott. Puts it out in front of Latham Vandermeer. Handball's over the top. Here's a chance for the Bulldogs. Lob. Didn't recognise him. He shaved off his hair, and the blonde's gone. He got it to Waitman. Pokes it into the pocket. Norton flies, leaps and marks in a one-on-one contest, and he was able to outmark his opponent in Farrell.
Kel, this happened last week. As I say, I was here on behalf of the past players. He kicked the first goal and never looked like kicking another one. He's been a major disappointment. He's got to kickstart his game by this goal.
Well, it was Dixon at one end in the pocket. Here's a snap. A set shot snap from Norton in the other pocket. And it's a goal apiece, all tied up after a couple of minutes of play under the closed roof here. 1 straight 6 apiece. Disappointing crowd so far, probably not even 20,000. If you're in the area or you're a Doggies fan or a Port Adelaide fan, get on down because the early signs are good, Cameron Lee.
Yes, electric start from both teams. Mick, the one person we haven't even spoken about when we were talking about those midfields, who was, if they'd won, clear, absolute 100% best on ground, and probably was anyway. Tim English was just superb,
wasn't he?
Last week. Just noticed then, Sam Palpepper, Jeremy Finlayson, a number of Port players all just bumping into English. Anywhere he goes, anywhere he walks, they're just going to try and wear him down, because you'd think he would have the upper hand over Scott Lysette with athleticism and run in those younger legs.
One straight 6 apiece. 3.5 minutes in, Friday night footy on Grandstand AFL. Lysett wins the head out. Treloar grabs the footy. Rosie's got him. Ball spits out to Drew for Port. Hand pass to centre half forward. A turnover. Duray for the Dogs. Handball to Vandermeer back in the team. Hand pass away to Treloar. Feeds a handball out wide to Bailey Williams on the wing. Feints to kick. Works his way through two. Hand pass to Treloar. Kick a turnover. Straight to Rosie. Goes to ground. Lost it. Bailey Williams for the Dogs to Vandermeer. Handball to the Bomb. Dogs back with it. Kicks it deep for Jamara. In the pocket he goes up. Can't mark. Follow up. Ugle-Hagan under pressure. Got it out to Lobb. Hand pass to Waitman. Back on the right peg. Straight through the goals. Dogs with 2 quick ones and an early lead change. 2 straight to 1 straight. First 5 minutes of play. High octane start under the roof. Friday night footy on Grandstand AFL. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
One touch. That's the difference. At the moment, these two teams are showing why they're in the top echelon of the competition. They are one-touch players. There's been a couple of missed kicks. One was smothered by Houston, I think I said earlier. The other one was an intercept mark. But by and large, the intent to move that ball quickly into the forward line before the cavalry arrive is quite extraordinary. And it's interesting that both sides are keeping this front, what I can see so far, it's only minutes, front 6 in front of the ball, which makes it very hard for an opposition backline then to run it out.
3 goals in the opening 5 minutes of play, and the Dogs lead it by 6 points. The bounce rears off at a 45-degree angle, so it'll be thrown in the air this time. English and Lysett go at it. English knocks it down. Libber takes off after it. He picks it up. He kicks on the left. He's looking for a one-on-one out in front. Bergman couldn't take the mark. Follows up to Drew. Oh, it's a hot footy in there at the moment. Stolen by Bont. He put his body on the line. He collided with Rosie, it was. But it's the Dogs that emerge with the footy. Kicking into the centre of the ground. Butters put under the pump. Tackle was brilliant from Vandermeer, but still they go. They've got the numbers. It gets to Rioli. His kick was a bit of a shank to the top of the goal square. Dixon had to...
He's going to be king for this.
Was forced to tackle from behind. He wrapped up his opponent in a big bear hug. It was a giant bear hug. Josh Bruce, the recipient of that. But he also was cradling the Sharon, which meant he's been pinged for holding. And Dixon's going to go back directly in front, 25 metres out, line up for his second goal.
The only thing he did wrong there, he grabbed the ball having gone to ground. He was on his knees, and it's so harsh, but we do know once you've picked it up while you're on the ground and dragged it in, it's your responsibility to get it out. Doesn't matter even if it's pinned to you.
Ollie Lord unlucky to be dropped because Charlie Dixon is back in, but he's kicked 2 in the opening 6 minutes of play, and suddenly you feel like they've missed Charlie Dixon so much, and they've peeled off their last 9 consecutive wins. Port 2 straight 12, the Dogs 2 straight 12. This has been an electrifying start to this contest.
Well, I'll just go to Dixon and look at the history. When there's a big... I like players that can play on a big stage. He's never really impressed me when it comes to finals or big games. This is an opportunity. This is a big game. Fellow 8th side in the 8. It's early days, but he can make a massive difference to this side if he can perform against the best sides.
Butters has had it on a string in recent weeks. You get the feeling he's going to have to earn every single one of them tonight. Yeah. he grew up a Western Bulldogs fan. He stood next to Liberatore for large periods, had the one touch and got hammered after getting rid of it. In the opening 5 minutes, 2 goals each. Hot start back in the middle. Bailey Smith went without it. Libber picks it up and gets the centre break. Kicks to centre half forward. Hands on it from Dylan Williams. No mark. Spills through to Aaliyah. High up and under to centre half back, and floating through is Rosie. Takes a nice mark.
I'll be happy if Rosie and Bontempelli run next to each other for the night.
Yeah.
It's just sublime, both of them.
Goes across the back flank to Bergman. Bergman's going to cut back out to the dock side. He goes long to Ollie Wines, the Brownlow medalist. Good, strong contested grab. Moves it on immediately. Hand pass to Houston. Between wing and half forward. Kicks for Finlayson. Intercepted. And Alex Keith comes away with it for the Dogs.
Yeah, Keith has got the job on Finlayson. He's able to hit up Williams and then cuts back inboard right on the true centre wing here on the dock side. Bontempelli marks. And now he gives it off to the run of Dale. Overcooks the kick to Waitman. And waiting behind Waitman, a couple of metres behind, was Aaliyah, who's able to mop up defensively and then flare it wide. Port Adelaide on the city wing. Pau Pepper trying to get around his opponent in O'Donnell, and he does, and then spears the kick. Flying through here is the young gun for Port Adelaide, and that's Josh Sin, who's kicked it out of bounds on the full. So it'll be a Bulldogs kick, defensive side of the city wing.
I've just been watching Port grow this year. One thing I've really noticed is their 6 backline players are very good long kicks.
Yes.
Really strong, like they're 50-plus metre kicks, and they do find targets, and that's been a big plus from last year.
English to Daniel to the bomb. Kicks to centre half back for Bailey Smith. Marks and plays on immediately. Hand pass away to O'Donnell. He kicks out in front of the interchange. Bailey Williams collects around his bootlaces, rolls onto his right peg, drives it deep inside 50. Jamara down there with a leer and gets support. Bergman.
He's a good footballer, this young bloke.
Right, is. Uncontracted too, which is really another one of those players that can hang off now.
Miles Bergman, just the 21-year-old in his 46th game, comes out wide to Junior Rioli, and he chips it along the boundary line to Ollie Wines. Marks at half back for Port.
Wines just took that mark. Sorry to jump in, Corbs. Yep. I don't like the Bailey Williams versus Wines matchup out on the wing from a Port perspective. I reckon Williams has got it on the outside a couple of times, just used his running ability. Wines isn't able to use his strengths on the inside. They've just brought Bailey Williams off now, so take all that back. But yeah, I don't like Ollie Wines getting on the outside of the contest on a wing against a really good runner and ball user.
He kicked down the line looking for Dixon, but it was spoiled over. The big knuckle, the big fist came from Bontempelli. Boundary throw in English from behind. Here's Bontempelli doing some fine work. Gets it over to a teammate in West, and West goes short to McRae. McRae's marked it right in front of the Bulldogs bench. Number 11 for the Dogs. Just keep an eye. He might have started in a defensive role on one of their star defenders for Port Adelaide in Bergman. So we'll keep an eye on that matchup. But his kick was able to hit up Jamara Ugle-Hagan.
What a good mark. That was a really good mark. Strong hands, because he got a bit of body contact there.
And did he? Was able to wriggle his way in mid-air and get himself in the right position to take the mark right in front of his eyes. So it's a tight angle. He'll kick from right on 50. Jamara, the left footer, sprays it, and it'll just squeeze in for a minor score to the near side, kicking to the northern end. So the first blemish of the evening, 2-1-13, Port Adelaide 2 straight 12. After 11 minutes of play here under the closed roof.
Jamara, 14 goals, 20 for the season. He's kicking at less than 32%.
Because his set shot kicking technique is pretty ordinary. The way he just lays back on it.
Shocking for a left footer.
Dylan Williams brings it in, shares it with Rosie, gets it back, gives it to Houston. Short kicks a turnover. Dogs force a turnover in the front half. Liberatore picks it off. Short kick to Norton. He marks in that launch pad, about 70 out at half forward, just kicks it deep, top of the goal square, outnumbered and outsized. Waitman goes to ground illegally. Copped an illegal shepherd. There were 3 Port Adelaide players there. All monsters getting back. Aaliyah took the mark, but a free kick is going Waitman's way. Moved aside by Bergman, and Waitman will get a gift.
Oh, Waitman has made sure the umpire saw it. He did get pushed in the side.
He's got to give it away, this kid. They're going to start calling crying wolf too often.
The ump bought what he sold, and Waitman pops it through. Dogs out by 7. 13 minutes in on Friday night footy. Bulldogs 3-1-19. Port Adelaide 2 straight 12. 7-point break for the Bulldogs. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Lane.
So the interesting thing there, Mick, is if Aaliyah wasn't drifting back and Bergman takes that mark, it's got to be paid a mark, doesn't it?
Absolutely it is.
Because that's just using the body and Waitman just flops. But because it was Bergman's teammate that came and took it, then you can argue that Bergman has shepherded in the marking contest. But either way, Wakeman has certainly put a lot on it to sell it.
Well, you don't. That's 90%, 90 cents in the dollar GST there.
He's touched him like a light feather, and he's gone down like a sack of potatoes, hasn't he?
That's the call.
Yeah.
Not good.
So Wakeman, there's 6 points count though, and they lead it by 7 points, the Dogs. Back underway in the centre, the bounce, the tap, Drew slips over, Liberatore takes off after it, McRae gets there first, he was taken high, free kick, Libba wants to play on, and he pokes it out wide to Norton, who's tried to take a slips catch, and then there was a massive hit in the aftermath between Jamara and Bergman, as they were both chasing that Sharon at dribble over the boundary line, but Norton had to dive, and it bounced off him, loose ball and a big hit before it trickled over the boundary line.
Norton dropped the mark he should have taken, and that tackle really, Ugelhagen should have held him up.
Libba is everywhere at the moment. This is lob to Libba in the ruck as it's spins back to Daniel. He's running backwards, curls the kick around, going back with the fly, unable to take the mark was the young gun there, Sim for Port Adelaide. Quick hurried kick to Jamara in the pocket. He dances one way then the other. He handballs to Liberatore for the hottest of hot starts across the face and just squeezes in for a minor score. Libba everywhere, the everywhere man. It's the Doggies by 7 points, 3-2-20 to 2 straight 12. That makes it an 8-point margin.
The Bulldogs old school handball club's working at the moment, Mick. I think Porter getting 2 or 3 tacklers to the one player, and the handballs are getting out into open.
Kane Farrell on the kick-out duties, runs, carries, drives it up to the wing, spills down to Daniel, paddles it out wide for Scott, got it, tackled by Finlayson, taken out of bounds. And a throw-in on that City wing.
7-1 clearances, Lingy. That's every time there's a stoppage, the Dogs are taking it away as well.
8-point lead, in fact, for the Dogs early in the piece from the boundary throw-in. She comes down to Horne-Francis. He's caught, the ump says, holding the ball. Hot whistle early, and now the free kick for Rory Lobb. As Kel said, no more peroxide blonde hair as he kicks long down to a contest at half forward. Jamara runs underneath it, might get a second play at it. Bobbles around in a pack of 4 or 5, comes out to Lockie Jones. Shoots a hand pass to Horne-Francis, not the booing, as he kicks down the wing for Port Adelaide. Punched away by Liam Jones into the path of Farrell, and he goes in a little darting run down the wing. Kicks to McEntee, who marks at half forward. He looks back in the corridor. Charlie leaps up, he's got it again. Dixon wins the one-on-one against Bruce. And Charlie Dixon is lining up for his third in the first 16 minutes.
Yeah, don't blame Bruce for that. Bruce was in the perfect position to try to stop him. He was first trying to get back to the goal, then he come back on the kick. It was just that Dixon had the run, had the leap, and it was body clash. So not Bruce's fault.
First game since round 8 for Charlie Dixon. It's like he's never been gone. He's kicked 3 in a half a quarter of footy. And Port Adelaide are back within a couple of points. The Dogs 3-2, Port Adelaide 3 straight, 16 and a half minutes in on Grandstand AFL, ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
I know there's a case that says stay with your player, give him his confidence. No, I just for the next 15 minutes, end of this quarter, let Jones come across onto Dixon and let Bruce go to his might be Marshall or whoever else. It doesn't matter. Just don't let Dixon dominate or think that by quarter time this is a piece. Let's get someone who can actually outrun him and outjump him and so forth. So I would be swinging that around right now.
I agree with you on that one, because the rest of the team feeds off Dixon as well. Yeah. That energy, that big man standing up, I'm with you.
Jones is on Marshall at the moment in the goal square, defensive goal square. That was an awkward bounce. Lysette, it favoured him. The umpire said, yep, we'll let it go. But he stabbed it straight down to Bontempelli, who spins and delivers beautifully to West, who then pokes it out in front and almost diving but couldn't quite get there in time was Lobb. It's too lanky. And now Port Adelaide are able to clear. Here's Butters marking right on the defensive 50, goes short to Farrell. He goes long down the city line for Dixon. Too big, too strong for Josh Bruce. He's a couple of kicks out from goal. He grubbers it inside 50. It's low. Rioli hits it at speed. Rioli takes off after it again. He overruns it. Third effort is absolutely brilliant. Flies out the handball to Darcy Byrne-Jones. Was he taken high? He was tackled by Jones. The umpire said no, it was all legal, it was all fair. So it'll be tossed in the air inside 50 here for Port Adelaide. Dixon's doing it everywhere. He's in the ruck. He's trying to get it down to Rioli, but Treloar swoops, flicks the handball off to Alex Keith. Dashing out of the defensive 50. It's a clean exit with a bounce. Hits up Ugle-Hagan right in front of the interchange gates. Wants to bring it back inboard. Had to be precise, and it was.
Corridors open. If the Dogs can go quick, no, they're going to take the wide one.
Took the mark, and then he goes short and wide, as Cameron Ling said to McRae. Slow and steady on this build-up. Maybe just trying to take the sting out of it momentarily. Back to Dale. And now to McRae. He's got it across half forward. He's really unsure what to do with it, so he's just going to put it into the pocket. And a great defensive mark by Boak. Rather, it's Houston.
Yeah, it is a good mark. That is a really solid mark. In front of the pack like that.
McKenzie, third time lucky. Trent McKenzie.
Really backed himself.
Goes short to Butters. Leading the ABC Footballer of the Year, by the way, Zach Butters, through the first 12 rounds. Goes short to Lockie Jones. I know you guys are probably thinking, what happens to all the votes we give after the game? So we do add them all up, and there's a winner, and they get an award at the end of the year, and Zach Butters is leading.
Had them over in Tasmania against North. He was 3 votes there. He was fantastic.
He's got you to thank for it, Mick. He's involved again here as Bergman, after the slow play in the defensive 50, kicks to the wing. Butters marks and plays on, heads for Dixon, who's got Port's whole score. Can't take the mark here. Port bobbles around like a pinball. Rioli passing through, makes it look clean, hands it out to Boak from right on 50, kicks to the top of the goal square. Horn Francis, juggled mark, it's paid. Just outside the goal square, 5 metres out.
Oh, great mark, great body control by Horn Francis.
Fantastic for a young man. He's just 19, isn't he? He might be 20 now, but
19 still.
19. Well, let's not be sheep out there if you're listening to us. Bulldogs, just do not do it. Pointless.
He's just outside the goal square, so 45-degree angle, but he's spitting distance out from the goal line, hooks it around with his left peg, and through it goes. Returns Port Adelaide to the front. The teenager, Jason Horn-Francis, in his 30th game, puts Port Adelaide to 4 straight. The Dogs are 3-2, time on opening turn.
So Charlie Dixon continues to threaten, just with his size and his presence now. And you're right, Mick, he's so up and about that he's having a massive influence. Junior Rioli's the other one.
Yeah,
inside that forward 50. I think he got the handball out to whoever it was who kicked the ball into Horn-Francis, and he fired the handball out. But even in the previous follow-up entry, he was just 2, 3, 4 efforts at ground level, and it's forcing the Bulldogs' smaller defenders to now start get a little bit reactive, a little bit worried of, hang on, where is he?
Yeah.
And we've got to start blocking him out, and that just means that more space is created for his teammates.
Is that Butters in the full line as well? Yeah, so Butters is down there as well, another hard-hitting player.
Lycett wins it in the air, dabs it straight down to Treloar, who's tackled by Rosie. Horn Francis back in the midfield now after kicking the last. He's such a pure footballer. He's brilliant to watch as he tackles Bontempelli to the turf.
He was on, that was the hit to him there, bursting through. He's going to get a couple of those throughout his career and just run through 50 and kick a goal.
Lycett this time flicks it towards Sin, but Liberatore with the more experience is able to snare it. Handball over to Williams, to Bontempelli, takes a bounce, streaming down the dockside wing, puts it to Aaliyah. Aaliyah misjudged it, overruns it. Norton's got it to West. West loses his trousers, has been completely dacked. Back to Norton. Now West regathers, pulls the trousers up, but he missed the footy. Firing out the handball to Daniel. Daniel curls it to the pocket. Who's there? Lob off to Waitman for his second. Waitman's got his third. You count the one that he flopped with earlier. And Charlie Dixon's got 3 at one end. And Waitman's got 3 at the other. And the Dogs back in front by 2 points. 4-2-26 Port. 4 straight 24. What a start.
Mick, you spoke about this bloke in the pre-match. So did I. It's all started from Tom Liberatore. Amazing hands. There was traffic all around him. He had half a second to dispose of the ball.
Yeah.
Most other players in that situation just give it to the teammate who's right there in front of him. Instead, he swept it out wide to Caleb Daniel. Daniel had time then to get a good deep kick. Cody Waitman kicks the goal. Brilliant by Libba.
Marcus in South Melbourne off the SMS. Can we add Waitman to the Autumn Leaf Club now? After his efforts.
Ken for his second goal. That last one was a beauty, though.
A little earlier. 0437 774 774 the SMS. Free kick for a ruck infringement. English thought he was getting it. It's going the other way. Lysett lays it off to Farrell, coming off the back of the square, kicks it deep forward. Finlayson competes. Front and centre Butters. It's his bread and butter. He kicks it through for a goal. He is an absolute star. Wow. Zach Butters, as good as there is in the game at present. Port Adelaide back out by 4. 5 straight to 4-2. 23 gone opening term.
I can't emphasise enough, Lingy, about one touch. We say about Liberatore, he's been outstanding. Bontempelli's been outstanding. The one-touch players that come off the pack. He just took the ball, one touch. He actually got tackled and was going to hand pass it off or do something else with it, but the tackle didn't linger long enough, so he was able to find that half-inch of gap and finish it off. He's a special player.
He's only 22. He's only going to get better.
And he's only tiny as well, 22 and tiny.
He said his favourite player was Marcus Bontempelli. I thought, how's he your favourite player? Surely he only goes up the same age. Amazing.
Oh, there's a infringement in the ruck, and English with a knee. Too high. Lysett gets it, gives it off to Farrell. Instant replay. Goes deep inside 50. Who's there? He cleared the head of Finlayson. Jones mops up under the pump. Off to Vandermeer. Stops, wants to get onto his right. Then goes long. The spoil came from Houston, and it's spoiled over the boundary line.
So that ruck free kick was that, I think, the more recent interpretation of when it's raising the knee while still standing on the ground.
Right.
That's going to put some pressure on Monday.
But he jumped, though. I don't think that should be a... Oh, maybe because he was looking at him.
Toss back in. Lysett palmed it beautifully down to Drew, who tried to move it over. And, free kick to the Port Adelaide player on the bottom of this pack. Let's see who it is. It's Wines. Wines flies off the handball. Gives it to Houston. Kicks long. Dixon was there. Sport from behind. Finlayson at the back. He's going to soccer it through. Pepper gets there right on the goal line. Oh, brilliant defence. Well done by Josh Bruce and also Williams, who came in and helped. Finlayson's dribbler didn't quite have enough on it. Pepper got there right on the goal line, picked it up and was tackled over the goal line. So Port Adelaide by 5 points. The Doggies save an almost certain goal. Let's get down to Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just a concern for the Dogs, and Lingy saw this last week on the telly, that Adam Treloar came off, saw the physio, and they've gone straight down to the Dogs' rooms. He looked in good spirits. I don't think it's anything serious, but he's down in the rooms with the physio.
Thanks, Hodgie. Free kick for the Dogs here at half-back. There's a push in the back against Liberatore, so free kick for the Dogs back flank.
No throwing of the mouthguard this week from Adam Treloar.
It was amazing last week. Back from a hammy, looked like he'd done his calf, came back out, and he's straight back out there this week. Short kick to Vandermeer. Goes in the defensive 50 to Liam Jones, who was quiet last week. Short kick to Bailey Smith. Half-back for the Bulldogs. High-octane start. Probably had last night's first quarter covered in about the first 3 minutes. Into the middle of the ground, Bailey Smith goes to Vandermeer. Gets it back to Smith on a run with the mullet flapping as he kicks it deep inside 50. Jamara! Up strong, takes the contested grab. And Ugle-Hagan, one of a number of number one picks out there, will have a kick here. 25 out is left of centre.
Yeah, this is the difference between him last year and this year. His ability to get in a position where he can take the mark and put his arms up and demand the position. He jumps high, he stretches his arms up high, he takes it at the highest point. Very hard to stop, plus he's a bigger boy now.
Can he get this bit right? A wayward kicking of Ugle-Hagan. He moves in. Nope. He misses wildly out to the left. Make it 14-21 for the season. Accuracy below 30%. And he's 0 from his 2 shots tonight, 2 behinds. The Power lead it by 4.
No, the kick in. It was looking for Houston, but it's gone straight down the throat of Rob.
Kane Farrell.
Yep.
Straight to him.
Well, this is a 7-point play. I'm sure that you would have thought that.
So Rory Lobb, who's only 20 metres out on the slightest angle. The blonde peroxide is gone. It's been shaved off. He looks more serious. And he's kicking. He's kicking like he's got the peroxide blonde on. It's wild. So 2 howlers from the Bulldogs. 1 from Ugle-Hagan and 1 from Lobb. 4-4-28. Port 5-1-31.
Brave from Farrell. He goes short again to Houston. Hands it back to Farrell. Long kick this time down the city wing. Off a number of hands. Spills to Rosie at Port Adelaide. Hand pass under pressure. Away to Marshall. Marshall looks inboard to Lockie Jones. Hand on it once. Sits for him the second time. Hand pass into the middle of the ground to Dylan Williams. Can kick the power down to half forward. Running out after it, McEntee collects. Spins onto his right peg. Under pressure from Vandermeer. Kicks towards Finlayson. No mark. Bruce knocks it away from him. Pack forms behind him. Up says ball up. Left forward pocket for Port Adelaide. The Dogs in the last month of 43 goals, 58. They're the worst kicking team accuracy-wise in the game at present.
Cost them the game last week.
Port by 3 points. It's ball up deep inside 50 for Port Adelaide. Bailey Smith swoops. Handballs to McRae. Clever under the pump. Got it over to Scott. Scott drives it long. Reaching up late was Norton, but Aaliyah stood his ground and takes the mark right in front of the Dogs bench, where Luke Beveridge has got the papers curled in his right arm and he's steaming down towards the bench. Port Adelaide share it around by short kicks. They're going sideways. This is Jones. Puts a bit of air in this one and comes back to Aaliyah, who's striding out along the dockside wing. He has a bounce. His delivery's looking for Dixon. He's surrounded by Bulldogs defenders, and Bontempelli rises high and kills it over the boundary with intent.
They've made that change, I think, Nick. It feels like Jones is trying to get to Dixon now.
Yes, I'm sure he is.
Bruce on Finlayson.
Yep.
Ball by 3. Time on. Opening term. Forward 50, stoppage for Port. Dixon wins it down. Liam Jones tackled, dispossessed. Ball comes out, says play on. Drew had a play on it, but coughs it up. Bailey Smith gives it to Bond. Kicks up to the wing for the Bulldogs. Aaliyah flew, no mark. Falls down to Farrell. He's tackled heavily into the ground, and the ump says, I'll have it. Eagle Hagan with the tackle. All okay, and a ball up just inside the centre square. Port Adelaide by 3. Half-hour mark opening quarter. Lycett wins the hit out down to Wines. Hands it back to Lycett. Kicks across the ground, and Bailey Williams takes the intercept mark for the Bulldogs. High-octane start, 5-1 to 4-4. Waitman and Dixon both with 3 goals each for their team. As Williams goes long to lob, and he takes the mark, opposed to Byrne Jones with the height advantage between wing and half-forward. Kicks it deep. Waitman up into the back of Farrell. Pulls down a ripper.
Kane Farrell's having one of those nights. He just kicked the ball straight to a Dogs player at a fullback. He got himself in an awful position there. Cody Waitman had the beautiful sit.
It was like he had the bag out of practice,
yes.
Wasn't it? Just a little bit of leverage, and Waitman was more than happy to leap into his side. Right leg up for protection and hugs it to his chest in the air. Cody Waitman now for the finish. The kick misses. Near side. 3 goals, 1 for him in the opening term. Port Adelaide by a couple of points as we close in on quarter time. 31 gone opening term.
So Dylan Williams will take the kick-in duties this time after Farrell's flop a moment ago that went straight to lob, but he couldn't finish it off with the goal. So this time Williams cautiously wedges the kick to Aaliyah, who gets it out of the 50. Jones takes it in the air, hits the deck and runs, dashes through the midfield, kicks towards Marshall in a one-on-one. Jones has got him this time.
Yep.
Jones.
Pushing the back.
In that marking contest.
Yeah.
That's a late call.
No, it comes from this umpire, from this side of the ground.
Okay, so not the closest umpire. So Todd Marshall's got a free kick directly in front of goal, 25 metres out, and he'll kick for after the siren. As Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse look at the replays, was it there?
Oh, well, he pushed him, but the way the rule's been interpreted this year, that's just play on. It was
the defender doing it.
So Todd Marshall, he's one of the best drop punt kicks for goal in the competition. His first touch of this quarter to give them an 8-point lead at quarter time. He is a sharpshooter indeed. Marshall goals, and they have got all the energy and a bit of momentum as they charge towards each other in the huddle and head over to the bench for quarter time. Port Adelaide 6-1-37, the Dogs 4-5-29. Now, Sydney was scoreless in the opening term last night. St Kilda kicked 1 goal. Well, we had that quarter-time score at the 19-second mark of this quarter because Charlie Dixon took 19 seconds to get his first of the night. He's kicked 3. Horn Francis has 1. Marshall has 1. And for the Dogs, Waitman has 3. and Norton has 1. Liberatore everywhere with the 9 disposals. Farrell's had 8, but of course a couple of those kick-ins for Port Adelaide, and then Butters 5 disposals and a goal.
Quarter time at Docklands on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming through the ABC Listen app. The cricket is on tonight. The ABC Listen app is the place to find it if you want to listen to ball-by-ball coverage uninterrupted with Jim Maxwell and the team. Look out for the red cricket ball icon on the ABC Listen app, with India 6 for 196 towards the latter end of the first session on day 3. So India 6 for 196 in response to the Aussies 469. Hell of a quarter of footy here. Friday night at Docklands, Port by 8. Thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling in just a moment on Grandstand AFL.
For exclusive access to extraordinary people, stream great chats on ABC iView.
I wanted to meet you for so long. Yeah, me too.
With intimate interviews from Louis Theroux and ABC of.
Have you said anything that you've regretted?
Emotional insights on Take 5 with Zan Rowe.
How old were you when your father died?
And probing questions in Stuff the British Stole.
How on earth did you find this?
Great chats and fascinating facts whenever you like. Stream it all for free on ABC iView. Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Out in front, McEntee takes the mark, gives it off to Burne-Jones, pierces the pass. Powell Pepper gets it through to Dixon. Charlie on the board after 19 seconds of play. A set shot snap from Norton in the other pocket. And it's a goal apiece.
Handball to the bomb. Dogs back with it. Kicks it deep for Jamara. In the pocket he goes up. Can't mark. Follow up. Ugle-Hagan under pressure. Got it out to Lobb. Hand pass to Waitman. Back on the right peg. Straight through the goals.
Ollie Lord unlucky to be dropped because Charlie Dixon is back in. But he's kicked 2 in the opening 6 minutes of play.
The umport, but he sold, and Waitman pops it through. Dogs out by 7. First game since round 8 for Charlie Dixon. It's like he's never been gone. He's kicked 3. Hands it out to Boak from right on 50. Kicks it at top of the goal square. Horn Francis. Juggled mark, it's paid. He's just outside the goal square, so 45-degree angle, but he's spitting distance out from the goal line. Hooks it around with his left peg and through it goes.
Daniel curls it to the pocket. Who's there? Lob. Off to Waitman. Waitman's got his 3rd.
Lycett lays it off to Farrell, coming off the back of the square, kicks it deep forward. Finlayson competes, front and centre Butters. It's his bread and butter. He kicks it through for a goal.
Todd Marshall, he's one of the best drop punt kicks for goal in the competition. His first touch of this quarter to give them an 8-point lead at quarter time. He is a sharpshooter indeed.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
The last time these two teams played, it was in driving rain during gather round on the Saturday night. That night it was Port Adelaide who prevailed, coming from behind at three-quarter time to win. So it was 10 goals to 8. We've had 10 goals in the opening quarter. So Port Adelaide 6-1. They lead the Western Bulldogs 4-5, an 8-point lead for the Power. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling with their take on that opening turn.
Mick, sometimes it's as simple as bad kicking for goal is bad football, because when you go through all the stats and you go through the flow of the game and everything, Dogs were good. Dogs were very good in clearances. Yeah. That's where they had the big advantage. Port were good. Port were very good in passages of play. Charlie Dixon was excellent. Total possessions were pretty much dominated by the Bulldogs and their key players. Libba was fantastic. But then you think of the easy set shots for goal. Jamara Ugle-Hagan and Rory Lobb, and just their ability to take those chances is the reason why, and their inability, to take those chances is why they find themselves 8 points down right now. But if you're Luke Beveridge and the Dogs, you'd like a lot of what you're doing as long as you finish your work.
I'm amused by left-footers who almost try to be right-footers. Left-footers have got a natural arc.
Yep.
And you've got to teach them, let them go. He looks like he's a young bloke that's been taught by a right-footer, but off 4 or 5 steps. When you got a bloke from the old Dogs League, Doug Hawkins was the greatest kick I've ever seen. Left and right side of the body. You just need someone like that, the practicality of coming down and just working on a set routine of how to approach the goal. The most simple, and this is simple for most people here, this will be the goal umpire's hat is the centre of the goals. Wherever the goals are, or wherever the ball is, the goal umpire shifts to get in the centre. It's just a matter of aiming for the hat.
That's where your momentum needs to be
Go
towards.
through. You'd have momentum at it. That's right. As you indicated to me a couple of times, he drifted off to the side, fell off the ball.
Power by 8 points. They kick the last couple of goals of that opening term. Lyson grabs it out of the ruck to start the second. Floats a kick to centre half forward. Power Pepper spills at last moment. Clever touch. Burn-Jones into the path to Butters. Jams it on the boot. Deep forward to Marshall. Carries his head and rolls out of play. And a throw in next to the behind post. Sam Landsberger from the Herald Sun on Twitter. So Cody Waitman in 2023. 7 goals, 3 in 5 quarters against Port. He's kicked 6-6 in every other quarter this year against the rest of the league. Out from the boundary throw-in. Dixon grabs it out of the ruck. Down to Butters. Butters caught. Ball comes out. Treloar with it. And he's just going to kick in hope out to half-back. That's not a good kick. Finlayson gets to the drop zone. Collects on the bounce. Finlayson, hand pass to Rioli against the boundary line. Kicks along the ground. And it'll sit for Gervais. He's tackled as soon as he's got it. We'll have a ball up right forward pocket for Port. They lead it by 8 points. First minute played at this second term. Port Adelaide with 4 of the last 5 in the game.
Look at the work's done with Libba. They're all having a shot at Libba's body.
I reckon Libba's having a shot at everyone, Mick. I've been watching him. Almost a juggle mark to Jones. Here's Dale. He was caught by Darcy Burn-Jones. And he had to go back and get it. The hurried kick comes out of the defensive 50. Waitman's lurking. Oh, Houston crunched by Bontempelli. And the umpire says it's a free kick to Dan Houston. And Bontempelli is looking around. So he looks a little guilty, the Bont, as if he's done something wrong. He looked at the umpire. Butters came in and remonstrated with Bontempelli. Houston's quick up on his feet, so that's good to see. He spears it into the pocket. Marshall up high, couldn't quite take the mark right in his fingertips. Pepper slips over, and he has been tackled by Dale. And the umpire says that's a free kick. You've got him round the head, but he slipped over, umpire, the Doggies fans are saying.
Yeah, but the umpire's right. It's only if he chooses to duck or lower that it's not a free kick. If he slips...
Oh, now, Powell Pepper's loving the booze. He's right in the left forward pocket at the northern end. He's turned with a wry smile to the crowd. If he puts this through from the toughest of angles, he's going to curl it, and it's missing. I thought he's going to turn to that crowd and give them what for, Powell Pepper.
Can I just say on the Bontempelli one?
Nothing.
No doubt it'll be looked at because they all are. But I think it's Houston fumbles the ball and that's what creates the contact. I don't think there's anything in that.
Absolutely nothing.
Dale kicks out to half-back, finds Giray, hand pass to Daniel, heads down the wing, and Dylan Williams just leaping over the top of Scott to take the mark, wins a one-on-one. Pulls the trigger inboard. What a neat kick of the footy he is to Horn Francis. He moves it hurriedly, wants Finlayson, leaps up, no mark, Keith Spoils. Into the path of Bailey Williams. Back flank for the Bulldogs, goes to Norton and a one-on-one. Breaking it up, Aaliyah wins the footy. Spin move, hand pass away to Drew. Between wing and half forward, Port back with it. Hand pass to Finlayson, kicks inside 50, turnover. An intercept mark for Liam Jones. He didn't have one at all last week against Geelong. 9-point lead for Port Adelaide, 3 gone, second term.
Jones short to Daniel. He goes short as well to Treloar. They're just trying to pick their way through Port Adelaide's defence here. Treloar down the line. It was long to Lobb. Lobb missed it because of the plenty of pressure that was applied. Loose ball. Butters picks it up. Tries to spear it by his right boot to Finlayson. But it's flicked over the boundary line. And it'll be tossed back in. It was Bailey Dale who did that. So boundary throw in. City side of the stadium. Just a smallish crowd. English rises high into Lysets back, gets the tap down now. Daniel, little hands to Bontempelli. He got the kick to Lobb, and this time Lobb doesn't let him down. Strong hands, marks out in front of Bergman, gives the handball to Bontempelli, goes back to Lobb, now to Daniel, all by hand. Daniel tries to split through a couple of Port Adelaide defenders, and he does it beautifully to hit up Bontempelli again. Too far out to score. Pierces the pass to Jamara on the end of a long lead, and Ugal Hagen takes a mark in the left forward pocket and cradles the Sherrin to his chest. It was beautiful football.
Now the challenge for him. He's finding the footy. He's working hard. He's taken some strong marks and a good lead there. It's just the kicking for goal. So what we want to see is momentum towards the goal umpire's hat, not away from it.
He's in the left forward pocket. He's taken 4 steps. He's kicked it off 4 steps. And from the toughest of angles, the left putter has sliced it straight through the middle. Wow, Jamara. And he turns to the crowd in that left forward pocket at the southern end. I think the hand went up to the ears, didn't he? So let me hear the cheers, Doggies fans. And they're back within 3 points. 5-5-35, Port Adelaide 6-2-38.
I'd love to say the technique was perfect and that's why it was a goal, but I think it was exactly the same. He just hit that one flat. I still think he falls off it.
He does fall off it, but he had a little bit more. I think he took a few more steps.
A bit of a straighter fall off, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Less of a fall.
Or maybe by falling off that side, to pull the ball that side. It needed to actually come out from... It needed to drift to the left, which it did.
He's a freak, though, isn't he? At such a young age. I mean, his kicking's wayward, and it's something that he can sort out, but he's getting a lot of looks, taking a lot of marks inside 50, and he's already had, 3 games where he's kicked big bags to win it for the Bulldogs at such a young age. Out of the middle, the Dogs go forward again as Bailey Smith soccers out into the open. Sin, first one there for the power. Wins the footy, rides a bump, gives it to Dylan Williams, kicks to centre half back. And here's Lycett, just move it on at all costs. Hand pass out in front of the run of Houston. Handball to Butters in the front half, kicks inside 50, superb kick. McEntee marks, left half forward. And Butters just placed it perfectly out in front of him. He'll shoot from 35 out, left half forward.
Superb footy. Scott Lycett did the exact thing he needed to do. Does not hold on to it for too long and kick the ball yourself. Just got the handball to a runner. That opened up the middle of the ground. And then you want the footy in the hands of Zach Butters. It was a perfect kick. Well played.
Just trying to find some stats of Rosie. He just doesn't seem to have a lot of it.
McEntee on the set shot. Knocks it through. Settles it down for Port Adelaide. The Power by 9 points now. 7 gone in the second term. They answer that Jamara goal straight out of the gates to start the second. 7 minutes gone. Port Adelaide 7-2. Western Bulldogs 5-5. Power by 9.
Connor Rosie with the 4 disposals. Zach Butters with the most, Mick. He's had 9, Farrell 8 and Houston 7.
Yeah, just haven't seen him. He's so clean and beautiful with the ball. You just you do notice him more than most players. Libby you notice a bit because he's around the mark. But
2 kicks, 2 handballs, 2 marks, 2 tackles.
Yeah,
Port by 9.
He's working hard. I've been watching Rosie. He's working hard. He's just not quite getting on the end of it, which can happen. But you know, somebody of his quality, he won't stay this quiet for an entire game. You wouldn't have thought.
Bailey Smith alongside him at this centre bounce, which is absolutely perfect. Lycett gets his big right bicep to it to Rosie, who hits it hard. Gets the handball off to Farrell. Farrell then, beautiful kick out wide. Couldn't quite hit up Drew. Drew with the tackle. Couldn't quite bring down Bailey Dale. Dale goes short to Waitman, who's got it on City wing. Waitman spears it. Oh, it's a kind bounce for Daniel. Daniel hits it with the bounce and then goes long into the just inside 50. Bontempelli going back, couldn't get there. Aaliyah over the top, reaching down, spoils it over the line.
Yeah, Aaliyah, fantastic play by Aaliyah. He had Norton. It's very dangerous to be on Norton and not stay with him. He read the danger signs there, come out and punched the ball clear of Bontempelli. Saved one of the midfielders.
5 of the last 7 in the game for Port Adelaide. They led it by 9 points. Boundary throw in. It's back out of play. Do it all again. Half forward for the Dogs. Fran from Melbourne. Hi team, enjoying the call. Would not begrudge Hinkley if Port gets into a grand final. His side is exciting to watch finally if it happens to be Pies and Port grand final. What a bonanza of a game that would be. Go the Pies.
The Port would wear the prison bar.
Absolutely. Koshy get that over the line for sure.
Boundary throw in. Lycett wins it down to Bailey Smith through the stoppage. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Ugle-Hagan hands to it again. No mark. Spills down to Aaliyah of the power. Trying to get away from Norton. Caught by Artie Jones. Up says. Ball up.
They both looked at each other, the umps.
2 inside that forward 50 zone for the Bulldogs. Both the umps looked at each other. And a ball up the result.
It's got to be holding the ball.
That is holding the ball.
Lycett wins it down at his feet. You can throw a blanket over 10 of them. Ugle-Hagan tries to stand up with it. He's tackled and a ball up again. 15 out for the Bulldogs. Goal at the Coventry end. They're not happy.
That's the confusion that the extra umpire brings. Neither one thought, though, it was their decision to make.
Top of the goal square, Lysette to Aaliyah. Aaliyah's kick goes off a little wild. Williams came in. Here's a chance. The handball straight out to Treloar. Treloar with the snappity goals. And the handball came from Riley West. West did all the hard work. Brilliant goal assist. Fired out the handball. Treloar off a step, snaps it through, and they're back within 3 points. Doggies 6-5-41, trailing Port 7-2-44 after 10 minutes in the second term.
Well, that was inevitable because Port had the ball in their hands probably 5 or 6 times, and at no stage they looked like they're going to clear it successfully enough to get outside the back 50, let alone the back 25-30. And if the ball falls anywhere near Treloar and he's got space, and he can see 2 sticks, I know which ones they are. They're going to be the goalposts, and he's going to knock them over every time. So it's Port's. It's good pressure by the Dogs, poor play by Port, who just couldn't clear the footy. And I'd say probably Lira twice on 2 occasions had his one he could have hand passed it, 2 he could have kicked it and got caught both times.
Port by 3, 11 gone, second term, back in the middle. One down by a lob, spills out towards Lockie Jones coming in off the square. Picked up by Bontempelli, fights through the tackle, got a hand pass out to the wing. Liberatore knocks it away to Daniel, hands it over to West. He's tackled, taken to ground, Logo City wing. And a ball up. Riley West.
That's holding the ball to get chance.
Up it goes, Finlayson wins it down. Here's the Bond trying to take a couple of bodies with him. He's locked up. Drew and Wines have got him and holding the ball to call.
That's the right call. Took 2 of them to get him down, though. He's so strong when he's got momentum through the stoppage. They just held on.
Willem Drew, his 58th consecutive game. Played more consecutive games than any other Port Adelaide player as he heads down to half forward. O'Donnell knocks it away for the Dogs to the safety of the boundary line. Liberatore keeps it alive. Hooks a kick down the wing. Lockie Jones keeps his feet, wins the footy. Hand pass away to Butters for Port Adelaide, and he retreats to McKenzie, still in the centre square.
He kicks straight into the bullseye where Bergman's got a bit of space. Marks uncontested, wheels around, drives it long. Penetrating kick. McEntee, one out, almost was able to pluck the mark. And then he's on the bottom of this pack, fires out the handball towards Powell Pepper. He goes without it. He's forced to tackle Liberatore in there, and McRae. Umpire says ball up, 25, 30 metres out from Port Adelaide's goal. Liberatore taking a while to emerge from the bottom of that pack. Hunched over. He's ready to go again. Dixon tries to dab it down. Rioli fighting and scrapping hard. He can't break free. It's picked up by Lobb in the end, who loops the handball straight in the Butters direction. Breaks 1, breaks 2 tackles. High ball from the boundary. Top of the goal square. Off hands. Here's a chance for Darcy Burst Jones. He goes to the soccer, but he couldn't quite get there in time. He was charging towards the point post where the goal and the point post were. He couldn't curl it back enough. Only a couple of centimetres in from the goal line. Through for a minor score, and it's Port by 4.
Smith marks the kick out and then goes back to Bruce. Top of the defensive goal square. Oh, long kick out wide. I think he kicked it between 2 players who were both looking for it. Keith and O'Donnell split them both, bounced out of play. The skill error results in a boundary throw in half forward for the Power.
Coming in one day and he kicked 10 into forward.
Yes. It's Good Friday, I think it was.
North.
Yeah. Boundary throw in half forward here for Port. Kicking at the locket end of the ground in his second term. Port Adelaide by 4. Boundary throw in. Almost hit Finlayson in the head. Spills down towards Lobb. He's got it for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Leber. Gives it to Bailey Smith. Shakes a tackle. Kicks off the back flank down the wing. Farrell in the box seat. Got a shove. Illegally. Free kick for Kane Farrell. Port Adelaide by 4 points.
Lucky free kick that.
Here's a left footer. He arcs around onto his left peg. Plenty of hang time in the kick to centre half forward. Dixon arriving late. They all miss it. Bounces through to Marshall. Shares it with Rosie. Rosie the snap and knocks it through. Connor Rosie from the right forward pocket. The free kick on the wing and it results in a goal in the forward pocket. And Port Adelaide by 10 now. 14 gone second term. 8-3 to 6-5. Grandstand AFL, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, it was called front on contact. It wasn't front on contact. The ball dropped. He missed the mark. It should have just been called play on. But anyway, the umpires have called it that way. Inevitably, we see a mistake made by an umpire. It ends up with a goal. And, of course, you get a little bit narky with it. But nonetheless, it falls in the 50-metre line. And that Rosie is able to smart play, kick a goal.
Yeah, just watching that marking contest, though, the influence of Dixon, taking 3 Bulldogs players with him. But Rory Lobb, it's hard to know exactly what he is in this Bulldogs team.
Yep.
He was the tall back there who was supposed to support. He just let the ball get over the back and just kind of ends up doing nothing when he's around those contests. No influence.
English has an influence at this contest and then palms it down out in front of Liberatore, swoops, kicks, delivers, looking for Lob. In the end, he overran it. Aaliyah couldn't control it. A quick-fire handball in there from the pack comes out to Boak. Boak now towards the centre of the ground. Another 50-50. McEntee hits Bontempelli hard. Wraps him up, but the Bont gets a free kick because he took him high. There's a scuffle on behind play. Guess who's at the bottom of it? Libba. Meanwhile, the footy comes out wide. McRae's taken the mark, brings it back towards Scott. They're just skirting the perimeter around the 50 here. Skirmish is still going, Corbin.
It absolutely is. There's a heap of jumpers getting ripped and a few fines about to be thrown out. And they've separated themselves now as O'Donnell can put the Bulldogs to the hot spot. Lobs down there. Bergman stands in front of the pack. Takes the intercept mark. Port by 10, which is a game high, by the way, so we haven't had any more than back-to-back goals kicked by any team so far. 8-3 to 6-5, 16 gone second term. Bergman on a bit of a run. Low trajectory, long drop punt down the wing, and an intercept mark for Keith. Chops it off for the Bulldogs in that city wing.
Liberatore and Rioli were scuffling, and when Rioli got up, he had to take the GPS out and throw it towards the bench.
Keith kicks inside 50 and it drops onto the chest of Caleb Daniel, the shortest man on the ground, inside 50. There was a helicopter off the boot of Alex Keith, and Caleb Daniel good enough just to clutch it to his chest.
Well, it was about 6. Well, it was a chest mark above his head. There were 6 Port players holding hands singing Kumbaya, fair dinkum. They were that far. They were 10 yards off just looking at Daniel by himself. I mean, it's quite remarkable that a player that size is not seen.
Become a bit of a goal kicker, 6 already this year. Caleb Daniel moves in, strikes it clean, and makes sure the Dogs keep hanging around. 17 gone second term. Port Adelaide's lead cut to 4. 8-3-51. Western Bulldogs 7-5-47. 17 gone second term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, just keeping an eye on the biggest Bulldog of them all, Marcus Bontempelli. He's got that left knee heavily strapped. He was taken down on the outer wing by 2 Port Adelaide players. He's had the physio out to him twice. He's still doing great things, but he is playing so sore at the moment. Even just keep an eye on him, Mick and Lingy. When he tries to get into a run, it's no more than a trot at the moment.
And I'll say this, Tim, I reckon it happened initially in front of you, about 20 or 40 metres away from you, just to your right-hand side. He hit the ground really hard late in the first quarter, and that might have been the start of it.
Port by 4 points. 17 gone in the second term. English rises up, down to Liberatore. He's tackled. Somehow he gets the hands clear. Free to Treloar. Treloar then off to West. Coming back in, it goes back to Liberatore, whose kick disappointingly missed Bailey Smith. He drops his head, and instead it's Lockie Jones who takes it. Risky kick into the centre corridor. Picked off by Bailey Williams for the Bulldogs. Grubbers the kick to Waitman. Waited for it to bounce. Gathered it. Gave it off to Bontempelli from 50 out on his left. It's Wayward. And it's out of bounds on the full.
Let's say the way he's taped it up, that's medial legal, I reckon, Lingy.
Yeah, I reckon that, though, happened last week.
Oh,
so, yeah,
okay.
he was unstrapped in the first half last week against the Cats. And then some point in the second half is when he had that strapping on for the first time. So
right, okay, so he's damaged. Every time he lands on it, it would aggravate for sure.
Lockie Jones to McKenzie, back to Lockie Jones. And a short kick to Farrell.
Well, it's silly to say this, but there is nothing in this between these two sides. Their strengths are both strengths. Their run is fantastic.
Farrell along to the wing. Marshall flies for it. No mark. Spills down in front of Marshall. He just soccers it away out to the wing. Underneath it is Junior Rioli. Just paddles it back, but straight to Liberatore. Boat locks him up. The ball up on the wing. Port by 4.
goes forward, they've both got a chance of scoring. They're both very, very good at scoring. And if it goes back, they're under pressure.
8 minutes to play before half-time. Back underway on the City wing. At the back of the pack is Butters. Grubbers the kick inside 50, getting really down low and reading it well was Alex Keith, and he's paid the mark. Keith got the match up on Marshall at the moment. It was Jones that started on Marshall, and Charlie Dixon came out and kicked 3 in the first quarter, so the move was made. Keith with a short kick to Bailey Williams. Right on the defensive 50. On the City side, he drives it long to the wing. Oh, Jones got up high and missed everything. Bergman had it. He lost it. McRae gives it back to Lobb. Lobb assesses the options and kicks straight to the Port Adelaide defender in Trent McKenzie.
McKenzie finds Butters against the boundary line City side. Takes the mark uncontested. Butters looks for Wines. Leaps up. No mark. Ball comes out. Dogs win it. Little 1-2 hand pass with Giray and McRae. McRae then gives it to Bailey Williams. Back to McRae. His third touch in the change. Short kick. Favours Lockie Jones. Giray trying to wrestle it from him. Lockie Jones had it. Lost it. Ball spits out in the tackle. Here's Bailey Williams darting through traffic. Kicks forward hurriedly. Hardy Jones breaks it up on the way through. Keeps his feet. Then goes over the top of Farrell. Jones now tackled by Farrell on the ground. Up says, I'll have it.
Yeah, good decision umpire. Didn't dive on it, just went to ground with the ball, tried to get rid of it, just kept coming back to him. That's a really good decision.
21 gone, second term. Port Adelaide lead the game by 4 points. Ball up half forward for the Dogs. Port win it at the coalface though. Boak the 1-2 with Butters. Boak a little fumble, getting it back. Butters clean. Moves in, collects, swings a hand pass down the wing. Giray's bowled over. Treloar picks up the footy. A scrappy handball out wide. Pepper keeps it alive. Hands it back to Boak. Kicks down to half forward. Gee, a crash of bodies in the air. Marshall fell hard. Dogs win it back. And Daniel to Bailey Smith. And then the 1-2 with O'Donnell. Bailey Smith still going. He kicks further out wide and finds English.
Yeah, he wanted to swing it, but he had no one to go to. So to come back to City side and hit up English, who brings it back inboard. Daniel takes the mark uncontested. From the tall to the small. And then Daniel to the standing starting Treloar. He's been paid for too high. Treloar wins the free kick, wheels around, goes long, spoil from Bergman. It'll land in the second row. Bulldogs fan down there with the Bulldogs cap and the scarf around his neck, throws the Sherrin straight back. It'll be a boundary throw in.
Porter are just struggling to move it, aren't they, Mick? Off half back.
Exactly.
Dogs have got this one all their way at the moment. They just need to find another goal for all their hard work.
Deep in the attacking 50. It's 12's back in. Lycett tried to get it straight down to Boak. Bontempelli's there. His handball was overcooked, looking for Daniel to go the way of Butters on the outside of the foot. The delivery is beautiful to Boak, who takes off. Bailey Smith almost got him. Boak got the kick away. Horn Francis at centre half forward out in front of Jones. Marks, spins, turns, and Dixon all by himself unmanned. Marks uncontested. A step or two inside 50 on a 45-degree angle.
I thought it was a funny matchup with Jones picking up Horn Francis. Because he's the one that's fallen out of all this, because Keith's gone now or Bruce has gone and stayed on Dixon. So he's speed off the mark. Even though Jones is quick, Horn Francis got to the fall quicker.
This will test him, Big Charlie. He kicked the first 3 goals for Port Adelaide. This time to the northern end in the second term, just inside 50. And it's marked on the line by English.
English goes short to Daniel. Daniel trying to share it with Bruce. Missed him. Bruce on the half volley. Gave it back to Daniel. Now they're under the pump in the defensive arc. Bruce steps around one. Hurried kick out of the defensive 50. Just a tumble punt up to the wing. Hands on it from Lobb. No mark. Spills through to West. Had it. Lost it. Lobb likewise. And a leer in the end for Port Adelaide. Hands it away to Dylan Williams. They keep it in their front half. Shares it with Lycett. Hand pass to Rosie. Heads inside 50. Rioli, an unrealistic attempt at flying through the air. And the Dogs can mop it up as Liam Jones trying to hit up Vandermeer. Bounces off his chest. Sims got it. He's tackled by Vandermeer and a ball up. Left half forward for Port Adelaide. Some of the shine just coming off at the last couple of minutes. 24 gone second term. Port by 4.
It's fiery. It's niggly. It's a ball up right on the arc of 50. Lycett tries like a midfielder to barge through. Then Butters had it, lost it. Bailey Smith had it, was tackled by Powell Pepper. Tossed aside like a rag doll, and it'll be a holding the ball free kick. Oh, this might be 50. Bailey Smith's put Powell Pepper on his backside. Umpire says, call it, Bailey.
Smith's very strong, but you take on Powell Pepper at your own expense because he is really a very powerful man. When he gets hold of you, Smith just couldn't get through it.
He ignores a couple of players peeling off around behind him, and instead he's just going to kick it to the hot spot. Dixon rises high. Swatted away from Liam Jones at the back. Ball hits the deck. Bailey Williams happy to see it over. And a boundary throw in 25 around from Port Adelaide's goal. It's Port by 4 points after they led by 8 at quarter time. And there's 3 minutes to play before half time.
Boundary throwing. One down by Dixon. Rosie had it, lost it. Pack forms behind him. There's a free kick, non-controlling umpire. And it's Nathan Williamson who jumps in and says Rioli was a little loose with the front-on tackle. Free kick for the Dogs' back pocket. And Doc Geray, the premiership-winning Hawks, going to get it. He goes short to O'Donnell. Still in the defensive 50. Shocker. Turns it straight over. And pop it in front, Connor Rosie with the intercept mark, 45 out right, half forward.
You can't telegraph it that much.
No.
When you're kicking inboard from down back, I think every person, even sitting in the stands, read exactly where that ball was going to go. And Connor Rosie was all over it.
James O'Donnell, the Cat B rookie who wasn't on an AFL list on April 6th. He's now playing his 5th game tonight. Not even at the end of June. Connor Rosie on the drop punt. He's left that out there too. He's missed the whole set. Out to the right. Just a little scrappy the last 5 or 6 minutes. And Port Adelaide by 4 points as we tick towards half-time. What before that was a high-octane, entertaining game of footy.
Highly skillful in the opening term as Bailey Dale goes short, and it just comes off to Bailey Williams, who goes long. The big leap was lob in the pack on the City side wing. Quick hands and the kick away from Bailey Williams going long again. But this time Bergman reaching up high. He's barely outmarked in the last couple of months. He's emerged as a real genuine defender for Port Adelaide, Miles Bergman. And they share it around by going backwards, all by foot. At centre half back, this is Dylan Williams. Just goes short to Rosie. Still in the D50, he's got it. He wants to bring it round the City side. Ignores Aaliyah. And then Jones bent down low, almost to mark it by his boots. And instead he kicked it and put it out of bounds on the full. Extraordinary. It was like a drive volley that you see in tennis, but it was done by his boot. So free kick for the Doggies.
It's Liberatore, he's got the footy. He's going to go across the ground to Bruce again. Another one gets to him on the half volley. Has to hand it back to Liberatore. He kicks it back inboard, and Keith marks outer edge of the centre square. Just over a minute to go before half-time. Kicks in and out on the mark. And Junior Rioli comes out to Dixon. Hand pass back to Junior Rioli. Hands it away to Butters on the wing. Tackled as he kicked down to half forward and turns it over. And Bruce with the intercept mark for the Bulldogs. Short kick to McRae. He takes the mark defensive side of the wing. Port by 4 points, 28 gone second term.
Yeah, Butters had the ball, had no one to kick the ball to. I don't know why he should just kick a mongrel and let them try to get that ball, but the forward line of Port collapsed on itself.
So the Dogs work their way up to the City wing, and now Treloar can dash away. Has a bounce, delivers towards Hugo Hagel. It was a bouncing ball though. Bergman gets there first. He lost it because of the tackle from Artie Jones. Now Libba goes up and down the mine shaft. Treloar couldn't control it, but at ground level it'll bounce his way. Gathers, handballs to Lob, off to Daniel. Daniel hasn't got the distance. English is there, going back. Oh, he was out of position and Jamari can't control it. It rolls away from him and over the boundary line. It'll be flicked back in with 21 seconds on the clock before half-time. Half a metre around from the Bulldogs' goals. Can they get something here? Can they give themselves the lead at half-time? Flick back in, English, but it's kicked away by the Bulldogs. Rather by the Port Adelaide defenders. Just outside 50 in a pack forms. Umpire's going to toss it in the air. 10 seconds to go before half-time. It's been a brilliant contest so far. Some tired players out there looking for the siren. Lob reaches down, Boak almost to the centre of the ground as Darcy Burns-Jones applies a tackle. Port Adelaide led by 8 points at quarter time. Charlie Dixon kicked 3 goals in that first quarter. And Port with a 4-point lead at the main break. It's been fast, it's been frenetic. And because they were tiring late in this opening half, it got a little helter-skelter-ish before the main break. Port by 4, 8-3-51. The Western Bulldogs 7-5-47. Dixon has 3, all kicked in the opening quarter. Singles to McEntee, Rosie, Marshall, Butters and Horne-Francis for the Dogs. Waitman has 3, all kicked in the first term. And singles to Daniel Treloar, Ugle-Hagan and Aaron Norton. Let's get down on the boundary. Tim Hodges.
Kel, there is a level of fatigue I haven't seen in a first half this year. It was like a game of basketball at times under the roof with the ball pinging from end to end. So I think these boys have really earned a break. And just an update on Marcus Bontempelli. He spent the last 5 minutes of that half on the bench. The doctor actually offered to take him down to the rooms, but he said, no, I wanted to go out and lead the team off. And you can see him, he's very vocal out there at the moment, leading the team off. I wouldn't be surprised if he has that left strapping on his left knee re-strapped during the half-time break. Yeah, he was really sore when he came off, but at least he's had a decent break on the bench before the half-time siren.
Thanks, Hodgie. Australia making 469, batting first in the World Test Championship final against India. We are half an hour away from lunch on the third day in India. A 6 for 228. They lost a wicket in the first over of play on the third day. Scott Boland clean bowling KS Bharat, and he was out for 5, but since then Shardul Thakur, who's 28 not out, and Ajinkya Rahane, who's there on 68, starting to rebuild things for India. So 6 for 229 in response to the Aussies 469. If you want to listen to that, it is available through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the red cricket ball to hear every single ball of the ultimate test. Paul from Seaton, go the mighty power, crush, kill, destroy. From Paul, that's it's motivational. From Marcus, would love a bottle of red for every hyphenated name in this match. Hyphenated names. We got
Francis.
Yeah,
Jones.
Ugle-Hagan.
Pow Pepper.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's a good night. 4 bottles of red.
Two things.
Getting a little large.
2 things I'd love to see stop in footy: the booing of Horne-Francis and flopping. Now, it must be, I think we had a few boos early, but apart from that, I haven't noticed it. It's certainly quietened down, and obviously one goal in particular will come on to focus on a flopping front from Cody Waitman. Half-time at Docklands, Port by 4 points. The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at those stats, second quarter stats. I'm sure they are. Horne-Francis 9 and 5. No, Butters 9 and 5.
Yeah, so Horne-Francis, Mick, has only had 4 touches for the game.
Yeah. Sorry, I had him in my mind. That's why I said that. And it's a surprise because he's going virtually every time he goes in the middle, he goes head-to-head with Liberatore. So it's probably not a surprise that he's getting taught how to, attack the ball first without worrying about your man, because Liberatore attacks the football and the man at the same time. He's quite brilliant, actually.
Libba's had the 18 touches.
Yeah. I can't separate them. We've seen some great goals kicked. We've seen some fantastic... I'm not surprised... Corby, you said the game is not as good as what it was early. I think the game is as... I'm a purist here. I'm looking at the game. I think it is as good because the effort put in to negate any sort of flow, because both sides are fantastic when they get the ball and they can float in the ground, and they look outstanding. No doubt both clubs have realised this and say, we have to stop the flow of Port. No, we have to stop the flow of the Dogs. And to do that, you need... The effort to get from your forward line into the middle and the middle into your back line and back again does take a massive toll, and both sides are suffering. And of course what deteriorates is the skill level at the end of it, because you're just totally exhausted, and the side that will win the game will be the side that makes the least number of mistakes. There's no question about that, because the endeavour is there by both sides. They've both probably got quality enough to be able to kick enough score. The Dogs, I said about Horton before, he kicks the first one last week and didn't look like kicking the second one. He's done it again. He needs to lift, but I guess it's the way the ball comes in as well. Port aren't allowing the ball to come in easily, and conversely, once Dixon kicks those goals in the first quarter, he was going to always attract an additional player in the air, which I think Port are probably paying a little penalty because they're going 2 talls and 1 medium, which is Horn Francis generally in the goal square, which allows then Jones or Keefe to come over and actually help out Bruce. So I think we've got a 0-0 draw at the moment. I know there's a couple of points difference, but to me it's hard to separate them because they're both. I think it's a terrific game of footy.
My feel a little bit is, and I know the Dogs are a high possession team, so I say this with some trepidation, but the Dogs are just controlling the ball a bit better for mine. Now, Port are looking really efficient and moving the ball quick when they get their couple of little opportunities too, but 8 out of the top 10 disposal winners on the field are the Western Bulldogs.
Yep, totally agree with
Zach
that.
Butters has had 19 touches and kicked a goal and has been brilliant yet again. The other Port Adelaide player who features in that top 10 is Kane Farrell, who's down back.
Yep.
So across the midfield, and it's not all about possessions, I know that, and I know, again, I'll say, the Dogs are a high possession team. But Libba's had 18. Caleb Daniels had 16 and a goal. Bontempelli's had 15. Bailey Williams, coming from a wing, has had 14. Adam Treloar, midfield at 13 and a goal. Jack McRae's had 11. Bailey Smith's had 11. So the midfield of the Bulldogs are getting the ball and are driving it forward. But
no more inside 50 though.
No.
So they're getting a lot of football, and this is typical of the Dogs.
But I wonder if that weight of numbers will start. Luke Beveridge now just reset things a little bit. Hey, let's start going forward a little bit more. But that midfield feels on top at the moment, the Dogs, which is I know that's their one wood. Their strength is their middle of the ground. Let's say they start taking it forward a bit more. They drop off a few possessions from the middle of the ground, but they add 4 or 5 more inside 50s per quarter for the remaining 2 quarters of this game. That feels like the Dogs get on top of this one.
This is a book that I've read and read and read. Dogs look great, have a great quarter, and for some reason don't win the game.
Yep. Yeah, that's fair.
And I've been over this book so many times. I'm reluctant to jump up. Cause I looked at them last week and thought, well, Geelong are getting outrun here. This game is going exactly the way Luke Beveridge would like it. And then Geelong squeeze back, and then the Dogs can't go into the next gear to put them to the sword. Now, I'm seeing it here. I'm looking at those stats and thinking, it's all the right players are getting the football, but it's not going inside front 50 any more than what Port are doing it. Who's got the more strike power up forward? Well, I'd almost say it should be the Dogs, but I don't think it is the Dogs. I think it's probably Port.
No, that's fair, especially when you throw in Connor Rosie's been really quiet.
Yes.
He kicked a goal, but really quiet.
Yep.
And Jason Horn-Francis, as we just highlighted,
4.
has had only 4 touches.
Yep.
If they get rolling at all in the middle of the ground, they're the 2 types of players who get the ball inside forward 50 a lot. So I hear absolutely what you're saying. I think the Dogs' ability to get it inside 50 and score a bit is improving gradually. Last week, a couple of quarters, couldn't do it for a whole game. This one, it's happening. It's little baby steps forward, but I think at least it's heading in the right direction.
See, Finlayson hasn't gone near it either.
No.
So, and it's not that Port don't play this ground well. They play it very well. In fact, you look at the win-loss ratio, they've done it this is probably their favourite ground outside of their home ground. So
won 8 in a row.
They've won 8 in a row.
Yeah.
So this is not unfamiliar for the size of the ground. And it's a beautiful ground, let's face it. I mean, if you've got speed, you can use it. If you've got good defensive qualities, you can cut sides off and you can score. I hear what you're saying, Lingy, but I'm just fearful for the Dogs' point of view, the supporters, that we just have repeats. So the test will be the third quarter clear. Oh, well, the rest of the game.
The cricket, 469 Australia batting first, and India approaching lunch on the 3rd day of the ultimate test. Now 6 for 235, so still 6 down after losing an early wicket on day 3. If you want to follow along the ABC Listen app, look out for the red cricket ball. Still close, still plenty in it as Mick Malthouse set up, even if it's not the sort of high-octane ball pinging from one end of the stadium to the other like we saw in the first quarter and a half. At half-time, Port Adelaide by 4 points, 8-3-51, lead the Western Bulldogs 7-5-47. Now we're on the ABC Listen app. We're also on through News Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Radio. Second half action around the corner, but first the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. It's been revealed that some millionaires didn't pay a single cent of income tax in the 2021 financial year. Analysis of ATO data by the Australia Institute shows there were 66 people who earned an average of $14.5 million between July 2020 and June 2021 and avoided paying any income tax. Using a tax agent is an allowable deduction, meaning some millionaires spent more than $200,000 to manage their affairs and then claim that back. The Australia Institute says it's unfair and hopes the recent PwC scandal builds momentum for authorities to address what it describes as wider problems with tax loopholes. A person's died in a house fire in Adelaide's northwest. The fire broke out in the front room of a house in Angle Park. One resident was taken to hospital with minor injuries. The body of another was found at the scene. The cause of the fire is not yet known. South Australia's Premier says a parliamentary inquiry will determine if secrecy provisions for police complaints need to be softened or removed. The ABC's revealed more than $4 million in taxpayers' money has been spent to settle 20 claims with people alleging they've been assaulted by police. Several people were charged with assaulting police, even though they were the ones being injured. Peter Malinauskas says he believes police are being held accountable, but he is waiting to see the recommendations of the parliamentary committee.
I'm in no way dismissing those legitimate concerns, which is why we have a parliamentary inquiry underway that can thoroughly examine all of those issues to make sure we're getting the balance right.
The Northern Territory Attorney-General says the government's not ruling out legislating a ban on the use of spit hoods in police custody, but says there are a number of matters to consider. The NT Children's Commissioner Nicole Hux has released a position paper highlighting the need to legislate existing bans on the use of spit hoods and restraint chairs. The NT Police Association says the current bans for spit hood use are sufficient. Chancey Paik says the government needs to consider all options.
There are certainly a number of matters which need to be considered, and we will look at a body of work, and I think we look to what other jurisdictions are doing and consider those outcomes.
Traditional owners in the far west of New South Wales say they're traumatised over recent actions by a local council, saying that it's incited racism and division in the community. Here's Oliver Brown.
Last week, the Broken Hill City Council amended one of its official events policies to say it would no longer pay traditional landowners for performing Welcome to Country services. The decision attracted criticism from Broken Hill's Williakali people, who say in an official statement they feel devastated, deflated and traumatised. The statement says it's racist and unethical for a group of non-Indigenous councillors to decide the value of their cultural ceremonies. It also accuses the council and Mayor Tom Kennedy of inciting racism and division in the community through comments expressed on radio and social media in the following days.
The managing director of the ABC says most of the broadcaster's audience engagement will be via a digital product or service within the next 5 years. David Anderson has launched the ABC's 5-year strategy, focusing heavily on digital platforms. He says the broadcaster needs to invest in iView and the ABC Listen app to improve audience engagement. Mr. Anderson says local radio will endure, but is likely to be played out on a digital service as much as a broadcast service.
I think it's inevitable there'll be a rationalisation of what we have for AM broadcast services over time, but I don't think it's now. I don't think it's next year. But I do see it happening at some point.
A South Australian climate scientist is warning the state is likely to experience a fire season similar to the extreme fire danger summer at 2019-2020. The Bureau of Meteorology predicts a 70% chance of El Niño affecting Australia even before summer hits. Consulting seasonal forecaster Darren Ray says if dangerous conditions do develop, there'll be a hotter than usual spring.
For Australia and South Australia, basically what that means is we could see early onset of heat waves. Spring temperatures and modelling look strongly warmer than average, so things will dry out quickly. That'll set us up for an early fire season, probably a pretty significantly strong and intense fire season. We could see conditions as bad as 2019-20.
And overseas, Ukraine's military says it shot down 4 cruise missiles and 10 attack drones during a Russian airstrike. The military says Russian forces launched a total of 6 cruise missiles and 16 drones during the attack. That's it for ABC News. For more, you can download the ABC Listen app.
Hi. you're here for the fortune telling. Please sit down. I feel your need to discover music, to be guided and surprised by knowledgeable and likable experts. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app. I see you joyously grooving to Triple J and Double J, chilling with ABC Jazz, bird scooting on ABC Country, and expanding your musical palette on ABC Classic. Your reading is complete. No, I don't want your money. The ABC Listen app is free. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Too far out to score. Pierces the pass to Jamara on the end of a long lead, and Ugal Hagan takes a mark in the left forward pocket. He's taken 4 steps. He's kicked it off 4 steps, and from the toughest of angles has sliced it straight through the middle. Wow, Jamara.
McEntee on the set shot, knocks it through, settles it down for Port Adelaide.
Williams came in. Here's a chance, a handball straight out to Treloar. Treloar with the snappity goals. And the handball came from Riley West.
Free kick, McCain Farrell. Here's a left footer. He arcs around onto his left peg. Plenty of hang time in the kick. The centre half forward. Dixon arriving late. They all miss it. Bounces through to Marshall. Shares it with Rosie. Rosie the snap and knocks it through. Caleb Daniel moves in. Strikes it clean. And makes sure the Dogs keep hanging around.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
That's how the second term sounded. The Western Bulldogs 3-2 in that quarter. It's been close right throughout the night. The biggest margin either way was Port Adelaide by 10 points at stages in that second quarter, and at half-time it's Port Adelaide who led it by 4. So the power 8-3-51, Western Bulldogs 7-5-47, so a 4-point advantage for Port Adelaide at half-time. Corbin Middlemass calling the footy alongside Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, and our grandstand AFL experts, Premiership captain, 3-time Premiership player Cameron Ling, and a man who's been involved in 4 flags, 1 as a player, 3 as a coach, coached more games in BFL AFL history than anyone else, Mick Moldhouse, with us as always on Grandstand AFL. Now the cricket, as we close in on lunch on the third day, India still 6 down, 6 for 243 in reply to the Aussies 469. India, by the way, lost their 6th wicket early on day 3 when KS Bharat was out. So 6 for 152 was the score at that stage. Scott Boland is the man with multiple wickets. And you can take that forward, almost 100 put on for the 7th wicket unbroken at this stage.
Couple of costly drop catches, Corbs.
Oh, no.
Cam Green in particular in the gully early on in that partnership went down. I think another one in slips.
No.
It was a difficult one in slip.
That's not what we want to hear. Now, off the SMS, Jazz in Kingston. Nothing but the crackling of the fire and the dulcet tones of Mick and Lingy on the radio on a cold winter night in Oz. Just magic. Thanks, Jazz. And from Simon in Adelaide. Corby, as a man of influence, can you get the AFL website to change metres gained to meters gained? So METERS to METRES. It annoys me and it is wrong. That's just straight to the point. Mick Moldhouse is still chewing, and there's a reason for that.
Yes, I am. And I'm going to say Alice, Ben's better partner, has made some biscuits, and I'm going to say they're very good.
How many have you had?
Did you leave any for us, man?
No, I didn't. But I've been out because when we get the MCG, we know we get reasonably fed. But when we come to this stadium here, there's nothing.
Nah.
Nothing.
Sound like Damien Hardwick. The food's soulless. How people don't come here.
Well, they don't come for the food. That's for sure up in here. But Ben has realised that, and he's mentioned to Alice, his girlfriend, and she's made these beautiful biscuits. And I'm not really a biscuit person, but I must admit, I haven't left many for you guys.
Very, very good.
We need this contest in front of us to be good for the second half, because who was it, Jazz, that texted through saying love listening to the dulcet tones of Lingy and also Mick. They have got one eye, sometimes both eyes, on the cricket screen to the right of us here. So we need this. If Jazz, they suddenly go quiet, you know why. They're not watching the footy. They're watching the cricket on the big screen in the radio box next to us.
Let's just say, if tonight's game was the calibre of last night's game, I would have already left this box and gone around and just sat and watched the cricket. But we have got a good game of footy here tonight. So
the NRL tonight as well, Warriors 36, Canberra 14, so full time in the early game, and the late fixture, it's Manly 34-6 leading the Dolphins. So 28-point lead for the Seagulls, half hour to go there in the second game. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie?
As expected, Marcus Bontempelli has that left knee re-strapped. It is heavily strapped. He's got so much strapping on it, but he's soldiering on. Clearly not 100%, but still out there.
Okay, thanks, Hodgie. Port by 8 points at quarter time and by 4 at the half. We're about to start the third. Biggest lead was the Bulldogs by 9 points, 14-minute mark of the first quarter. And Port's biggest lead was 10 points, early stages of the second. Horne-Francis and Liberatore into each other on the edge of the square. Bounce was good. Lysett got first hands to it. It's knocked down by English to the way of Boak. Boak gets it over to Horne-Francis and then squares the kick to Wines. Defensive side of the Dog side of the stadium. He's going long to half forward. Rioli gets a handball away. Hitting it hard down there was West. Here's a chance, Liberatore. Fires it out. Bailey Williams has got it. And
that's a great tackle.
Rioli's got Bailey Williams.
And got to blow the whistle quicker than that, though, Mick.
Oh,
because while he's standing up like that, the next move is to dump. Fortunately, he didn't then.
4-point lead for Port, close to the boundary line. Treloar grabs it, and Wines has got him. Another ball up.
You've got to be really strong in the legs to stand up, don't you? But if you've got momentum as a tackler, you're going to take him to ground.
From the restart, Butters goes bursting through, went without the footy. Bailey Smith's got it. Hand pass to the Bont. Handball releases McRae, and the Dogs get the clearance. Sweeping handball to West. Still with the footy in front of the interchange gates for the Bulldogs. The 1-2 with Bailey Smith. Floats a hand pass down to Treloar. It went over his head. And McKenzie grabs it for Port Adelaide. Then he's taken high. Free kick for Port Adelaide at half-back. A minute played in the third term. Power by 4.
It was Riley West with the indiscretion. He was a little frustrated after handballing to Treloar and missing the target and coughing it up. So short kick goes to Houston. He squares it. Centre half back. Alia's got it. Needed to be pinpoint, and it was straight down the centre. This is Butters. Spearing pass. Can he find a teammate on the end of it? The target was Dixon. And chopping it off is Vandermeer.
Both sides have done very well in intercepting short passing from the centre into the 50. Dogs only had 3 scoring shots that quarter, and those, you said they dominated the league, but only still had 3 scoring shots. That's not enough.
So Vandermeer kicks sideways. Bailey Williams marks, goes short to Keith, uncontested, just a step out of the defensive 50. On the Dock side of the stadium, he's going for lob in a one-on-one. McKenzie with the spoil around the corner was good. Now here's Bailey Smith. Goes the fend off on Wines, and it comes off. Quick hands, McRae, and then Bailey Williams, high ball. Norton's there at the drop. They all miss it. Boak's got it. Treloar's got him wrapped up in a tackle. Umpire doesn't blow the whistle. Emerging with it is Treloar. Somehow he kicks to the goal square in a one-on-one. It's Waitman and Drew outmarks Waitman. Well played.
Gee, that's a good mark.
Well, not only well played, how much courage has he got?
Yeah.
Drop that mark, that's a goal. That's fantastic play by Drew.
It goes short to Dylan Williams. Short kick to Farrell.
Port Adelaide fans in the house. There was not much cheering for that goal-saving mark.
Not too many fans in the house tonight, period, unfortunately, with a pretty modest roll-up for Friday night footy. Farrell goes long to the wing, spills through to Finlayson. Hand pass away to McEntee. Slick hands, wanted to get it to Horne-Francis. Bailey Smith breaks it up for the Bulldogs. Fumble, Wines comes to get him, tackles him out of play. And a boundary throw in, and Bailey Smith, some frustration, drops the footy on Wines.
Sorry, yeah, I reckon, did he land on Wines? He looked sore getting up there, Ollie Wines. Great tackle by Ollie. I was just about to say, he's kind of lost at the moment, Mick. He's only had the 6 touches in this game, Ollie Wines. His outside run, his legs, he can't get to the contest like he used to be able to.
Port by 4 as they were at the half, early stages, third term. Liberatore from the stoppage, kicks down the wing, and McKenzie just ushers lob underneath the footy, takes the intercept mark. The man they call a cannon, the big left peg. Can load up, give it a whack to centre half forward. Dixon and Marshall both down there, thumped away by Keith. Still a live footy, centre half forward for Port. English onto it for the Dogs. Hand pass to Dale, handball out to Vandermeer. He's off and running, kicks to a one-on-one. Waitman on the wing with Drew, carries his head. Unkind bounce for Aaliyah. Waitman never broke stride, picks up the footy, kicks towards the top of the goal square. Jamara bends down, collects, runs into trouble, releases a hand pass, but couldn't find a target. Port go in and win it through Houston. He's gang tackled and will have a ball up 40 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal. It's Port Adelaide by 4 points, 5 played third term.
Bad option by Waitman. Should have gone to the goal square. He's had momentum. He's kicked them from there before.
No other ruck. It's Lobb that takes it out of the ruck. Gives it to Chalor. Comes back to Duray. They're going backwards to eventually go forwards now to Bailey Williams, and that's pinpoint passing. And Liberatore's on the end of it.
Good play.
Uncontested inside 50. It was a bit scrappy, wasn't it, Mick? And it caught the Port Adelaide defenders napping.
Well, it did. The ball had come out. It was a 20-metre kick, and there's no Port player. They were all sitting back. None of the tools come up to meet the football, so they were exposed. And Duray just had an easy target.
So Tom Liberatore, the left footer, 45-degree angle. He tries to guide this one through. He's 40 metres out. He never gave it a chance. He's missing to the near side. He's been on the angry pills tonight, Libber. He's been niggling. Horn Francis and Butters have been his targets. It's Port by 3 points.
This guy's been a real fine, Dylan Williams, with that long left footer, straight to another long left footer. Bontempelli takes the intercept mark, though, for the Dogs. But the little nudge, too, from Finlayson right in the middle of his back after he took it. It was a bit crude.
Little whiplash, I reckon, in the neck.
Nap snack back.
It was 50 metres, I reckon. That was a bit late, wasn't it?
3-point lead for Port. Dogs with the footy in their front half. Shares it with Dale. Kicks out wide. Lockie Jones leaves his man, Spoils. Down to Burne-Jones. Grabs the footy. Tackled immediately. Ball up. Vandermeer with the tackle 60 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal.
Tackling's been a highlight tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Really strong.
See, St Kilda last night had 97 tackles. Yeah. Of a number in the modern game. Hurried kick forward from the Bulldogs. Unkind bounce for Lobb. Picked up, though, by Norton. The fender for Leah comes to apply pressure, lays the tackle, and the ball spills to Lockie Jones. Hand pass to Boakey. Kicks hurriedly out to half-back. Whacked away by Vandermeer. Back to Waitman. Kicks inside 50. Back to Boat. He's got on half-back for Port.
More tackles and kicks last night, you reckon?
97's a lot, isn't it?
Well, it's probably more kicks than both sides had. It was a shocker.
Jeez.
Boat goes short to Aaliyah. Aaliyah goes long round the city side. English in front position. Lysette with the ball from behind. Drew dodges one. Burne-Jones just tries to slap it to the advantage of Boak. It's socket off the turf down there. Pau Pepper desperately dives in. Finlayson puts his body on the line. Liberatore crunches in. Quick hands. Off to Bailey Smith. A sidestep and he's caught. The tackle affects the kick. It dribbles the way of Drew. Drew, ambitious, almost like a basketball handball it was, down to Finlayson, who was pushed off the ball. Now English has got it. This is on the city side wing. They're going round in circles. Back to Daniel. And then Daniel steps over the boundary line with Pau Pepper bearing down. Good decision.
It hasn't hurt them at all yet, Port Adelaide, because obviously they're still 3 points up, but gee, a lot of their key players are down.
Aren't they? Yeah. As I said to you before the game, 9 to row's a long time for a side that isn't used to it.
Twirling ball back in, off the ruck hand, read by Bontempelli. He's caught by Horn Francis. Gets the handball into space right up against the boundary line. English kicks it in. Handball's further down the boundary line where Bailey Smith's got it, and the pinpoint pass to Waitman. Pushed by Houston as he marked it. He's still on the city wing. Still a long way out. This kick will land just inside 50. They launch. Jamara got hands to it. Quick hands by Port Adelaide. Butters is involved. Darcy Burne-Jones to Wines, working their way through the corridor. Pau Pepper back to Wines, who kept running. How's the kick inside 50? Delightful. Todd Marshall on the end of it. End-to-end stuff by Port Adelaide. And Finlayson kept running, so Marshall wedged the kick over the top to him.
Great awareness, Cal, by Marshall, because he realised that both the Bulldogs players ended up on the deck in the marking contest. He knew his teammate would be free. Terrific awareness and staying concentrating in the game.
And the others ran too, Dixon.
5 goals in the opening half last week against the Hawks, Jeremy Finlayson. 25 metres out, he's on the right side for a left footer and he curls it through for his first for the night. And he points to the heavens and takes a big sigh, big breath and a sigh of relief that he's put his first through. And it's Port Adelaide out by 9 points now. 9-3-57, the Dogs 7-6-48. 9 minutes we've played in this third term.
Well, it's the first time for a while here that the Port side have been able to bring the ball from the back line through hand passes. A couple of risky ones, real risky, but then found the loose player. Once they'd found the obvious loose player, then he could choose what he was going to do to it. good kick to Marshall. Marshall then, as you say, very aware, but the ball had to get to Marshall, and I think it went through about 4 or 5 hands before it got there. So fantastic play by Port. In fact, it's sort of like it's typical play what we've seen over the last 8 or 9 weeks.
All of a sudden, a 9-point lead for Port Adelaide. First goal of the third term. Back in the middle of the ground, Butters. It's a little soccer out of the centre square to McEntee. Picks it up off the square. Hand pass away to Wines. Wines kicks it deep inside 50. They all run to the hot spot. Falls down to Finlayson. Hands it out to Dixon. Dixon trickles it through. Port out to a game high. It's up to 15 points and a 4th for Dixon. All at the Coventry end of the ground. 10 gone third term. 10-3-63. The Western Bulldogs 7-6-48. And all of a sudden it's as wide as it's been.
This is what you were talking about at half-time, Nick. I brought up the fact that the Bulldogs players were getting their hands on the footy a lot. Their midfielders were getting plenty of the ball. You quite rightly said, yes, but it's not equating to more inside 50s. Yeah. It's not equating to more goals. So already in the start of this third quarter, the Dogs have found a fair bit of the ball and have been getting lots of touches, and they've had a couple of half chances, but it didn't really lead to much. No. And now Port Adelaide go bang, bang. And they're able to be really efficient when they go forward, which is exactly what you were worried about for the Bulldogs.
First 2 goals of the half, and it is the biggest lead of the game so far. It's 15 points Port Adelaide's way. Ball ricochets back to Liberatore, right in the bullseye. He goes up and under. And the young kid, Josh Sin, for Port Adelaide, takes the mark and kicks sideways to centre-half back. This is Dylan Williams. Goes short to Houston, and Alia, a long way out from home. He's gone for a run down the ground. He's driving it, looking for Marshall. Couldn't take it. Now there's a loose ball. A ball trickles into the pocket. Jones is there, and he's happy to be pushed over the boundary by Pal Pepper.
I think another thing about Port too, when they get moved mobile through the corridor, they go direct. They really don't muck around with the ball as far as going too wide. They send it. They want to defend the ball inside their front half. Yep,
this is an Australian review, Mick.
Eyes on the footy, boys. Eyes on the footy.
Score check in a moment. Boundary throw-in comes down to Liberatore. Hand pass out to Bontempelli. Clears the defensive arc. Lycett spoils it down into the path to Rosie. Under pressure. Sends a high ball inside 50. Marshall at the back. There was 4 of them set underneath the drop of the footy. Had a little more carry on it. Marshall was awake to it and takes a chest mark right forward pocket, 30 out. And unfortunately for the Australians, they haven't got their 7th wicket. India 6 for 260. As we close in on lunch on day 3, there is a call available through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the red cricket ball icon.
Well, you can just keep listening to us and wait for me and my reactions.
Best of both worlds.
This is the 3rd tall having a shot for goal this quarter.
Marshall, drop punt, a little skinny, misses near side. The game high advantage grows. Port Adelaide by 16, 13 gone third term, 10-4 to 7-6. Grandstand AFL.
2 goals to none in this third term, and it's Finlayson and Dixon, and Marshall just missed that one. So maybe a few danger signs here for the Dogs. They need to respond. Bailey Smith drives it out of the defensive 50. And now a couple of players on the outer side share it around by hand. The kick from O'Donnell's been picked off by Port Adelaide. Rosie, nice move. And then gives it to Wines, who puts it straight down the throat of Marshall. And still Mick Malthouse, it could be the 3rd tall that scores the 3rd goal in this third quarter, because Todd Marshall's got it again. This time he's directly in front right on 50.
Yeah, and you're spot on, because it's the talls now are starting to find space, because the mids are getting cleaner football and exposing the fact that the Dogs aren't getting back. It's just 6 on 6, and as a consequence, you find these targets.
For the biggest lead of the night, Todd Marshall. Can he put them in front by 22 points? You bet he can. He cruises with that set shot. And it's his 2nd of the night. Port Adelaide 11-4-70. The Bulldogs 7-6-48. And since half-time, Port Adelaide have kicked 3 goals to none to break open this handy lead.
And unfortunately, right now for Luke Beveridge, Mick, and I'm sure you would have faced this at times you're coaching, you've got young players who you're almost trying to hide a little bit. And I feel bad singling them out because they're so early in their career. But James O'Donnell is having one of those games. Just keeps giving it up, keeps dropping mark, just struggling. You've got young Artie Jones who hasn't touched the footy yet, but at least he can stay dangerous down there. I wonder if he just thinks, well, I'm going to have to go with the sub and maybe bring on the extra runner in Baker and give up a bit of height with O'Donnell.
And Baker's a good ball getting player too, got that bit of speed. I think you have to. What do you got to lose? Still got 4 on the bench, Lee.
3 in a row for the first time tonight for either team. It's Port Adelaide out by 22, but a centre break for the Bulldogs. Treloar hands it to Bailey Smith, kicks out for Ugle-Hagan. 52 out, kicks him to man on the mark. Ricochets off hands down towards Bergman. Hand pass to centre half back. Falls to Treloar though, centre half forward for the Dogs. Hand pass to Bailey Smith, gives it to McRae. Short kick. West takes the mark. Right forward pocket, 30 out.
I don't know who hand passed that from the Port side.
Bergman, he should have just kicked it.
Yeah, that's his work. That's the worst bit of play he's had all night. He had a chance to kick the ball. The idea is get the ball out of your back 50. I don't care who you are, what you are. The best side in the comp at the moment is Collingwood. They get the ball out of their back 50 as quick as they possibly can. That's not a hand pass job there. That's a kick job. But anyway, it's resulted in good turnover.
Here he is, the ultimate son of the West. And Riley nurses it through. It was a must-have for the Bulldogs. And they cut Port Adelaide's lead to 16. As many minutes gone in the third term, Port Adelaide 11-4-70. The Western Bulldogs 8-6-54. Cameron Lang, Mick Oldhouse.
Yeah, you're right, Mick. And Bergman's been so excellent that you let him have that little one. But I reckon when he just took that sort of mark, it was touch, so not a mark, but took it.
Yep.
I reckon he just thought, maybe I'm about to be tackled immediately and I won't get the boot to ball. But you're right, if he kicks that 45 metres away, even if it goes straight back to the Bulldogs out there, they can reset their back line a little bit and just peel off and get each of their men that they need to get. Cal?
Cameron Lang, I think you're all over the substitution. Hodgie.
They must, I don't know, are they listening to the ABC call in the Bulldogs box? James O'Donnell has come to the bench and has been subbed out of the match, and Oscar Baker has come in. So, genius from Cameron Lang. It's happened.
Genius pluck from Butters out of the centre. He took it one-handed and he delivered straight to Marshall. And a couple of players, there's been a clash of heads in that contest. Port Adelaide player and a Bulldog player down, Alex Keith.
I reckon
and
more...
Pal Pepper.
Sorry, Cal, I reckon more bodies.
Body on body.
Yeah, right. I reckon Pal Pepper has got a vicious corky out of that one.
What a great mark, though. Look, Butters has just hammered that.
Oh, and he's taken it right in front of his eyes, Todd Marshall, and left the damage behind. You're right, it was Keith into the back of Pal Pepper. So Marshall lining up for back-to-back goals for him off his right boot that is usually deadly, but not on this occasion. Handing it out to the right, a misfire, which is rare from Todd Marshall. 11-5-71. The Dogs 8-6-54. It's a lead of 17 at the 17-minute mark of the third quarter.
Dale brings it into Daniel. Swings his kick out wide for Doc Duray. Short kick to Leith Vandermeer. Found out during the week Leith Vandermeer, his nickname's Mark. His first name's Lathan, which I thought, yeah.
That works.
Yeah, but they didn't work too hard on it, but I can see how they got there. As he goes back to Liam Jones, and Liam Jones to Daniel, kicks out wide for Keith. Keith gives a hand pass back to Daniel, spears the kick onto the chest of Jack McRae. I've got one for you too, Mick, which Ben Cameron floated the other day in his broadcast. Oh, hang on, dangerous ball here across the ground as Marshall breaks it up. Port Adelaide get a forward half turnover. Rosie for the pair. Hand pass out to Drew. Feeds a handball forward to Boak. Between wing and half forward. Chips it out wide for Marshall. And all the bodies rush back, but Marshall's got the footy and the man on the mark right on the paint for the 50.
He's got the distance from here comfortably. If he wants to settle himself now, he's looking.
He doesn't want to take it. He wants to try and pass to the forward pocket. Vandermeer the target. He knocks it out of play. So a throw in forward pocket for Port. Oscar Baker, Ben Cameron noted appropriately number 13 in the Baker's dozen. But apparently it's...
is that it? So
that was it.
Is that his nickname?
Apparently he had nothing. He didn't even realise it, which I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah.
Liberatore.
Don't be surprised at that use.
Oh, it's a free kick going the way of the Bulldogs. So it'll come back to Libber against Rioli.
Well, I did say to one of my mates about it the other day. They're like, "Oh, I've never heard of that before." I've never heard of the Baker's dozen.
But this generation, stuck on their phone. They don't realise all those sayings.
I was born in the 90s, but I'm an old soul, Nick. So
yes, I understand that.
I was about 20,
you're a Beatle fan.
I was 23 when I was born, so that's.
So the Bulldogs have got it. Last line of defence here. It's Liberatore who goes from one back pocket to the other, where he gives it off to Jones. Jones brings it round the dock side. Ball hits the deck. Sin's got it, the youngster. Gives it to McEntee. He's tackled by Bailey Williams behind. Affects the kick. Turnovers on. Although it was momentarily too much airtime in that handball. It was intended for Vandermeer. Instead it's Farrell. Farrell goes on Rosé. Connor Rosé with a leap right up at the back of his opponent. Up into the back of Liberatore he went. And he clunked it right in front of his eyes.
Well, the good thing that Liberatore was down there as a defender, having to, as a midfielder, down there to protect against a midfielder who drifted forward.
That's a lovely mark. Used his back as a bit of a step ladder. Can he finish off his good work, Rosé? No, he can't.
Had the chances to put the Dogs away. The Dogs just have these quarters, and it must infuriate Luke Beveridge, because then they have to do all the hard work again in the next quarter, whatever quarter it is that they have a lapse. This is a lapse quarter at the moment.
Port by 18 points. Rosé had the maximum 10 coaches' votes last week.
Oh, no. Kick goes out on the full. Dale trying to bring it back into play. Kicked it out wide. There were two Dogs there. They left it for one another, both Baker and Giray, and the ball floated over the boundary line on the full. Free kick for Port. The wheels coming off here for the Bulldogs. Port go long to the top of the goal square through Pau Pepper. Juggled mark, not paid to Bruce. Has his arm pinned in the tackle from Rioli. Just dropped it up, gave him the benefit of the doubt. Comes out to Libba, hands it to Treloar. Hand pass to Vandermeer, kicks out of a defensive arc, but straight to Lockie Jones. Port Adelaide can reload with every player just about in the forward 50 for Port. Kicks for Horn Francis, climbs up, no mark. Spills down in front of Baker, he paddles it out of bounds. A throw in, 45 out from the power goal, Tim Hodges.
It's chaos for the Dogs down back at the moment, because Alex Keefe came off the ground and has gone straight down to the rooms with the doctor. I'm not sure what's wrong, and the way he was moving was quite free, so I'm not sure what the issue is, but he is down in the rooms.
Flick back in. Dixon in the ruck. Gets it to Rosé. Spins around a tackle and then off to Wines. Wines kicks as he's charging out towards the boundary line. Curls it back in. No one can take it at ground level. It's all the Bulldogs. Bailey Dale. His kick straight to Lockie Jones, who needed 3 grabs at it to claim the mark. Umpire says no, he took the mark over the boundary line, so it'll be a throw-in at half forward here for Port Adelaide.
He's an improved player, Lockie Jones. He's always a little bit rushed, but he's just starting to settle. I think the players around him have helped. They're very, very steady players back line.
Twirling ball, Lysette in front, dabs it down. Boat can't control it. Horn Francis can, and he's coat-hanged by Liberatore, and the two of them have been tense all night. A little bit of afters. Butters comes in and pushes Liberatore. There's some words being said. Horn Francis bobs back up, grabs the Sherrin, pokes it into space, looking for Dixon. Can't quite find him. The spoil came from Liam Jones. Spills the way of Bailey Dale, and Dale's kick to McRae. Marks the defensive side of the dockside wing. Hunched over Jack McRae. He's calling for a lead. In the end, just goes short to Scott. Still the defensive side of this wing, to Bailey Dale, to Bailey Smith, who's just come on the ground. Straight down to Oscar Baker, who's handball, and he's cold Oscar Baker. He's been the sub. His handball missed the target. McRae mopped it up. Kick goes into the pocket. Norton couldn't take it. Umpire's blown his whistle and said it is a free kick to the Bulldogs.
Chop of the arms.
And it's going the way of the Bont. It was a 2-on-2. Lear was there, Norton was there, and in the end he said it was a free kick to Bontempelli in the left forward pocket at the northern end.
Well, that fourth umpire, that's why they're on fourth umpire. It's just got to let the game go. That's just so ticky-touchy.
Yeah, there's no player on the mark, so you're not allowed to come in now. Bont off a step to make it a 12-point margin. And the Bont, it was never in doubt. They get it back to within a dozen. 9-6-60, Port Adelaide 11-6-72. 3 minutes to play before three-quarter time, and they're going to hang around here, these doggies.
Well, they had 8 to 13 league, just in case for 50 inside 50s. So they made the most of the Dogs.
Yeah, they have. And Port, like the Dogs in the first quarter, Port have left a few on the table, haven't they, with their missed shots, and you've just got to be within that 12-point margin. If they can even keep it at that, grab another one if you can. Of course, you want to kick goals, but even if it's 12 points at three-quarter time, that's close enough now.
Yeah, if it's their worst quarter, which so far it is, that's right. So the Dogs, they tend to have a bad one. So if they can get within, even if it stays like it is, you're right, the last quarter can open right up for them.
12-point lead for the Power. Back in the middle, Lysett wins the hit out, but straight down to English. Got a hurried handball away, but straight back to Lysett. Knocks it out in front of Rosie. Volleyball spike forward. Dale had it, lost it in the tackle. Comes to Horn Francis for Port. Short kick, McEntee. Marks 45 out directly in front.
Just really smooth, Horn Francis. Well, that could have been a rush kick. It's amazing, these players. They've got a split second to make a decision to hammer it or just see what they want to kick the ball to. McEntee was by himself and he just pulled the kick back. Now they're having a set shot for goal.
So we had 8 minutes of a real arm wrestle since the last goal in the game. Bontempelli pops one through from a free kick. And now Jed McEntee answers it straight back. And Port keep the Dogs at bay. Back to a 3-goal break for the Power. 26 gone third term, 12-6 to 9-6. Grandstand AFL, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling.
Oh, that really hurts if you're a Western Bulldogs fan. Just they worked so hard. Had to hold up, eventually get the ball down. Marcus Bontempelli kicks a really nice goal to then just concede one straight away. That really stings, and came from the middle, some really good contests. And then, as you said, Mick, just a bit of composure when it's been a pretty hot footy. There's been lots of mistakes because of high pressure. Horn Francis just needed to have the vision and the execution to find a teammate inside forward 50. And a nice set shot by Jed McEntee.
I think you said he's had 4 possessions at half-time. He's had 4 this quarter. It's only 4 kicks, but I think each one of them are counted. He just seems to be up his game, Horn Francis.
Visitors by 18 points. Lysett to Rosie, to Horn Francis. Stepping through a couple of Bulldogs to Boak. Back to Horn Francis. Brilliant out of the middle. Wines to Rosie. Shanks the kick. Lucks a fortune. Falls to Darcy Byrne-Jones to Boak. Back to Rosie. It was messy. Could he finish it off here? Dropping it in the goal square was Pal Pepper. The don't argue on Oscar Baker. Here's a chance. Still they go. A fumble by Darcy Byrne-Jones at the edge of the goal square. And Bontempelli says, yep, there's the goal line. I'm just going to hustle it through.
The goal was kicked before he had it.
There were half chances everywhere there.
Goodness gracious. There's Horn Francis again. He's gone from probably, it was a very quiet first quarter now. It was first half. He's just starting to really impose himself.
Bailey Williams marks the kick out, goes short to West, half back, Port Adelaide by 19. Time on, 28th minute of this third quarter, short kick to McRae.
Dogs just got to steady it. It's only a minute left. They've got to steady. They cannot afford for Port to kick another goal.
Port led by 22 earlier in the quarter, which was a game high at that stage. It's 19 at the moment. He goes long to a contest on the wing, and it's knocked out of bounds by Lockie Jones. Going to be throwing on the wing. One sub made, James O'Donnell out of the game, Oscar Baker in for the Bulldogs. And Riley Bonner is the unused sub for Port Adelaide at this stage. As we tick towards three-quarter time, boundary throw-in, Ruck Sherritt down, comes to Junior Rioli, hand pass and turnover to McRae. The Dogs gives it to Bailey Williams. He's crunched by Ben Jones. A heavy tackle, ball up on the outskirts of the centre square. Port by 19 as we tick towards three-quarter time.
Edge of the centre square, tossed in the air. Lysett somehow gets back to English. He's had a fumble. Boat can't pick it up cleanly. Bailey Smith can, but it ricochets around. Pinballing. Treloar replies a tackle. It's flicked out wide. It'll sit here for West. West, though, took off and Connor Rosie got him.
That's been really determined to get his man.
He's gone up a bit this quarter too, along with Horn Francis.
Rosie goes high and long to half forward. Dixon caught out of position. That was the target. Port Adelaide will take a 19-point lead into the final change here. at Docklands this evening. Round 13 action last night in Sydney. It was the Saints upstaging the Swans. And tonight here at Docklands, it's Port Adelaide by 19 points at three-quarter time. 12-7-79, the Western Bulldogs, 9-6-60 for the Power. Dixon has 4, Marshall has 2, singles to Finlayson, McEntee, Rosie, Butters and Horn-Francis. And for the Dogs, Waitman has 3. Norton, Ugle-Hagan, Treloar, Daniel, West and Bontempelli. So the Dogs playing to remain in the top 8. They came into this contest in 7th position, but if they drop this one and the Crows have a handy win over the West Coast Eagles, there's a chance they'll tumble out of the 8 at the end of round 13. And for Port Adelaide, it's all about that top 2 finish. They've won 8 in a row here at Docklands, and they're aiming for 10 in a row this season, which would be a club record. They lead it by 19, but Corbin, it's far from over.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Just an update from the Bulldogs. We thank them for passing it on. Alex Keith, he ran down the race straight off the ground. It's for a concussion test, the Dogs have just told us. So that's going to be at least probably the next part of another 10 minutes that he has to sit out, even if he is able to come back on the ground. So that is going to be another factor that the Dogs have to deal with a major hole out of their back line.
Keith, thanks, Hodgie. Keith's involved in that collision with Pau Pepper and a pack of bodies, but fingers crossed he's okay. Meanwhile, it's lunch, day 3 in the ultimate test at the Oval. If you want to listen along, ABC Listen App, look out for the red cricket ball. India 6 for 260. So India lost a wicket in the first over of play. They were 6 for 152 at that point. So now 6 for 260. Partnership worth over 100. Rahane on 89 and Shardul Thakur is on 36. Still trailing the Aussies' first innings total by 209. With 4 wickets in hand. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse next on Grandstand AFL.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
Right through for a goal.
AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it. Bye-bye. See you later.
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set. Bingo.
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
To Wines, working their way through the corridor. Pau Pepper back to Wines, who kept running. How's the kick inside 50? Delightful. Todd Marshall on the end of it. End-to-end stuff by Port Adelaide. And Finlayson kept running, so Marshall wedged the kick over the top to him. 25 metres out, he's on the right side for a left footer, and he curls it through for his first for the night.
And pass away to Wines. Wines kicks it deep inside 50. They all run to the hot spot. Falls down to Finlayson. Hands it out to Dixon. Dixon trickles it through. Port out to a game high.
For the biggest lead of the night, Todd Marshall. Can he put them in front by 22 points? You bet he can. Cruises with that set shot.
Here he is, the ultimate son of the West. And Riley nurses it through. It was a must-have for the Bulldogs. And they cut Port Adelaide's lead to 16.
Bont off a step to make it a 12-point margin. And the Bont, it was never in doubt.
And now Jed McEntee answers it straight back.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
I'm a Dogs fan. The Bont was caught red hot, dropping the ball in the back line. No free to Port. Now he drops a mark in front of goal and gets a charity free kick. Unnamed texter off the SMS 0437 774 774 from Ray in the Murray River land with 4 umpires on the field. Surely they can advise each other of the mistakes they are making. I know it is a split-second action, but surely they all know the rule book and are able to assist each other. Rhino says Scott Lycett didn't read the script, that Tim English is meant to be the All-Australian ruckman. Lycett is smashing English tonight. And an unnamed texter enjoying your coverage of the game, listening poolside in Athens, where it's a lovely 31 degrees. I'll be barracking hard from afar for my Blues on Sunday night. Off the
Just
SMS.
when I was jealous, but then they mentioned they're going for the Blues.
Yeah,
so.
there's
and
nothing.
31. Who wants 30? Honestly. We're going to get enough. Look,
Port by
look,
19
skid.
points, three-quarter time.
I'm off to
31 was Lingy's skin.
I'm off to Ballarat this weekend. Nick will be 31 in Ballarat.
Oh, well, if you turn the heater up. Good on you. Oh, I'd love to be going to Ballarat. No,
It's not even going to be 31 Fahrenheit in Ballarat, I don't think.
don't knock
currently
Ballarat.
10 degrees under the closed roof here, and it says feels like 6.
Try Ballarat and see what you find out there, Kel. I'll do us a weather update.
What, where for?
In Ballarat.
Oh, okay. Just give me a few moments.
Lingy, I was just saying about, how we were talking about differences that you were saying that half-time the Dogs were getting a lot more football. Well, it's turned out Port didn't get any more football.
No.
But they've got a heck of a lot more inside the front 50.
Yeah.
So, but I think your point was that who was getting it. In this case, a lot of Port's midfielders are getting it, as opposed to the second quarter where a lot of their backline were getting it. So that's what's driving the ball inside the front 50.
Horn Francis got going, didn't he?
Yeah,
Rosie got
Rosie
going. Wines even found a little bit of the footy through the middle
yeah.
of the ground. I mean, Zach Butters has been superb for the whole game. He was actually a little, out of all of them, a touch quieter in that
3-1,
quarter.
yes, yeah. Well, they've probably gone to him a little bit more too. This is where you expect the Dogs. They're a quality side. I've said to you about Norton. Look, I'd be bringing Norton up to a high half forward to get him into the game because he's got mobility and he's going to take a backline play with him, which means you've got less key backs behind the ball. So just to get him into the game a bit.
Ballarat, 6.7, feels like 2 degrees. I'm taking Athens and the 31 any day of the week.
We'll give you right up there.
Port by 19 points. Final term underway. Crooked bounce in the middle. Up lets them roll. Lycett outpoints English here. Wins the hit out. Houston off the square. Groves at Butters runs into him and ends up on his backside. But a ball up as Houston's tackled. What a year he's having. Zach Butters leading the ABC Footballer of the Year and a red-hot chance for Charlie. You'd think the way that he's going, certainly right there among the hot favourites, back in the middle of the ground. No clean takeaway. Sin trying to paddle it out in front, goes without it. Bontempelli brushes aside Butters, knocks it away to Daniels, sweeping hand pass out to Vandermeer. In front of the benches, sends a high bomb to half forward. Big leap from Ugle-Hagan, doesn't get hands to it. Norton just wants to knock it on forward, but the runners are with the power. And Houston is in the back pocket. Collects, turns it straight over. Kicks it to Ugle-Hagan, who marks uncontested. Right half forward, 35 out. And he's a nice player, Dan Houston, but probably wasn't his best clearance.
No, it wasn't his best clearance, but that came about because a bit more pressure was placed on him by Waitman. Forced him to lean back on his kick. Yeah, he could have gone another 20 metres, but it was the pressure from Waitman.
15 goals, 21 for the season. Jamara Ugle-Hagan, dead straight. Celebrates with the Dogs faithful and keeps them in it. A second for Ugle-Hagan. 90 seconds into the final term and Port Adelaide's lead cut to 13. 12-7-79. The Dogs move to 10-6-66. Cameron Ling, Mick Oldhouse.
It was a strange kick though by Houston, wasn't it? He couldn't have hit him more lace out. It was perfect.
Must have been on the toe.
Yeah. But it started back here, Mick. We've been talking a lot about the midfield, of course, such an important part of the ground. Marcus Bontempelli was the one on the move, just won the ball, crucial 50-50 ball with Butters. Yep. Just got it going forward again. And we've sung his praises over many, many years, and quite rightly so, but it's those moments that make him so special.
He's so clean.
Yeah.
No, it was a typical captain's approach to a side that's trailing.
Well, they're getting closer. They can taste it. They trail by 13 points, the Dogs. Early stages of this final term. Back underway in the centre. It's Butters handballing into space. Bailey Dale comes in, soccers it off the ground. It gets to half forward here for the Dogs, but it's heading out near the boundary line. Can Baker keep it in? No, he can't. Oscar Baker, the sub.
He's got some serious leg speed, hasn't he, Baker?
He does.
He was out there a metre and a half in front of his opponent. A bit stiff there. I'm not... I don't like players getting taken off, but I'm glad they brought him on because he's got that speed they need.
English and Lycett wrestle again. On all fours, Treloar handballs it up, but they've coughed it up. This is Butters combining with Rosie, all under the pump, all on the city side wing, and it's going nowhere. Darcy Byrne-Jones forced to tackle Baker, who was getting involved. So thrown up in the air, no time wasted. From the ruck hands, it goes straight down to Baker, who blazes away towards Norton. Great pick up by Ugle-Hagan under the pump, sends it inside 50. Lob got rid of his opponent, and now he comes back on it. Liam Jones, though. Lockie Jones, it is, rather. Does really well for Port Adelaide and repels, and Drew takes the mark over Liberatore. That's a wonderful mark by the youngster.
Funny feeling, I think, out it may have bounced.
I think, and it may have paid a free kick for holding one arm.
Drew kicks to a one-on-one. Dixon works his way to the front. The scrap with Liam Jones and takes the mark.
He's a big man, Dixon. But I'm glad that Jones is on him because he needs to be able to get underneath him and work him up the ground.
He's kicked 4, all to the Coventry end, the power to the Lockett end. In the final turn, Rioli. The long driving kick from Dixon into the forward pocket. 4 or 5 flew at the footy. And Rioli waiting at the back, took the mark. A free kick's going to be paid. He's had to hand it off to Finlayson, who snaps and kicks the goal. Some more breathing room for Port Adelaide. And Jeremy Finlayson just with the little shush action as well to the Dogs fans to let them know about it. 13-7-85. The Bulldogs 10-6-66 and a 19-point advantage for Port Adelaide.
Don't you hate that, Lingy, when that happens?
When they go to sleep like
when they go to sleep.
I thought you were saying when they do the shh to the crowd, because Brodie Grundy did it for Melbourne and Adelaide Oval the other week and came back to bite him.
Yeah. Yes.
Finlayson's going the shh.
We'll see how that comes to bite Jeremy Finlayson or not, but I'm with you, Mick. You've got to know, as good a player as Rioli is, and you think, oh, he might have a shot.
Who's the left footer?
Know who the left footer is. Know which pocket it is, and just be straight on to Finlayson. Rioli was aware. Clever play. Really good footy smarts.
Finlayson's got his second. Lead is 19 points. And we'll recall the bounce in the centre. Port by 8 at quarter time, by 4 at half time, by 19 at three-quarter time. And it's a goal apiece to start this final term. Dogs well and truly still in it. Lycett straight down to English. A hurried kick in there was smothered. Bontempelli desperate off to English. His kick was smothered brilliantly by McEntee. McEntee goes back in and tries to win it. Up to Lycett. He's trying to dodge Bailey Smith. He falls over running backwards, but he does okay in the end. Boat gets it. His handball smothered. English has got it. Bontempelli. Now Vandermeer. Oh, what a brilliant rundown tackle by maybe the Brownlow medalist. Butters was just so quick on Vandermeer. That is team-inspiring stuff, and Zach Butters right on 50. He's given it off to Houston. Houston from 52. It's an absolute monster, but it right on the goal line. It's fisted through off the fist of Josh Bruce. And Butters didn't want to back himself in from 50 out.
Short kick out from Dale, finds English, half-back. Port by 20 points, 6.5 gone, final turn. English gives it back to Dale on a run off the back flank. Kicks long to Norton, one-on-one with Aaliyah. Hand on it from Aaliyah, ball comes to ground. The two to step over the footy. Norton soccers it forward, Bergman there for Port. He's mowed down. Great tackle, Baker. With the fresh legs. In fact, it's McRae who got him. And Jack McRae with the chase down tackle for the Bulldogs.
They're not out of this, the Dogs, because they've got class players. There's a bit of freshness about him this quarter.
He goes short to Daniel. Daniel 70 out. Kicks inside the forward 50. English up over Butters with the size mismatch. And Tim English marks 30 out straight in front.
Just because it's Caleb Daniel and how clever he is, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he knew exactly what he was doing there.
Where's his opponent? I just can't find English's opponent at all.
No, the kick was just superb. Where is Lycett? He's on the bench, sitting on the pine.
Get the Hodgie in a moment. He came off just as English drifted forward to make him pay. English, proper English. Through it goes. And the Dogs continue to hang about. 8 gone, final term. 11-6-72. Port Adelaide 13-8-86. Tim English. On the back of the best of field display last week. Tim Hodges, his direct opponent, sitting down there in front of you.
Yeah, Scott Lycett came off. He copped one in the breadbasket, so came straight to the bench, and nobody spotted it. So English was all on his own.
I reckon just keep watching down there, Hodgie. I reckon there might be some paperwork starting to be handed around for Riley Bonner to perhaps enter the game. Don't know who's coming off yet, but I'm sure you'll have it for us in just a moment.
I'll just say this right now. You never, ever take a player off when the opposition got the ball. Why would you go with 17 v 18 and then they got the footy? That's a goal by the bench.
And now Finlayson is into the ruck. English wins it. Bontempelli handballs to English. He's hurting them while Lysette's been off. Clever little dab there by Daniel. It's going to spill the way of Bailey Smith. Oh, he's tossed it around like a rag doll, and they're Bergman's tackle on Bailey Smith. He goes again, the two of them. Still they go by hands, the doggies. McRae into space. Eyes only for the footy was Bontempelli crashing through. It's going backwards. They've still got control of it here, the Dogs. Ugle-Hagan. Oh, that was so clever. In chaos, he's able to hit up Jack McRae on a short little lead. It was a short little pass. Jamara. Wow.
Yeah, that's under pressure, taking the right option. He had to pull his kick. For those that aren't watching, player right in his face. He virtually kicked the ball under the player's knee. So that is an outstanding finish.
Elite skills we've seen from these two heavyweight teams, top 8 contenders. As Jack McRae lines up, they're storming back into contention, these doggies. Back to 8 points with 14 minutes to play. Port Adelaide 13-8-86. The Dogs 12-6-78. But they've got a real sniff now.
I love that at that last centre bounce. The Dogs knew they had the advantage in the ruck, got really aggressive and ran hard forward, and they're trying to get Scott Lysette on now. Timmy Hodges on the boundary. Sub's been made.
Yeah, Liggy, so it's the first moment of panic I've seen on the Port Adelaide bench all night, and it was even Ken Hinkley was up off his seat waving at Finlayson to get off the ground to allow Lysette back on, which is interesting because Tim English is now off having a breather. The sub has been made. Josh Sin has come out of the game, and Riley Bonner is now into the 22 for the last 20 minutes or so.
Thanks, Hodgie. 8-point lead for Port Adelaide. Dogs with the last couple in the game. Crooked bounce up, lets them roll. Comes down the liberal of the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Daniel. Handball away to Scott. Steps around Lysette. Kicks down to half forward for the Bulldogs. With a pep in their step. Carries the pack. Oh, Lockie Jones hit it with pace. Comes up with it for Port Adelaide. Long kick down the city wing. Arriving is Keith. Flies for the footy. No mark. Falls to Boak. Hand pass out wide in front of Marshall. He just knocks it forward. Took an unkind bounce for McEntee. Dogs go in, win it again. Liberatore to Daniel, who stepped over the boundary line. A hand pass to Giray. He too is out. And a boundary throw-in on the city wing. Port by 8 points, but the Dogs have kicked the last 2. 11 gone, final term.
And they're dominating the ball now, the Dogs too. As I say, they have a bad quarter, then they regroup.
Caleb Daniels having some sort of influence.
Every touch he gets is a double touch. It's fantastic.
They are revitalised. Luke Beveridge's men. So a boundary throw in on the outer side. Little toe poke from Bailey Smith. Goes the way of Bergman, but the pressure being applied by these Dogs. Leading by the skipper, starting with the skipper Bontempelli, who wraps up Dylan Williams in a huge tackle on the city side wing. So many players around this ball. Boak's held to him, standing up in a tackle. They'll reset and go again. It's Lob and Lysette now. Lysette slaps it down. Bailey Smith with a little toe poke. It dribbles along the line before it goes out of bounds. Port Adelaide players ask the question, was it deliberate? The umpire says no. So they win a little bit of distance, creeping closer to goal. They've got a half-forward boundary throw in now, kicking to the southern end. Official attendance posted on the giant screen. So disappointing. Friday night footy, 23,110. This is worthy, this contest, of a full house.
8-point lead for Port Adelaide. Boundary throw-in down in front of Farrell. Clever sockers it forward, but straight to Bailey Williams. Dogs chop it off. Hand pass to Dale. Kicks inside 50. Over the head of Jamara. Top of the goal square. Lear picks it up. Last line of defence. It was clean. He kicks out wide. Wants the boundary. Finds it on the bounce. Deliberate. Dogs will bring it back in to Giray. Finds Liberatore in that launch pad. Looks for Ugle-Hagan. Drew stands in the hole. Ball spills through, but a free kick for a high tackle. He was clipped in the air, Willem Drew. And he'll get it half back for Port Adelaide. We're only 13 minutes into the last quarter. Port by 8, but the Dogs are coming with a rush.
Yeah, the 23,000 have roared into life here, the fans, and it feels like 46,000. Launching late, there was Liam Jones at the back of the pack, and the mark's been paid. So Jones on the Dock wing. Goes short to McRae. Goes short to Baker, all by foot, creeping closer to goal. He's going to go long into the pocket where Jamara's there. He's out-muscled this time by McKenzie. Aaliyah, again, just bangs it on the boot, gets it out of that defensive 50. Keith.
Touch, no one knows it.
Had a run at it. Play on, umpire says. Now Keith notices. On his left, he's just going to put it to the hot spot. Norton's there. 1, 2. No. Lockie Jones, a little handball, but it ricochets off the back of Bontempelli. The Bont is covering every blade of grass out here in this final term on one dodgy leg. He's got that right knee heavily strapped, and it's Port Adelaide by 8 points, but the Doggies are coming with a rush.
Boundary throw in, deep forward for the Bulldogs. Lysett got a palm to it. Still a live footy. Bergman jams it on the boot, out of the defensive arc. Keith knocks it out in front of himself, runs out of room. It's out of play. And a throw in 60 out from the Bulldogs goal. But you mentioned no one knew it was a touch ball, except Caleb Daniel. Very clever. Went and stood and almost laid a block on the man on the mark, who, of course, isn't actually on the mark.
He never stops thinking in the game of footy, Caleb. He's so clever.
That's what's going on underneath that helmet in there. There's a whole heap happening. High footy IQ from the boundary throw-in. Libba hands it to Baker, kicks inside 50. Jamara forward pocket, grabs it. Vades one tackle. Lockie Jones has got him. It's a throw.
Oh, I thought he got a handball then.
Free kick, Lockie Jones, back pocket for Port Adelaide. Power by 8, 15 gone, final term. Feels like the last 2 minutes. There's still a whole heap of footy to play.
We've got a long way to go in this ball game. Port playing for top 2. Doggies playing to keep their spot in the top 8. Long kick. Marshall wants to claim the mark. The umpire says no. Play on. Lysett got down. Baker's been in everything. The sub, he's been busy. Speaking of busy, here's Butters. Twisting and turning his way out of trouble, looking for Rosie. Rosie went without it. Butters gets down low and he's tackled Livers down there as well. They're feisty. They're loving every minute of this scrappy contest. Again, they go again. Liberatore cannot get up off the turf. Every time he goes to get up, he's pushed to the ground again. Butters hunched over, sucking in the oxygen he saw. Oh, there's a free kick against Lysett.
Oh, no, I reckon
was it?
Maybe Butters.
Okay, well, Lob's got it. Lob goes to half forward. Ugle Hagen got his hands to it. McRae to Bontempelli. He's hit by a couple of power defenders closing down, and then the kick was smothered. But now they're away. Here's Butters cutting back through the centre of the ground. They can't catch him. He's like Mighty Mouse. Off to Drew. Drew goes long. Rioli's at the back in a one-on-one. They both go to ground. Dixon's there. Fisted away. Liam Jones into space. Swooping on it is Horn Francis. He wheels around. He's a man on a mission, Horn Francis. He's unbeatable. Take that, says Jason. As some boos ring out. The more you boo, the better he plays. He's got 2. And it's Port by 14 points. 14-8-92. The Western Bulldogs 12-6-78. This is some of the best Aussie rules football you'd ever hope to see.
Nick, I can't overstate how impressive that goal is. One touch at full speed with pressure.
Going the wrong way for a right footer.
Correct.
Then had to correct himself.
Oh, that is superb.
Well, you called it, Cal, when you said it's his second goal. I don't think there's going to be many better goals scored by him or by other players.
How about Butters here on the wing too? He's just staring straight at Liberatore, saying, I'm taking you on. Straight past him. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Oh, speed.
Hodgie. Oh, no Hodgie. 14-point lead for Port Adelaide. 17 gone, final term. Butters has a breather on the bench. A little bit of breathing room too for Port Adelaide. Drew, hand pass away to Boak, hand pass out to Rosie, outer edge of the centre square, handball out to half forward, finds Wines, Wines kicks to the top of the goal square, Horn Francis there again, no mark on this occasion, Pack forms behind him, Bruce is tackled, taken the ground by Burne-Jones. And the ball up.
It's interesting, they've re-wrestled it back again, Port, through that midfield.
25 out from the power goal. The Dogs peg it back to a single-digit game again. Daniel tries to clear, can't. Eventually Liberatore with the rebound 50, but straight to Houston. He takes the intercept mark between wing and half forward for the power. They're going back inside 50 at the Lockett end. He just lays it up, top of the goal square. They come from all directions. Bruce knocks it away. Treloar off the pack. Hand pass back to Vandermeer. Defensive goal square. Kick straight down the pipe. There's no one at centre half back.
Waitman will get there first, but it hits his shin and spills the way of Farrell, who's got time to turn and assess and find Rioli in the pocket. Junior Rioli in the left forward pocket.
Now his teammates will be telling him, take the full 30 seconds. I reckon they all need a bit of a breather through the middle of the ground.
We all do, don't we, Lingy?
Yeah, it's been a frenetic last 5 or 6 minutes. And, of course, with his skill, this sort of snap.
So to make it a 20-point lead, pull away again from the Dogs that have been so determined. Off 2 steps, it's too skinny. He's missed to the near side. No magic this time out of the blue boots of Junior Rioli. Port by 15 points. 8 minutes, 20 seconds to play.
And the Dogs got another wave in them. 4 lead changes in the opening quarter. Port have led since. As Bruce marks the kick out, then goes wide and kicks it out of bounds.
So no allowance for a bad kick. That was a bad kick.
Yeah. And Port fans wanted deliberate. Certainly Aaliyah did. Not forthcoming.
Doggies have lost a couple of close games by 5 points to Richmond in round 4. And, in fact, they won that one, rather. And they went down by 7 points to the Suns a couple of weeks ago in Darwin.
And Port a perfect 5 and zip in games decided by under 10. A handball chain on the wing for Port Adelaide. Wines got it twice and then a hand pass out to Boak. High kick inside 50. Rioli unrealistic at 10. Pepper slides in, wins it, hands it to Burn Jones. He pops it through, but the kick's coming back.
Perfect, I reckon.
The kick's coming back. He slid in and caught Keith high, put his head over the footy, so Keith will get it. Last line of defence.
And Keith, you know, he's been off. Jimmy, I think you said he was the one that got tested before, so... Oh, it's a dead set free kick.
Alex Keith in the back pocket of the northern end. Sends it city side. Waitman played for a push in the back. Boak's got it. He's tackled by Jones. Quick handball, Treloar. A stolen, other push. Free kicks going back here. It's going the way the Dogs play on advantage. So Bailey Smith with a little give and go to Treloar. In fact, Treloar faked it. Came back inboard to Scott. Scott drives it inside 50. Almost Ugelhagen. He got 2 bites to it. Then Drew gets it. And he's tackled to the turf by Liberatore. Just a step inside 50. Margin is 15. Port Adelaide lead, but it's in the attacking zone here for the Bulldogs. English down to Bontempelli. Bontempelli, open goal square. It's going to bounce right across the face.
What about that movement at the stoppage, though, by Bond? Oh, for somebody who loves midfield craft, Mick, that's as good as it gets.
One touch. Just...
Wow.
Lingy and Mick aren't watching the cricket anymore, Corby. This is good. We're winning.
Port by 15, 21 gone, final term, boundary throw, and it's knocked back out of play. Do it again.
Well, they need a goal from this, the Dogs. This is to bring them back within 5 minutes, just to be able to then say, right, we need 2 more scoring shots. Because I just think if there's still at 3 scoring shots, it starts to get very, very tough against a side like Port.
Shout out to Dave from SA. Go the power. Listening along. Boundary throwing. English grabs it out of the ruck. Tackled, lost it. Lockie Jones coughs it up by hand to Treloar. U-turn, hand pass away to Vandermeer. Shoots goalward offline. Misses.
It's almost like a guard waiting for a 3-point shot then was Vandermeer. He'd set himself ready to go for the kick.
It's a strange decision to handball wildly, Port Adelaide.
I feel like my brain, I was ready to say bang.
That's it.
Port Adelaide by 14 points.
Downtown.
22 gone final term.
So Mackenzie with one of those long bombs works it to the wing, the dockside wing. Butters had it, lost it, and then he's laying on his flat on his back and he's still able to get the ball. He's like a magnet out there for that yellow Sherra. Now Pal Pepper tries to barge his way through, but he's going nowhere.
The ball just gets used so beautifully, doesn't it? And it takes good defence to stop that ball moving.
Port by 14 points. English and Finlayson. English does it with ease, but at ground level it's all Port. Houston to Bonner. Bonner the sub. Stripped to the footy. Umpire says that was holding the ball. It'll be a free kick to the Dogs. Coming back here on the wing.
It's going to be hard for Bonner to come into this game at this sort of pace and intensity. You don't have that long with the footy right now.
Baker came in a little bit earlier, didn't he? And he's been good for the Bulldogs. He's helped lift them.
Yep.
So this is Bailey Williams, who's got it right in front of the interchange gates. Goes long. It's slapped down by Lockie Jones. It'll still be in play here. Treloar gets there first. Handball was brilliant under pressure to Bailey Smith. Curls it to the top of the goal square. They all leap. English is there. Bontempelli ricochets back to Waitman. It's left footer. It's an up. It's an under. Oh. It's a goal!
Oh, no, Shepherd's been called, Cal. Sorry to interrupt.
Cody Waitman celebrating, Lingy.
No, it's going to be a free kick to Port Adelaide, top of the goal square.
Well, that is controversial because Cody Waitman had done half a lap of honour. Waitman, he's kicked 3 already. Instead, it's going to be Ollie Wines who's got it. Last line of defence, goes long looking for Dixon. Boat took it out of his hands in the end. Gives it off to the run. Wider still of Bonner. Draws the defender. Off to Rosie. Cuts back in to a one-on-one. They're going end-to-end stuff here. It's Horton Francis got rid of Keith and then he fell over. He dropped a sitter in the end. And then Keith thought he'd won, but he ran into a brick wall called Zach Butters. Brilliant football from both sides. Port by 14 points, 5 minutes to play.
It's all the Powers, stars of the future. Now a ball up inside 50 for Port. Comes down to Liberatore, crunching tackle from Marshall. Ball comes out. Butters feeds Pal Pepper. Shakes a kick through. Goal for the Power. And that'll make it extremely tough for the Dogs.
Kenny's going crazy on the bench just in front of us, Corbin. He liked that one.
The Power out by 20 points now. Back-to-back goals, 25 gone final term, 15-9-99. The Bulldogs 12-7-79. A goal cancelled out at the other end with a controversial goal line call. And then Zach Butters, as hot a player as there is in the competition at the moment, the feed through to Pal Pepper for what could be the game clincher.
I apologise for my reaction mid-call of yours there, Corbs. I saw the replay of the other end of the ground. Free kick that cancelled out the Cody Waitman goal. There is no way that should have been a free kick.
Oh, dear.
That is a good block on the goal line to shepherd the ball over the line. Should have counted.
Ooh, okay. So it should have been an 8-point margin. Instead, we've got 20-point margin. Still time here for the Doggies. We've worked it to half forward before it's stolen back by Port Adelaide. Where Wines gets it and goes wide and taking the mark is Houston.
It is officiated differently when it's a goal line shepherd to protect the ball through. If a person was trying to mark the ball, it would have been called, I would agree with it, to shepherd. But on the goal line, that is a fair shepherd. It should have been a goal.
And it wasn't in the back or anything.
No.
It was on the arm.
In the side.
Bulldogs fans are standing up. There's plenty of booing happening, and Horton Francis isn't anywhere near it. Now, the kick from Port Adelaide from Boat went down the line, but it'll end up in a tangle of arms and legs and a ball up on the City side. Butters is in there and Wines and Treloar and Liberatore. Finlayson have been asked to do the ruck against English. Kick round the corner was out of bounds. No. It'll be a boundary throw-in.
And remembering too the way that we've seen what happened, you can use a steel chair on the goal line to stop to let a score go through.
Correct.
And yet we get a marginal one in a key moment in the game.
Yep.
Goes down the other end, results in a huge score.
Stoppage after stoppage. Treloar standing next to Rosie here. He looks sore. Boundary throw-in beats both of them. Boak wins it with desperation to Houston. Fake one way and then gets back on his right. Penetrating kick into the pocket it goes. Here's a chance for Marshall. Oh, Pal Pepper charging through. I think he snared it. Right on the goal line. He whizzed through from nowhere. A bit of flash and dash from Pal Pepper, and there's going to be a replay here because it happened so quickly. It was a goal line scramble. Pal Pepper sprinting from the ground. He thinks he's kicked it, and he's on his way to the bench.
And just while they're reviewing this one, Cal, let's have a little look.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, we can see the ball comes off the Port Adelaide attacker's boot last before crossing the goal line.
So that's back-to-back goals for Sam Pal Pepper. And he suddenly, and Port Adelaide have bounced off the ropes. And that margin is 20 points with 3 minutes and 39 seconds to play. 26 rather. They've just adjusted the scoreboard. So Port 16-9-105. The Dogs 12-7-79. And since that controversial call where the Bulldogs have been denied a goal, suddenly it feels like a pin's just pricked the air here and all the life has drained out of the Dogs fans.
It's not a 26-point game, but it'll show that on the scoreboard. Because you're right, you're going to hang on to that for a long, long time, that Shepherd. It's dead set, not a free kick. But credit to Port being able to pull back against the Dogs, who really had control of the game for the first 15 or 10 to 12 minutes anyway.
Cam Green just took an absolute blinder in the gully too, Corbs, just in case you wanted to know.
Beautiful.
Just got Rahane out in the 80s.
That's the wicket we needed. So India 7 for 261. Call available through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the red cricket button. It's a game-high margin all of a sudden. 26 points Port Adelaide's way. Dale in the centre square. Short kick to Treloar for the Bulldogs. Hands it out wide to Vandermeer. Kicks long. Top of the goal square. One-hander. Norton got it. Held out Aaliyah. Took the juggling mark in his right hand. He's 20 out straight in front. The Dogs are playing catch-up here.
Well, unfortunately for the Dogs, Mick called it perfectly right at the start. He had that first shot at goal, nailed his goal, and then hasn't really looked like it since. Aliyah's been superb. Best chance he's had.
The leading goal kicker with 23. Ticket over to 24. Pops it through, and he may well have bookend the night. 13-7-85. Port Adelaide 16-9-105. Power by 20 points. Half-hour mark, final turn.
Well, I know one bloke that may be too happy. Son's sitting in the grandstand. Barrett's for the Dogs.
Interesting, I saw Daniel Jones, Syracusa and Robert Murphy sitting together.
Yes.
Obviously both involved with different teams now. Gia at the Dons, Bob with the Dockers. Are they sitting there just watching it in a capacity? Would they be barracking for the Bulldogs? I often wonder how that plays.
Well, if you get tickets from the AFL, they'll all be in a particular area.
Right.
So if they're not involved today, then they'll get their tickets to the AFL and then just mysteriously sit together.
And then they go, oh, we know each other, we used to play footy together, and they sit down and watch the game.
Yeah. And discuss everything.
And I think they had kids with... I reckon I recognised a couple of the kids there, so they might have all got together a little bit as a family.
Nonsense.
Final 3 minutes to play here.
Horn Francis out at the centre. That's their strength, Port. They're able to change it around, get players like Horn Francis, Rosie, Butters. Boat's hardly been in the middle.
I'm sorry, I know I'm a stickler for the rules, but Caleb Daniel ran straight through the mark.
He did.
It's got to be 50.
Marshall took the mark well outside 50. The big spoil comes at the top of the goal square. This is Wines handballing to a teammate who's set upon.
So just quickly, I know there's the splitting rules change where you can't just run one side and the other person goes the other in the protected zone. It wasn't that.
You still can't go through
Caleb
the middle.
Daniel still went through the middle of the mark.
Yeah, 50 metres.
It's 50. If the rule's there, umpire it.
Boak.
Mind you, they owe them one. They owe them 3 after that goal line block.
Bontempelli frustrated. He's pushing Butters in the chest. Here's Bailey Williams. Over to Caleb Daniel, back to Bailey Williams. They dash across half back and then out wide. City wing. McRae's got it. He has a bounce. He delivers on his left. High ball, Waitman right underneath it. And then he's tackling Burne-Jones, who handballs backwards. Was well done. Off to Dylan Williams. And play on, says the umpire. Dylan Williams gives it to McEntee. McEntee now to Butters. Butters wants to rub their nose in it. Hits up Finlayson on the end of a long lead. He's 50 out and he says, I'm going to go for home. Step or two in from the boundary, kicking to the northern end. Jeremy Finlayson.
He'll be able to run round on his left a little bit, get that extra distance, but also smart enough to take nearly 30 seconds off the clock just to make a certainty of it.
This will be his third goal for the night. From 51 out. Has he got it in his left leg? Oh, it's touched right on the line. Almost marked, but in the end, touched through. Charlie Dixon was the man on the line. Came out and kicked. Bang, bang, bang. 3 goals in that first quarter.
Dale from the kick out, overcooks the kick, missed Bailey Smith. There's Bonner, a hand pass away to Horn Francis. His handball to centre half forward was turned over momentarily. Powell went it back. Handball to Dylan Williams. He shoots goal but misses. Got it from Treloar. Behind for Dylan Williams. Long range behind for the lefty. Port by 22 points. 33 gone final turn.
Bontempelli on the kick in. He will not stop trying. He's giving his all. He kept running. He got it back and then he kicked down the line. Here's a chance. This is Keith. Keith looking for Ugle-Hagan. Standing start. Spoil was from behind. Was Todd Marshall all the way down there. He's gone down back for this last minute or two. Treloar bursting clear. They can't catch him. He's forced to handball backwards to Keith. He's just going to bang it long, and Aaliyah says, you know what, young fella, Dylan Williams, you can take the defensive mark. in front of 23,110 today. Port Adelaide about to win its 9th consecutive game here at Docklands. And it's the perfect 10. Ken Hinckley's men unbeaten since round 4. They were tested, and they prevailed by 22 points in the end. 10 in a row for Port Adelaide. They soar into the top 2.
We got the power to win, power to roll. Come on, Port Adelaide aggression. We are the power from Port. It's more than a sport. It's a true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop, stop, stop till we're top, top, top. There's history here in the making. We've got the power to win. We'll never give in till the flag is ours for the taking.
Final score 16-11, 107 to the Doggies, 13-7, 85. A crowd of 23,110. Very disappointing because it was a brilliant contest. Dixon kicked 4, back in the side for the first time in a month. And then Horne-Francis, Marshall, McEntee, Finlayson and Powell Pepper all chipped in with 2 each. And for the Doggies, Wakeman kicked 3, all in the first quarter. Norton with 2 and Ugle-Hagan with 2. The Dogs have lost 3 on the trot. The story here tonight is Port Adelaide right up the top of the ladder with Collingwood trying to get some separation on the rest of the competition.
It's more than a sport, it's a true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop, stop, stop till we're top, top, top. There's history here in the making. We got the power to win. We'll never give in till the flag is ours for the taking.
So they go equal top, top, top with Collingwood still to play this weekend, of course. Port Adelaide by 22 points and more history in the making tonight. A record extending 10th game straight that Port Adelaide have won. So a 10-game winning sequence. They set the new high water mark last week and it grows by 1 tonight. A 22-point win over the Western Bulldogs. Oh, there's a lot to pull apart in all of that. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse.
With 10 in a row, does that mean Kenny's no longer untenable?
Yes, I think he's past we're on the untenable scale. Of what we heard from
You'd need to ask Warren Treadrow that.
Couldn't help myself.
I know. I liked it. I liked it. You know, I like a little, play with words. But
from what Matthew Richardson told us pre-game, the CEO, that Ken's happy, they're happy, and everyone's happy about how it's going.
But Warren Treadrow, after, remember the showdown?
Yeah,
he's untenable.
That's
I liked it, Lingy. And then Ken said, here, whack, 10 in a row, mate.
Well, think about that. Ollie Florent drop punt lands a metre short of the goal line. If he kicks that, they're 1-3. Instead, he misses, and it starts a 10-game winning sequence. They haven't lost again.
And I was there that night, and as they've come off the ground, I followed Kenny down the race, and I just had a little moment with him as he was walking off, and he looked at me, and he just said, I can't remember his exact words, I can't say them all because there were swear words in there, but it was a little bit along those lines of, wow, it would have been a very different story. They kicked out pretty much exactly that. And the relief and anguish and everything that was on his face, he was feeling the heat at that stage. It's such a parochial city, as you very well know, Cal. And now you look at them and you think, okay, Collingwood are the best team in the competition right now, but that team out there is very, very close behind them, along with Brisbane probably at the moment as the other one. You think maybe, just maybe, Port Adelaide could win the premiership this year. They've got quality through the middle of the ground, a refreshed midfield with little cameos of their experienced guys. Trav Boak, I thought, was important at times tonight. Ollie Wines was really quiet and then had a good third quarter and got them going. Their defence is solid, and Mick, I think you made the point, they're all really good kicks. Yep. They use the ball really well.
And deep too, Lingy. They clear the ball out of the back line, and you're contesting the ball then on the wing or beyond.
That's what I like. Athleticism as well. They can match up pretty well. And that forward line, when you see Big Charlie, I know after quarter time he didn't get the goals, but he was still an influence in what he created at ground level. When you got him, Todd Marshall, continues to take steps forward. I'd probably get a little bit impatient with Todd Marshall occasionally and think I'd love him to be even better, but he keeps improving. Finlayson's had a good year. The small forwards go to work. Horn Francis is a threat when he's down there if it's not quite working for him in the middle of the ground. Gee, why not? 10 in a row.
He kicked 2. I know they're late goals, but he's always in there contesting.
Oh, he's just frenetic with his pressure.
And how many times have we seen, I mean, it happened in this corresponding game when they last played in round 5 at Gather Round, where they're challenged in the last term and they've got to come back, and then they're challenged again and they've got to come back. And you think, no, they're done now. But they keep coming back. They've got that belief. And when the goal was kicked, Jack McRae kicked a goal, drew them within 8 points halfway through that final term. And then they went end to end, and Horn Francis was just brilliant how he stood up and kicked that goal.
Let's go to your question pre-game to Matt Richardson, when you said about the captain. Is he a really good kick? Because I'm just look, I know he can kick the football. I know he's a captain, honestly. So it gets back to what you asked the question about the captain. The side at the moment is now this is a strange statement to make. It's a modern game. It's a modern side. Yep. Now, when I say that, I detest people saying, this is the modern game. The modern game's been modern for, 20, 30 years, with this quick play, and then we slowed it down, all this stuff. I'm talking more about the fact that I mentioned, I was watching him in Hobart, and my conclusion to that was that Horn Francis is a very, very talented player. Though I came out of that one thinking, he got booed by whoever was North. It was North. But I was interested in the clearance of the back line was just extraordinary how far they kicked the football out. I'm just thinking, does Jonas get back in that side? Because they can all kick.
Port win it by 22 points, a 10th consecutive victory, which is a new club record, continues to grow week on week. Tim Hodges is in the winners' rooms. Hodgie.
Perfect timing, Corbin, for the 10th straight time. Here is the Port side.
Come on, Port Adelaide aggression. We are the power from Port. It's more than a sport, it's the truth. Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop to a top. Cause it's real. We'll never win. We'll never get in till the flag is out for the take.
That was actually pretty subdued. I think it was because Jeremy Finlayson brought, I'm not sure if that's his little girl, but there's a little girl that he brought in, so they was almost singing it softly so they didn't scare her. A great crowd in here. There's family, there's friends, so there's a great crew in the Port Adelaide rooms, and I'll bring you Ollie Wines very soon, guys. They're just heading into a meeting with the coach, so give me a couple of minutes and we'll bring you Wines after what a brilliant victory that was for Port Adelaide.
Thanks for that, Hodgie. Looking forward to talking with Ollie. Just on your point, Mick, I love it. I think Port Adelaide and Ken Hinkley in particular have made a really brave call with Tom Jonas, because I think they'll give him a really clear pathway back and say, do this, show us this, get some form, get some fitness, get some whatever it might be. But it takes some strength, real strength of leadership to say, I'm going to leave my captain out. I think other teams might find, let's try and hide him here, let's try and hide him there, let's use him in this role just to keep him in the team. I love the fact that it's a really brave call to say, no, he's not playing the football that warrants a best 22 or 23 spot in our team. Therefore, we'll go without him. And I think that's a real sign of a team that's going somewhere really, really special.
Let's go back a few weeks. He was injured to be out of the side. He wasn't dropped, was he?
There were suspensions as well.
Yeah, there was a management.
Yes.
Right? Which they said...
Let's forget management these days. You know what it is? You're dropped.
Yes, correct. And they said he's a bit sore, management, and then admitted, and then he came back in and he got suspended.
He's been suspended twice.
And then he came back and he got suspended.
That's right.
And he hasn't been able to get in since then.
Yeah, so it was so there was a reason for him to be out of the side before
suspension.
He was told, look, go back. So, and let me just talk to a coach's hat here. There becomes a time in the excuses not to play you, because you can say to the player, look, we just need you to get your touch up. Okay, you got your touch up. Not in the side. Okay, look, the players in your position are playing pretty well, but keep at it. Okay, so you go that for the second week. There comes a third and fourth week where you've got to go, hang on, guess what? You're not actually in the best side. And you've got to be fair dinkum with the player. But when we need you and your time comes, you jump in, play well, you become in our best side. Because at the moment, that back line, and I think that Port are a different side. I didn't have them in the 8 last year. And if we're all fair dinkum, we probably didn't have them in the 8 this year. What the transformation is, outside of the speed and the youth and the ball-getting power and agility of their midfield, has been, I reckon, has been their back line. Because the forward line's has hardly had Dixon in it for the last 6 or 7 weeks. Okay, tonight he gets up and kicks 4. Marshall's been in and out of the side because of injuries. They've lost Georgiades. Okay, he mightn't have been in the best side, but he still comes up and can kick goals. They've been managing to win games with those players not in the side. Now they've got them back. But to me, outside of the midfield, their back line, Alir is outstanding because what they lacked a couple of years ago was height in the back line. They've got the height now. They look a different side because when the ball's in hand, they are doing which I love, and it doesn't mean anything for me, but I say I love the ball getting cleared from your back line, putting at least, if not further than the wing, in a good position. Not a mongrel, not a big thing that just bobbles all over the place. Every one of them can kick the footy. I think they're really genuine, because they can score and they defend by having the ball, which is, my point is, if you want the best form of defence is have the football, and they win the football. Not massively though, Lingy. They're not a form. But what they do though, when they've got it, they are able to either set the play up or get rid of the ball out of that back line.
And this comes back to a point, almost our discussion pre-game about why wouldn't Ken Hinkley be the man to take them forward, is because have a look at the decisions he made with that back line. So Darcy Byrne-Jones was an all-Australian halfback flanker. He takes him out of there, gets him to play, I think it was a sub initially, then came on as a...
Well, he's a sub for what reason? Because he wasn't performing.
He wasn't playing well enough. Pressure forward, and has done an amazing job there.
In the Sydney game, he brought him on and played him up forward, and he kicked a couple.
Correct.
Yeah.
Something like that, Trent McKenzie, I reckon, was he finished? Was he crossroads?
But he was undersized, though, Lingy. Now he's not undersized because he's not playing on the oversized players.
Yeah, now he's an integral part of that back line. And then you got Lockie Jones, Kane Farrell, Dylan Williams, Dan Houston at times, Miles Bergman, all players who are really dynamic, really athletic. As you said, use the ball well, but defend really well. I mean, that's a shifted back line.
Absolutely it is.
And that's brilliant coaching.
Yeah. You got Burton, who's an emergency tonight. Ollie Lord, who doesn't get a look in.
Burton, that's right. Burton's been part of the furniture.
And he was dropped.
Yeah, he's dropped. Yeah.
Yep, the only guys really unavailable, Cleary, Dersma and Georgiades are the three that are absent. Georgiades isn't coming back. Dersma's ahead of schedule, and Cleary will be flat out getting a game at the moment, the way they're going in that back line.
Well, Burton, now if I'm right reading the paper, it was said why Burton, well, his form was dropped off. Well, that is there for the supporters and everyone else to say, well, no, this is not a haphazard. This is done because his form was dropped off and our form is good.
Port win by 22 points to make it 10 in a row. Back to the winners' rooms. Tim Hodges.
Corbin, Ollie Wines has been good enough to come straight out of the meeting room, straight to us. We appreciate your time, mate. That was a cracking game of footy. Did you have a sense of that when you were out there, that this was a hot footy?
Yeah, certainly. It's probably a little bit hard to tell as players, but Kenny usually tells us so at halftime. He said, boys, this is a great game of footy, so hope you're enjoying it, because I'm enjoying watching it. But look, it was pleasing to be able to play 4 quarters of that pressure footy that brings our best football out and get another win.
10 straight. Is it sinking in, or do you have to pinch yourself sometimes and think this is going really, really well this season?
Yeah, in a way. Once you've won that many in a row, you probably worry a little bit if things could turn, but I think we've got so much confidence and belief in how we play at the moment. Everything's so simple for us. Just heard the guys speaking then before I came on. Guys go out of the team, but we've got confidence in guys coming in from the sample that know how to play the role because it's so simple for them. So it's a good position to be in at the moment with a really healthy list, guys in form in the sample, putting pressure on the AFL team. So it's all falling into place at the moment.
And I know winning makes everyone happy, but you can sense the great vibe in this group, and it's not just sort of the players, it's everyone. When you came into the rooms afterwards to sing the song, there's a great feel in this team right now.
Yeah, certainly. I think our culture's not manufactured; it's natural. Our list management teams had a pretty bold recruiting strategy over the last 10 years to back themselves in to keep interstate talent. So a lot of us guys come from outside Adelaide, so when we do come to the club, we're so close with each other. So I think that's been a really positive for our group because we are generally so close and we care for each other, and perhaps it's something that Victorian clubs with so many Victorian players perhaps don't take most of that advantage. So we think we're a really connected team, and it shows out on the field, I think.
It's awesome to have you for a few minutes, Ollie. I'll send you upstairs, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Well done tonight, Ollie. Fantastic win. You're right, and Kenny's right. It was a terrific game of footy. We loved watching it. One of those players that you talk about from outside of SA, a Victorian kid, Zach Butters. I know a lot's been spoken about his form and how good a footy he's playing. We love the fact that him and Libba, from moment one of this game tonight to the final siren, just went at each other. Can you just take us inside some of those contests when him and Libba just seem to just want a piece of each other?
Yeah, he's so competitive, Butsy. From the day he walked into the building at Alberton to today, he likes to throw a little bit of lip around, but in doing so, it sort of keeps him on edge and makes him play up to that. So another fierce competitor in Libba, and he loved going head-to-head with him. So he's having a tremendous year, probably off the back of that, being really ruthless and competitive, and can't wait to see his game go to an even better level.
Yeah, I think Libba doesn't mind a little bit of lip as well out on the field, which we love. But middle of the ground, they got you in clearances. I think it was -14 you guys were in clearances. Obviously a real strength of theirs, given their midfield, with Libba and Bontempelli and the like. Just how you handled that as a midfield group, knowing that you were often having to get the next contested ball or get to the next contest. Was that a big focus coming into the game that, yeah, they might get a couple of clearances, they'll get their fair share, but what we do next is the important bit?
It was interesting how it played out. I think we're a midfield that doesn't rely necessarily on hit-outs, so we like to win the ball when it hits the ground and obviously put pressure on the opponent to turn it over and win it off loose ball and hard ball gets off the ground. But tonight, I think Scooter dominated the hit-outs, to be honest, and we couldn't convert it to first possessions and clearances. So Kenny mentioned at half-time we were playing really good relaunch footy where they would win the clearance, but we'd be able to intercept down the line and relaunch off that, and I think we're able to get some really good gains off that. So it was, in a way, a different way to win. I think generally we are pretty good at taking stoppage metres. Obviously, we've got some dynamic guys in there in Butsy, Rosie, Horny, even Boki still. So it was one, I think, thing we had to figure out how to, in-game, how to negate and get some relaunch score.
Ollie, congratulations. Just on Tom Jonas, does him being out of the side, does that add pressure to players to perform at their best? I know that you've won 10 in a row, and that's a credit in itself. I think it might be a club record. I think we're talking about it up here. Yep. It's not easy winning 10 because the minds can wander a little bit. You know, you get self-satisfied, that sort of stuff. But it just appeared that you're on pretty much for the whole game. But how do you feel for him being out of the side, and does that probably inspire players to make sure they don't drop their form?
Yeah, certainly. Tom's an incredible leader. He's our captain, and to see him in the sample puts a lot of, not so much pressure, but I guess onus on our performance to play the role that we need to play for the team. So it's not just him. We've had guys, Ollie Lord and Frankie Evans and Ryan Burton, guys that have been in the team for a while, go out because guys are in such good form or coming back into the side from injury. So I think Jonah's really working hard to get himself back in the side, but it does put a lot of onus on guys in the AFL side to perform.
And what does Big Charlie Dixon bring to the side and mean to the side?
He just brings a presence for us. Him and Sam Powell-Pepper, I think their physical stature and what they do out there, we stand taller next to him. So to have him back, particularly in that first quarter, to see him start and give us that real lift. A lot of the time when he's not kicking goals, he's doing his role because he's bringing the ball to ground and letting our smalls go to work. So a lot of the time you might not see the results in him kicking goals, but tonight he was able to get on the scoreboard, which was really pleasing.
And you spent most of your time as a out of the centre in the wing?
Yeah, no, throwing the positions around a little bit, depending on teams we come up against.
Right, so you do pick and choose. Yes.
Okay. We've done it in the past where Kenny likes those perhaps a little bit quicker guys in Butsy, Rose, Boki inside, where their really quick feet can perhaps be a benefit against the bigger bodies in Bont and Libber, and who perhaps aren't as quick as those guys. So I think we like to think that we can play all roles, and I'm happy to go out onto the wing.
So, sorry.
Yeah. Ollie Wines with us on Grandstand AFL Port by 22 points. Ollie, can I just pick up on what you were talking about with Tom Jonas? So obviously his absence from the team and the way that that's played internally, but it's obviously has a different dynamic for you. You were formerly co-captains with him. Now you're the acting captain in his absence. How do you approach that, I guess, with him and I guess with the team more broadly?
Yeah, Tom and I got a really good relationship, obviously professionally, but also as friends. We're really close mates, so we're pretty open and honest about how things are going. I still see the team as Tom's team. He's our captain. He's set us up to where we are today, and he'll continue to work hard to get himself back in the side, but we're pretty open and honest between each other. We're similar leaders in how we go about things on game day and then week to week. So, there's open dialogue there, and in a way we're probably captaining together like we did as co-captains for the last few weeks at the moment.
It's great insight. Ollie, did you get any of Koshi's farewell cake, his big sunrise cake that he had this morning?
I didn't know. I actually tuned in. I got a bit teary. I grew up watching Sunrise, and then, fortunately enough, obviously he's my club's president, and formed a good relationship with him. But he's done very well, Koshi.
So you don't see the cash car around or anything like that? There's nothing going on?
No, I haven't seen it opening lately. Yep. Hopefully soon.
Yes, absolutely. Ollie, appreciate your time. The team's flying. 10 in a row. Great to watch you play again tonight. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Grandstand AFL, Ollie Wines, the acting captain of Port Adelaide, in their rooms. That is a different dynamic. I know sort of you guys are in footy clubs the whole time, but for us people from the outside, and particularly with a sort of media lens on it, to think these are two guys, they're both leading the club, then all of a sudden one guy takes over as the captain, he gets dropped, and then the guy that was the co-captain steps in to be the acting captain is in his absence. So I imagine there's a bit to work through there, as whether you agree with it or not as a coaching decision and everything else.
It's more the person. The title's not... It's relevant, but it's the person, and you can speak about this, Lingy, but my appointments right through time were, what does a captain bring to the side, and is he a talker on the ground or is he a doer on the ground? Because there's both. You don't have to have, you can have a little bit of both, but it's so important. The captain is. I always used to identify the captain as the opposition, and that's the one I used to chase after. If we can nullify the captain's influence, his influence on the side it's great, then you've got to minimise it.
The one for me is, first of all, it's not just one conversation saying to Tom Jonas or Ollie Wine. It's pretty much every day. Lots and lots of conversations. How are you finding this, and a clear path and a clear belief that Tom Jonas has a way back too as well. That's really important. But constantly talking to them about the dynamic and everything like that. But then it comes down to the personalities. So that whether or not Tom or Ollie or whoever it might be are really insecure as captains, thinking, I need the title. I should have the title because I'm the captain, or I'm a leader. If you want to give me the title or not give me it, fine. I'm going to lead this team. I'm going to be. My own standards are going to be really high. I'm going to drive the standards of the whole group. I'm going to drag others along with me. Title or not, I don't really care. Let's get on with this. That sort of approach to things becomes really powerful. I remember Tom Harley and I. I wasn't captain before Tom, but I was his vice captain for a long time. Tom missed big chunks of footy at times in some of our premiership years. There was not a moment where Tom and I thought, oh, hang on, who's captain now? Am I captain? Are you captain? There wasn't that. It was Tom led a certain way brilliantly and I led a certain way brilliantly, and together we communicated constantly about how we can get the best out of this group. And there was not a moment of insecurity by him as like, oh, what's this? Is this guy angling from a job because I'm not playing right now? It was, let's get on with making this group good. And that's the really good dynamic that you need.
I guess Ollie had it, didn't he? And
He
then it
did.
was
That's a
taken
little
off
bit
him.
different, yeah.
And he would have been devastated. And now he's got it back under very bizarre circumstances.
Why did he lose it? See, I always ask the question: why do they lose the captaincy? If they're in their, well, I shouldn't say age because age shouldn't bear it, but if you're towards the end, like Pendlebury stepped down. You can't tell me he's not still leading the club. But there are times when at West Coast, my first year, Steve Malax was captain, dropped him for a final because it was my first year. Who made him captain was captain. I took over. He was still captain. We moved into it, but we changed around. Of course, and he wasn't going to be my captain next year if he stayed. No way, because you've got to have a captain.
How did he react when you told him he was dropped as captain?
Well, I gave him an opportunity to be injured or dropped.
And what did he pick?
Look, I don't want to talk too much about, but I walked into the match. And in those days, it was after because we're semi-professional, and we had a call from one of the radio stations saying, "Oh, Steve Milkes has been dropped." And I said to the football manager, "Yep, there it is. So we're not going to argue with it. If he's already rung that newspaper or whatever it was to set it up, well, I wasn't going to argue. It was such a minor thing. I just wanted to make sure that person had the opportunity to be out of the side with dignity."
Can I just make one differentiation here? So you guys all played in successful teams and coached where the champion player wasn't necessarily the captain and he can lead, but it's really hard to lead, isn't it, from a marginal position? So the guys that we're talking about and the captains and the premiership teams that you guys were involved with, that it's not as if their place in the team was at stake. And we're talking about a guy here who's trying to lead a group, and he's clearly in the bottom six, and at the moment he's on the wrong side of the bottom six.
That's right.
He usually wears number 1, and he went back in the SANFL playing for Port Adelaide Magpies in the number 42, and he picked up 17 disposals last week. So
that's hard to be a leader like that.
It's a good point you make, but then you start focusing on other things. And that is, you focus on the legacy that you can leave as captain of the club. So if it was to progress, and I feel bad talking about a hypothetical here, keeps going, doesn't play, Port Adelaide have real success, Tom Jonas perhaps isn't the official captain next year. And he probably wouldn't want it if his position is marginal. But his legacy as captain of Port Adelaide, captain of the club, the official captain, can be something so incredible. So he starts focusing on a different type of leadership, of that the entire environment that those players are training in and living in and recovering in and challenging each other in and supporting each other in to have success. They're going to win the premiership and he doesn't play in it. Yes, from a leadership on-field perspective, he will feel very much out of it.
Yeah.
But his legacy as captain of the Port Adelaide Football Club can still be something truly special. And that might be his last act as captain, having been so strong and so selfless from round 10 all the way through to a grand final, and his influence can be massive. And that's pretty special if you're the right type of person, if you've got the right personality for it.
Very, very briefly, 1980, long time ago, when you had 19th and 20th, Bruce Monteith was 19th and 20th player for the grand final.
Yep.
We didn't think of him any less as a leader because divisionally we had divisional captains who had no official title. So when we were in that football ground, there was a backline captain, there was a midfield captain, there was a forward line captain made up from those groups who set it themselves, not the coaches, but Bruce came on probably in the third quarter or whatever it was, and he held the cup up as captain.
That's a great story. Bruce Monteith, his son played for Fremantle. I think I commentated his son when I was starting my commentary journey. It's a circle of life. India trail by 175 with 2 wickets in hand, so 8 for 294 India. Australia making 469 batting first. So this is second session, day 3 at the Oval. If you want to listen along, the ABC Listen app is the place to find it. If you're listening throughout ABC Radio in the regions, you will be getting it on ABC Radio in about 4 minutes' time. The NRL tonight, lopsided. Warriors 36-14 over the Raiders, and the Manly Seagulls 58-18 over the Dolphins. And here tonight it was Port Adelaide by 22 points over the Dogs. I've got 2 points I want to run by you both, but first, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
All right, I'm going to give one vote to Charlie Dixon. I know after quarter time you'll say you didn't do much. Kicked 3 goals in the first quarter and he only ended up with 4. But what his influence led to was Liam Jones being moved on to him, which allowed Finlayson to kick 2 and Marshall to kick 2. So 4 more goals, I reckon, went Port Adelaide's way because of Charlie Dixon's influence. So give him 1 vote for those 4 goals and the influence. 2 votes to the Bulldogs skipper, Marcus Bontempelli. I thought he was superb. 31 disposals, 1 goal, was just brilliant in the big moments. And 3 votes to the man who is leading the ABC Grandstand Footballer of the Year, Zach Butters. I loved his battle with Tom Liberatore. Wasn't necessarily that Libba was bad, because Libba was superb as well. But Zach Butters, 31 disposals, 6 clearances and a goal. And just when they needed it, just lit up the game, opened up the game for them. So 1 to Dixon, Charlie, 2 to Marcus Bontempelli, and 3 to Zach Butters, who the way he's going, he might even have a Charlie hanging around his neck by the end of the year.
3 minutes. I've got 2 quick points to run by you both, so I want your fast opinions on the back of these. Is there an element, given that Ken Hinkley and the reputation is he's an emotional coach and we see him sort of riding the bumps up and down the boundary, the fact that he's off contract and there's an extra edge to it, is there part of it that Port Adelaide are thinking, you know what, this is actually the best thing for us right now, that it's keeping everybody on edge and this is actually leading to better results in a certain environment, that it's us against the world, even internally?
If that's what they believe, then so be it. But I think calling him an emotional coach is shortchanging him. He is a very good tactical coach. He's a brilliant football brain. He's got great relationships. He is an outstanding manager of people. Plus, he can get the very best out of his players by tapping into their emotions.
And you do know him. Let me step aside and say I only know him as an opponent from coaching and playing. I look at it and go, he is in such a win-win position, because at the end of the year, he might just say, we've won a premiership, or this is the best I can do with this group. You know what, I'm going to move on and get myself another 5 years or 10 years at some other club, and I'll start with a 5-year contract. So I'm not going to get a 5-year contract with Port. So right now, I think the club should be starting to feel a bit nervous.
Yep. And the queue's starting to build up, because there'll be people that will want him.
Oh, absolutely.
The other point I want to make, this is more an opinion, I want to get your reaction to it. I think the AFL should be putting all their marketing dollars into, if we talk about individuals and who we should build around as the next star of the game, Zach Butters is that guy. Yeah. And they talk in the NBA all the time about Steph Curry, the fact that he's smaller than the other players. He's relatable to kids, because kids see him and go, look, he's a little guy. I could do what he does. I think everybody that's ever played a game of footy, men and women, look at him and think, I want that reputation. I want to be known as that kind of guy. And his standard and the way that he plays and his highlights that he's produced is as good as any player in the game right now.
Yeah, and his background, that's right.
West, like out of Darley near Bacchus Marsh, blue-collar background.
Dougie Hawkins might have coached him.
Blue-collar sort of background, has a tremendous backstory and goes to Port Adelaide and is doing the things he's doing. Probably the Brownlow medal favourite at the moment.
Can't disagree with you, Corby.
Well, he'll be the public favourite
22 years old.
Yeah.
22.
Well, when you look at him and, say, Dacos, really, 2 young blokes.
2 pretty special players.
Special, so special.
How about this draft 2018? Walsh, Lukosius, Rankin, Max King, Rosie, Ben King, Bailey Smith, Skipper Couple, Blakey, Caldwell, Butters, Quaynor. Wow. So good 11 of the top 13 in that list.
Footy's in good hands.
Oh, we're running out of time. Thanks to Mick, thanks to Lingy, thanks to Ben Cameron, to Kelly Underwood, to Jules, to Jonesy, the cult figure back in the studio, to Tim Hodges downstairs. Signing off for cricket, India 9 for 294. You can follow along on the ABC Listen app. Just look out for that red cricket ball.
Labuschagne, I think he's done all right, hasn't he? Let's have a look. He comes dribbling back. I think he might have done... he's parried it back there. I think he's done okay. It's Quadras, the other fielder.
It's the second effort, isn't it, that the umpire needs to look at. While he was trying to stop the ball, did he have any part of the body touching those skirtings there?
It's in the shadow, that's the trouble. And very difficult to see. I think you're saying that's okay. 296 for 9. So they took 2, I think, for that. Did they? Shami's on 13. Good shot. He averages 11. And Mohammad Siraj averages 5. And in comes Stark, looking for a wicket here. Comes in, bowls, hits him on the pad. The ball bounces away for Green to field there in the gully.
So talking about players leaving the field. I remember way back, I think 89, I believe. So the first class game, Bengal versus Punjab, if I remember correctly. So Bengal needed to win that. It's the last wicket. They were about to win it, but the last wicket just went on for a while. Right. There was a big partnership and was getting really close. So the captain, also the wicket keeper, he went and told his bowler, just get something outside off stump or whatever. And he told everyone else, as soon as I take the bails off, everyone run in.
There's Stark, comes in, bowls a swipe and a miss from Shami.
Yeah, so next delivery, when the batter was kind of beaten off the front foot, he takes the bails off, took the stumps, and everyone, all 11 of them inside the dressing room before the umpire could even think.
Did it work?
It did work. It did work.
Well, it's obviously out, and off we go. Nice.
No. Yeah, that was good. That was good of this guy called Sam.